Boys, good morning. Did y'all just hear my mic arm squeak? That shit was loud as hell. This thing's struggling. Lads, there was some hooliganism and rapscallionism last night. Some idiot with a blicky fucking shot at a house on my street again. It wasn't mine, but I slept like shit because of it. I got off stream early last night, so I get some sleep. I'm chilling, and then pop, and then I didn't sleep very well. But we're here. All is well. All is well. Apparently the people just aren't good at shooting, so it's been a day. See, Leon snapping the first, resetting Maximus, Ty, what up, Ty? Sidora, Gary, give it do. Socks, Gavin, Kaj, Merc, hello. Idiot, you're an idiot. What up? How long until the first video hits 5 minutes? Well, see, this is what you're underestimating. You think today there's a video to watch. He went corrupt. No, nobody even got hit, bro. Like, so the same house. This is like the second time in like fucking 2 months. But like, they keep having parties and shit. And I guess people just keep bringing fucking guns to the party because that's apparently a thing now. Like, I used to bring weed. Like, what when did this evolve to this? So it's like, I don't know. When, back in my day, people used to just fucking throw up dukes and fucking fisticuff it out. And apparently now everyone's just pulling out a fucking blicky and shooting indiscriminately into the side of the building and missing everything. Because this is the second time that fucking building has been shot at in like the last 2 months. And like, they haven't hit anyone either fucking time. So at this point, it's just a fucking mild inconvenience. Because like, the person was like, if I look out my stream room window, there. Like, I could have opened my window. I was in fucking bed at the time. If I was in the stream room, I could have opened my window and said, hey, stop fucking doing that. And then closed my window angrily. It was that close. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Yo, Rusty, Meta, what up, boys? See, I don't know. It was a night of waking up and eating Doritos. Like, out of stress. But we made it. It's okay. We're here. Yo, C-Lam, what up? Have the new areas been added yet? So, in terms of what has actively been added, depending on when you were playing, we now have the Riverlands, of course, which is what we started with, the entire Sand Squall Desert, and we also have the Tropics. And then we'll go over the private test realm notes in their entirety here. But we're also, on Thursday, going to be grabbing the JUNDARK. So this is going to be a jungle area, as you can tell. And the invis wall will expand out from just the tropics to all the way down behind my camera. So like down here, and then it comes out here, goes all the way up into here, and then goes all the way over to here. So this is what we'll have access to sail all the way behind my camera and then up this way. So it's going to be a nice sailing expansion. It's going to make everything a lot more fluid, and it should open up this area. Now, an interesting note about this area is right in the starting zone here, there's been this little dock that's been closed off for a while. So maybe we get a harbor master there. Gorla, good morning. So yeah, maybe we get a harbor master there. Who knows? I just remember hearing like 1 month ago, they were adding 3 new biomes by June. Oh yes. Oh yes. So the JUNDARK is coming Thursday. And then the month after that, we're going to be getting the Dunes and Kill Mountains and the Anvils. So I hope it's the entire Dunes and Kill. But the Anvils here, if Dunes and Kill isn't included with that, I'd be surprised. But my guess is the Anvils plus Dunes and Kill. This is going to be the Dwarf starting area, the Dunier starting area. And this is also going to be the second starting area that becomes available to Ashes of Creation. So by the time keep in mind, they shifted the schedule a little bit. So on May 1st, we have fresh start servers. And on August 4th, we have a full wipe. And then everybody plays on fresh. So by the time August 4th hits, we'll have the anvils, we'll have the dunes and kill, we'll have that second starting area, and it should be really fun. So those fresh starts on August 4th, that'll be everybody. It'll be a complete wipe of all character data, everything that existed before that. And it's going to change the game entirely. There's a ton more that's coming in between May 1st and August 4th as well. Between like a full questing revamp, first time user experience revamp, like new player experience. Time to kill changes being finalized. Keep in mind, they just started redoing time to kill and attributes. Made it way better. It feels amazing. Gathering, refining, crafting system and economy changes, all finalized by August 4th. And that's going to be the start of like the longest period of testing that we'll have in terms of like the concurrent server uptime. Those are expected to be at least a year. So, when does the area between the Riverlands and Dunes of Kill come? This area, I would assume that they'll finish these two areas next, if I had to guess. Just based on how progression has gone, it seems like we're gonna probably get like the rest of this and then they'll sweep into this area. And then I would assume we'd have this entire continent available. And then maybe they would do like Sejoma up here, or maybe like work towards a guild castle here for sieges. I don't really know what their like long-term plan is. Love you, Corla. The anvil starting zone is gonna be dope. Oh, it's gonna be so nice. It's gonna be so nice. Macaulay, what up? Basic, that was you. Hello. I hope you're having a good day. Played during phase 1 launch and been waiting for more content. Oh, if you played during phase 1 launch, everything's gonna feel completely different. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That would be like boxing against a child, and then that child grows up to like peak physical fitness and peak boxing age, and then just kicks your ass when you come back for round 2. Yeah, if you played during phase 1 launch, all of the content that's available now is going to be like mind-boggling for you. They're fucking boats, dog. Naval combat. The boats have an inventory. There are relics. I have a relic piece in my inventory on Vyra. Like, there's a lot since you've left. Especially if phase 1 launch was when you were playing. The biggest thing is that it's playable now. Yeah, it actually feels like, I shouldn't say it, but it kind of feels like a game. They can't hear me. They're not here yet. They don't know. Give me an ooh woo. Give me 100 gifts. Eclipsey, what up? About all of Vandegar before August 4th wipe, with Dunes and Kill coming at the August 4th wipe. You think Dunes and Kill will be separate from the anvils? Yeah, that is true, but wouldn't Dunes and Kill be the dwarf starting area and not the anvils? Oh, yo. That's facts. That's facts. Okay. Give me 100 loves then. That's free. That's free. Talking about the PTR notes? Yes, we will absolutely be covering the PTR notes. We 100% will. Stomps, what up? Also, Macaulay, thank you for the 7-day streak. Come back to Ashes and the streak is alive. Boy, so many people are going to be coming back. So many people are going to be coming back. We're up tremendous. Yo, Wise Aether, thank you for the follow. Much love. Pocket Dungeons, Tropics, Desert, stat changes, TTK, new gear, new mats, JUNDARK Thursday, caravan fixes and changes. Boats! Yeah, literally everything. Literally everything has changed, even since December, man. The only, I think Anvils is the Brown Mountain Range, northeast of the Riverlands. Here? This area? Well, the Anvils is going to be the second starting area. So that wouldn't make sense to have starting area, starting area. I feel like it'd be starting area, no? And like, I picture Anvils as like a flat top, right? Because the Anvils have flat tops. I'm not like a geographer, but I feel like the Anvils would have flat tops because you like ting, 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 ting. And you can't do that if it's like pointy tops, because you'd like ting and then the sword would bend, right? A mesa, is that what it's called?
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, the era, thank you for the follow. Much love. We need a thunder bluff, but for dwarves. Please no fucking elevators in this game. Especially once they put fall damage back on, please no fucking elevators. Please. No big height changes that I can die from, for the love of fucking God. It's also a really observative idea. Also, it's plateau. You ever watch Rocket Power? Yeah, of course. They have to connect the map, so I think they work northeast to Brown Mountains, then Green Forest, then Dunes and Kill. I think the anvils and Dunes and Kill are two separate biomes, honestly. Like, hey, yo, Jen.
Together, strong.
Thank you for the 2 months. Much love, much love. Good morning. A mesa is a smaller plateau. Yeah, and I feel like they said somewhere that it was going to be above the Trops, right? Or am I on Fen? Buongiorno, Dossington. How are you, my boy? Like, they have to connect the map, yeah. But, like, at the same time, not really, because it was just here, here, and then here. So it's not like there's... Like, it's not like everything right now is seamlessly connected anyways. So expanding it to here and then expanding it up here would make sense, because then you just expand everything here. And then your invis wall would be up to here, right? Imagine when... oh, no. No more realistic fall damage, please. If we go left of Vandegar, do we end up on the other continent? No. No, there's an invisible wall. Log into the PTR now. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're gonna have to go over those notes. We got the source. I'm just theory crafting while I make all my gear plus 20. Are you PTR testing today? The emphasis was on, like, caravans and storages, right? So definitely make sure you check your storages and see how things are stacking up there. Do you like my new nickname? Like your Twitch name? Didn't you just change it from Z to X? Flatver is real? Oh yeah, Flatver is absolutely real. What do you mean? I feel capital letters are better. You're like yelling. So they said this zone, JUNDARK, includes new nodes, gatherables. Does that mean 2+ nodes are already available when the patch hits? If so, it's a huge increase in production. It means the game's way closer. So nodes themselves, I haven't looked at all the patch notes to see exactly what everything is yet. But nodes themselves can still be lawless. Like, the wording itself can be a little weird. Now, I don't know if we'll get the actual ownable nodes right off rip or not, but like when they added 2 new nodes to the Sand Squall Peninsula, Jinnah and Squall's End, they existed, they were just lawless zones within the nodes because they weren't like ownable yet, right? So that was kind of like the weird, not weird, but like the gray area there. I don't necessarily think they'll instantly have the player ownable nodes, because if I had to wager a guess, based on the tropics having circular node corks, and that being our 4th type of node cork, I could only guess that the JUNDARK would also have a new type of node cork, just logically. I don't want to spoil anything, but the PTR notes under general surprised me. I'm happy it came this soon. I'm happy you came this soon. Do we not have names for all the zones? Intrepid does, we don't. Like, they have all the names. This just isn't fully labeled, because it's like, this is the tropics and the turquoise sea and then the Fortunic Ocean. So it's like, not everything's labeled on the map, but like they know all the names. So I expected this to be a small patch with JUNDARK this week. We're on a bi-weekly content cadence. I expected this to be an absolute slap your cock on the table before Fresh Starts patch. I'm not even gonna lie. And then I expect next week's patch to be small and built around like fresh start and troubleshooting stuff. And then the patch after that will be big. And then the patch after that will be small. And then the patch after that will be big. If you look at the past few months, we are on an every other week large update cadence, which is fucking absurd. I've been trying to tell people about this, And people are like, oh, we're on a 6-week content cadence. And I'm like, oh God, no, they're cooking up every other week right now, like content that it takes other dev teams months to cook up. And they're doing it in 2 fucking weeks. They're going crazy right now. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm in plans around still not being able to set sail this soon. Oh shit. Okay, hold on now. Do we need to get into the notes right now? I feel like we should wait. We have so many things to do today. So we've got PTR patch notes. We've got to make new graphics. We've got to design a raid plan, like a raid plan bot template. So that way we can do our signups for Fresh Start, because Raid Planner does not have a custom Ashes template. So we're going to design one, hopefully, and see how successful that is or not successful that is. Then, what else do we have to do? Oh, gear sets. So I want to go on Ashes Codex, the build planner, and I want to get a couple gear sets compiled. So I'm giving you guys the best of both worlds. Since the tank union is strong and all tanks love each other, I hit up the anchor himself, Grapply, because as you guys know, he builds a little bit differently than I do. I build somewhat of a bruiser where I'm scaling up the fizz power like crazy, and then I'm also trying to get like beefy enough. Grapply is the brick wall, the anchor. He weighs the ships down simply by existing. So I reached out to him and I was like, yo, let me see what you're cooking up, brother. Let me get that gear set. And he's throwing it together for us. So you guys will have best of both worlds. You guys will have my gear set, which is going to be the big bruisery type beat. Some nice damage thrown in, some power scaling, all of that shit. And Grapply is just chonk. He is just, he's beef. He's beefy. So we'll see how it shapes up. We'll check out the gear sets on Codex as well. We'll see what we can get that's like more optimized. And keep in mind, we also have all of our gearing potentially getting fucked. Not getting fucked, but the JUNDARK on Thursday could potentially cause us to re-gear entirely, depending on what actually becomes available at that time. Better focus a small piece of the map to be full and complete. The rest of the map and DLC and other things to come in time. Oh, I mean, I don't know if you've been playing, Paul, over on YouTube, but like the expansions of the map have been great. Like every area feels great. They're expanding the biomes and then adding like the node staging and stuff as they go. And every part of the map's also kind of like dynamically evolving, right? So they've got a nice kind of system where they add it in. It'll be great to see more ownable areas come up, but the lawless zone while you're exploring does add a huge risk reward to it and like a nice incentivization to the exploration of the new loot tables and everything. So I definitely think they've done well with expansions, at least like map wise. Even into the desert and tropics having viable gear already and endgame loadouts, I think they've done quite well with it. I'm excited for the JUNDARK, and I hope that they're able to keep the progression going with like as soon as the JUNDARK drops, you have people that are completely re-gearing, right? Because that's what we've been seeing. Granted, it was an entire time to kill an attribute rework, like pretty much an entire gearing rework from scratch. But yeah, as soon as these gearing changes hit, people started grabbing gear from every biome that existed, and as the map keeps expanding, people won't be able to just do that very easily. So you'll see a lot of gear sets where it's like, oh shit, I have, you know, the most efficient possible combination of gear, but I've got to go all the way across the world to get this. So then you plan it out with your friends and you're like, yo guys, I got to go here, then here, then here, then here. Who also needs to go to these places? And then we get a big group of people and we set off as a guild with like our people that are going to farm the gear. Empty bags, going over, farming up as much as we can from the areas that we stop in. And then we leave our people who are like gathering, crafting, refining back where we came from in our home area. So that way they can keep trying to get high rarity output stuff for us. And we go on like a fucking adventure as a guild. We source all the gear and then we come back, gear that we didn't have before, more optimized than we were before. And our crafters have been cooking the entire time. Oh my God. Dude, I can't wait. It's going to be such a nice addition. Ashes Codex doesn't have the JUNDARK gear yet, as far as I know. I wouldn't be surprised if Ashes Codex got that shit by the end of the day with it being on PTR. Like, they're fucking impressive. I don't know, like, I don't know how they do it. I don't know if it's legal. I don't know what they do, but my God. Ash's Codex is insane. I love it. I'm pretty sure Ash's Codex was the same people that did New World Database, which New World Database was a fat carry in the New World scene as well. That shit was nice. It was nice. Codex waits till after PTR. Man, how dare they? They don't include PTR data. That would make sense because it's technically visually NDA'd. So I guess they could like reshare it, but okay, that does make sense. So when does PTR go down? Is it a 2-day PTR testing phase this week? I still don't have PTR access, and I'm not like important enough to ask for PTR access. I don't really try to bother Intrepid much with things. I know there are a lot of streamers that would just be like, "Hey, I want this." I just kind of hang out. I'm just trying to vibe, man. I'm a gamer, not a lifter. You gotta lift before you game each day, Macaulay. That's part of my pre-stream routine. To smoke, I fill up my coffee, I pee, I do a light lift just to get the blood pumping, and then we're good to go. Maybe it's just run by Intrepid. No, I don't think so. I think it's new person, the same person that did Neural Database, which was a huge source over there. As far as I'm aware, I don't have any privilege. Info on Codex stuff is up. My guildie made a 100% accurate Caravan Cargo Profit Calculator that's getting added. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. Was that the same one that was on the Ashes Forge? Can you lift me on bench press? I don't really bench press much because I don't have full range of motion in my old wristies ever since I broke both of those hoes. So I have to do a lot of like dumbbell and like band stuff, like less restrictive in terms of the range of motion. So I could probably like do most things to you. You're a newbie. What do you mean a newbie? No, I just can't bend my wrists. I have limited range of motion. Don't shame me. It's the screws in my arm. Yeah, no, I just have to do like different shit. Like I have to do free weights, so I can basically have different angles for stuff. So like dumbbell bench is fine. I do a lot of like band and resistance work though, just because it tends to be like less pressure on my wrists, because those shits get ouchy. I won't lie. Once you get 25 screws in your arms, oh god, it's rough. Softball starts in 2 weeks from today, so I'll be seeing you Tuesday nights as much as possible. Ooh, Tuesday Doomsday very soon. Yo, it's already nice as fuck, Ty. I won't even lie. We got a little bit of a sprinkle yesterday. I don't know what the weather's looking like, but it's looking good. It's looking good. That one was inaccurate. My guildie made his from scratch. Was it? Interesting. He handed the info over to Codex, and so soon you can check how much gold you get for your cargo. What was inaccurate about the other one on Ash's Forge? Interesting. I heard a lot of people saying that one was quite nice. Wouldn't Zerker squats be good for you? The fuck is a Zerker squat? I got a home gym for like 500 Canadian and it's been a solid investment. Can do chest, back, and arms on it. Has a leg extension, but it's a little wonky. Doss, tell me you're not about to be built like a triangle. Brother, you're doing something for legs, right? You're doing something for legs, right? Weather's so nice out. Yeah, it's a little chilly today. The sun's peeking through now, which is nice. This morning, it was so fucking like gray out because it rained a little bit overnight, but it's gonna rain out pretty good last night when I was on the pond. Yeah. Some rain came in, but I mean, good for the plants that I put outside recently. So that's a dub, but it was a little gray. But now we got some sun. It's nice. It was off by a few silver, but it adds up over longer distances. Interesting. My legs are already massive. Yeah, but like, if you don't do the legs, I mean, hear me out. I guess theoretically, if you lift like crazy for upper body, you're adding weight to your upper body, which would then build your lower body because your upper body would be heavier and you would have to support your upper body with more lower body. Right? Don't men want the triangle shape? No, I want to be built like a hexagon. I want to be brolic as fuck. like the flounders in SpongeBob? Triangle? Yeah, where it's like you have like brolic ass shoulders and then you kind of like got a slender skinny waist. So roids? I mean, I feel like the triangle shape is roids. Yes. And then they also just have heart attacks at like 32. It's like they're brolic as fuck and then their heart just gives out. R.I.P. R.I.P. Lift natty or don't lift at all. Dre, what up, brother? Another day, another wipe? I wipe more than once all the time. Hexagon, nature's most efficient shape. Isn't triangle nature's most efficient shape? But I guess a triangle is multiple hexagons. Wait, I mean, a hexagon's multiple triangles. I'm not good at shapes. They added a caravan master that isn't in a town. It's probably south of the starting area. Is that dock unlocked? Because that was my guess. Like, there's south of the starting area, like the south area of the castle on that beach area. There was a dock that was completely gated out that you couldn't get to. So, like, right here, basically, just like south of the castle, this dock was previously all closed off. If you can get down there, my prediction was a harbor master was going to be like over here. Is that opened up? Is this where it is? I caught somebody yesterday. No, there's a harbor there. Eclipsey, I don't mean to like. A lot of people saw this coming. It's not like a fucking Baba Yaga or Baba Vanga or whoever it was like level of prediction to be like, oh, this dock's closed off. This is invisible walled. I think there will be a harbor master here. Pretty much everyone was in agreement of that, man. I don't mean to like burst the momentum of like Detective Eclipsey on the case for everything, but yeah, I think most of the community kind of expected that as soon as they said previously that this was going to be uninvis-walled, because otherwise there wouldn't have been a harbor master in this area. You would have had to go all the way out here to summon your boat or all the way over here to summon your boat. So it only makes sense that there's a harbor master in the Riverlands and the node back here, node up here, node up here, node up here, node over here don't really support that. So the logical place would be here. And then what I'm also thinking for a long-term prediction, this is a Baba Dusty, is that this harbor master will eventually be introduced to like new players through the new player user experience that they're completely revamping. There will probably be a quest that sends you out. You talk to the harbor master, you get a cheap boat, cheapest boat, smallest boat, and then you build that, and then you set sail. So harbors now on the map too. Large. I'm just giving you shit, Eclipsey. I count 8 harbors on the map. 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4 over here. 5, 6, 7, 8. Baba Yaga's from Bulgaria, or where that is on the map. Wait, really? No, I didn't even know the. I just like Baba Yaga for predictions because Baba Yaga just said like everything right, and then some of it was relatively right, and everyone was like, Baba Yaga's a genius. I love calling people Baba Yaga. Huge coincidences today. Listen, yesterday I knew that a Baba Yaga reference was gonna be a banger today. I'm just saying. Am I too mean to chat? Sometimes I feel like people like will come into chat not understanding that we just give each other shit constantly. It'll be like, damn, these guys are really fucking mean to each other. As we're just like yapping back and forth, being like, shut up, idiot. And they're just like, God damn, God, this stream is toxic. Oh God, go put your big load somewhere else. Carlo, where are they putting their big, is it for me? JUNDARK Thursday? JUNDARK Thursday. To desert, I think. Doesn't know the VODs don't have chat. VODs have chat if you don't watch full screen. Yeah, you can turn the chat on. You can watch theater mode. I think it's pretty mild. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, there are a lot of streamers that are actually toxic as fuck. I won't lie. I just give my chat shit sometimes. But like, I forget that there are genuinely streamers who are like insanely toxic and like not good to their chat. I also know a lot of streamers who have chats that genuinely fucking hate them. Like actual lol cows that are like hating what they do, but they're like, well, it pays my bills, so I gotta keep doing it. And I'm like, my God. My God, like, it's cool to stream full time, but I don't know if I would just want to get bullied the second I went live every single day and have it like actually be hateful. Like, this is pretty chill right now. I think we're all friends. Community meetup would be a pretty chill vibe. I think a lot of people would be slapping ass and grabbing dick. So like, it's a good time. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Some streamers, they probably just couldn't have community meetups. Yeah, I won't lie. You're three clicks away from an ASMR stream chat. Oh God. Oh God. We're just here to give you shit. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Whoever controls Pelagora will have the logistical nightmare of being invaded. Pelagora? Nah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. I have an 8-hour flight next week. What are your best flying tips? DOS. Edibles. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Also, one of my best flying tips as someone who prepared like crazy and very intentionally for my first flight, because it was like a 6.5-hour flight from Boston to San Diego. Eat something like the day before your flight that makes you take a big old dumper, so that way you don't have a bellyache for the flight. Like, it's good to feel slightly emptied out and ravaged before the flight, so that way you don't have a fear of like, oh, I'm gonna have to shit on this airplane bathroom and like just grief every single person. Because it's not like you can just roll down the window in the bathroom and like air it out. Like, that's just going into the cabin. That's all you. So yeah, I would just say personally, like, force a shit beforehand. Don't bring that onto the plane with you. Bombs and you being a bomb are both not welcome. Zevo, how do you find out it's coming Thursday? Well, so in all fairness, months ago, they did say that the JUNDARK was coming in at the end of April and that the Anvils were coming in at the end of May. And this is the last, like, downtime in April where they could actually add stuff, because it's this downtime, next downtime, then May 1st. So this was the kind of like their last time to hit it, but yeah, we also have the patch notes. Yeah, so we've been saying JUNDARK today for a while. This is the 0.9.0 update, and so I've been telling people, or trying to tell people, that we're on a bi-weekly content cadence. Like, we are getting every other week a fucking juicer of a patch. Unironically, like, omega patches every other week. A lot of developers take months to put out the level of like patching that we've been getting. So yeah, it's been nice. Yo, Phoenix got a promotion. Time for a new PC. Hey, Phoenix, congrats on the promotion, dude. That's huge. Shipples, what up? I kind of get bullied by Dusty. That's fair. That's fair. Although I will say, we're not out here getting paid much. Can you show patches? Yeah, I'll check them out in a sec. I haven't gone through all of them, but it's my job to be bullied. Well, in all fairness, it's like, it's not exactly your job. It just comes naturally to you because you're a 5'6" man. Dungeons being gated by node levels is cool to see. Progress on that system. We haven't seen that before. Oh, are you talking just in like general development of things? Yeah, so the map kind of dynamically unlocks different areas, right? Different areas, different events, different capabilities, just throughout node progression and biome progression. So with no two servers being the same, there's a very good chance that you have varied loot tables and varied things available on every single server. Like, you may not have all of the, like, all of the same dungeons unlocked, all the same gear unlocked, all the same world events, everything. So, we'll check it out. I love getting bullied by Dusty. Everyone does. Everyone does. Oracle, thank you for the 5-day streak. Checking to see if we can cross from the desert to the JUNDARK. I hope they open a path. I think you'll be able to. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to. If the invis wall is opened up, then you should have that entire, like, middle area unlocked. Yo, Damien, what up? Hope you're having a good day. He hasn't read the patch notes yet, or he'd understand. Oh. Well, I'll check him out. I'll check him out. No more gypsum outpost farming. God damn it. I don't know. I haven't looked at it yet. I can stare at this world map all day. I love just imagining all the fun to be had in Vera. Yeah, so I've actually recently started looking at this during Goon Hour, and it's really helped me learn a lot of, like, where the biomes will be. Do you know which part is the anvils? My money is on this. Like, the flat area that looks like an anvil, because anvils are flat on top for, like, smithing purposes. My money's here. Now, a couple of people in chat who I think are on Galaxy Gas seem to think it could be, like, over here. But my guess is here. This is what we're thinking. I'm pretty sure it's the anvils. My guildies also said there. Yeah, because the anvils are also the Dwarven starting area, which is connected to the Dunes and Kill Mountains, which the Dunir, Dunes and Kill, anvils, flat on top, and it wouldn't make sense to have starting area. So it'd be like starting area, and then probably like starting area over there and shit. You leave my gas out of this? Listen, man. You and that Galaxy Gas gotta relax. You see the mountains near the JUNDARK? Say anvils, I believe there. What? Here? No, I think this is just part of the JUNDARK. I'm quite certain the devs said it would be to the north of the tropics. I don't know, like, exactly where they said it, but I'm quite certain it's north of tropics. Yeah. Like, this is the anvils and then Dunes and Kill. Because anvils is the Dwarven area. Dunes and Kill Mountains is where the Dunir. Yeah. Like, I think this is a part of the JUNDARK. Because in Nuela, you have two entrances. I parked my character right down here for this purpose. But you have an entrance here, and then you have an entrance here, both attached to Nuela. So I think of the JUNDARK having like maybe a node here, and think of this from like a WoW perspective as like a Deadwind Pass, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like attached to the JUNDARK, but that kind of like area in between. Those mountains are those part of the JUNDARK? This, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that this was going to be part of the JUNDARK. And we can confirm that if we, yeah. We can confirm that on the PTR right now. Because I just get big Deadwind Pass vibes from that. What if one thinks it's on the other continent? Further than Galaxy Gas? Yes. Further. So far I found 2 new trees and 3 new herbs in JUNDARK. How do you know if you got PTR access? So under, excuse me. Under your launcher, Lumi, you go private test realm, NDA, you log in. If it lets you in, then you have it. If it doesn't let you in, you don't have it. Not everybody has it. It's typically for people who bought like very, very far out supporter packs, like previously existing supporter packs. I have the January 2024 one, and I believe I was like the pack after they started letting people in. So I think my pack would be the next one to get PTR invites, but they gave out PTR? What do you mean? Like long ago? Yeah. Like long ago. Yeah, PTR access was like an incentivization for the older packs. So on it for a while. Yeah, so my pack, the January 2024 pack, was the $250 pack. So we should be next to get PTR access, but they've also said that like phase 2 servers would eventually transition to PTR testing. I would assume that's going to be in August. So yo, what up, Wiser? New to Ashes, are there going to be big main cities like Orgrimmar, Stormwind, or does a node system mean the players will control where the big cities develop and they would differ per server? Good question. It's the latter. So you'll have your equivalents of like Orgrimmar, Stormwind, stuff like that through the node upgrade system. So with different node tiers, nodes can go from tier 0 all the way up to tier 6 Metropolis. And through the Vassling system, as a node levels up to certain levels in an area, it can actually lock out other nodes from leveling past certain levels. So you'll have like hubs of areas in like the main city, and then you'll have like an outskirt, and then like the Willywax, and then you'll have like starting to go into another big developed area. There can only be 5 Metropolis nodes, the fully developed ones at tier 6 on a map at any given time. Now, there will be node sieges, which we've already tested some of on the private test realm, where you can actually completely de-level a node down to like tier 0 if you win the node siege. It's an attack and a defense on the town with like a point control within the town. The town's all gated up. Massive mode. Huge risk reward as well. So it will be all player driven, and everything will vary per server to the point where you may have different dungeons available on different servers based on how that server progressed or when it progressed. Different gatherables or craftables will be like available on those servers because of progression. Then if you have a religious node or a divine node, it's like one of the 4 types of nodes. If one of those hits tier 6 Metropolis, it gets the bonus of having a procedurally generated dungeon underneath that node where you can go and get exclusive gear, exclusive drops, mob spawns, boss spawns, all of it. I'm excited. Yeah, really good question though. Everything in Ashes, like map-wise, is shaped by the players. They give us like the landscape, and then we shape the landscape. Bought $250 pack like November 2022 and got PTR day 1 of them adding PTR based on purchase date. There'll also be a vassal system that impacts surrounding nodes too. Yeah. Then once they get to Stormwind, another Stormwind declares war on the first Stormwind, so it de-levels, so an Orgrimmar can be made. Yeah, so like, imagine if like Stormwind got raided by the Undercity, and if you killed the King of Stormwind, Stormwind was completely de-leveled, and then you had to re-level Stormwind. You know, you had to like rebuild Stormwind. But if you defend Stormwind, you have bonuses for the successful defense. Do we know what happens to items in a node's market when it's destroyed? Everything becomes lootable, I believe. Like, everything that is in the node at that time will just be completely pillaged. Completely pillaged. Nin, what up? Do we have a plan set up for white? We're going to be doing part of that today. So we're going to be looking at the PTR patch notes here in just a minute. I typically try to give a lot of people time to get in, and like, we usually get up to viewership around an hour in. So we usually check the PTR patch notes out around then, which time's coming up now. And then we'll go over those. We have to do a few things to get ready for fresh starts as well. We'll be doing some gear set sourcing, helping people decide where they want to go with their gear sets. We'll be looking at gear sets that people want checked out. And I'll be making my gear set in Ash's Codex, so any tanks that want to follow how I plan to gear will be able to. Past that, we'll be just talking about a lot of theory stuff. I have to go into the raid planner bot that we use for signups, and they don't have an Ashes like interface made yet for the signup because Ashes is in alpha. So we're going to go in raid planner, and we're going to try to make the actual like interface ourselves for the signup. So that'll be happening a little bit later. We've got to update our graphics for any players that come in with questions, because due to the dates shifting, my graphics are now out of date. So that'll be interesting to deal with. But we'll figure all of that out as we go. But we got a whole lot to do. We got a whole lot to do today. It's going to be a very productive off day. A lot of just planning everything out, trying to see how many people we're going to need in which area, like how many crafters we'll need for like to feed our gatherer, or how many gatherers we'll need to feed our crafters, where our crafters will be shaping up, because like we don't want a ton of people competing in the same area. We want everyone kind of like focusing on their respective thing, right? So we kind of need to like get sorted and get everybody in the right spot with the feeder system. That's one of the biggest things. It's when I want Divine Metropolis. Oh yeah, Divine Metropolis nodes are probably going to be the most protected node on a server, I think. Like, it's gonna be so huge. There's an elephant. Wait, elephant in the JUNDARK? Found raptors, gorillas, and elephants. Oh fuck, wait, that's huge. I don't know if this is by accident or purpose, but Intrepid switched out the race from WoW. Humans and dwarves are in the west instead of the east, and vice versa for the orcs and elves. Well, what if they just, like, reversed WoW as a whole and then just did WoW? They could do that, too. What race lives in the JUNDARK? Lives in the JUNDARK? I don't know. I mean, there are 18 biomes, and there are 9 races. So not every race will have, like, a home. Or not every biome. No, every race will have a home, but not every biome will have a race. That one. But yeah. What if the map for Vera is just a WoW map, but flipped? It's just new WoW. It's just new WoW. I DM Carler to make a poll for classes, so we can see the splits. Yeah, I mean, a poll for classes will just be an extra step. So that's part of what we're doing for the raid planner Slacker, is we're trying to get like a sign up. So instead of having people do a poll and then a sign up and then not seeing one or the other and then getting bad numbers, we're just going to try to get like a sign up worked out in the raid planner bot itself. Because like the raid planner UI, the one that we used for New World signups, that doesn't have the interface for Ashes because Ashes doesn't exist. So we may have to make that ourselves in the raid planner bot. So Texas, hope you're having a great day, brother. When are you doing the tank gear theory crafting? That'll probably be after patch notes, depending on what we want to hop into. It'll be at some point, at some point. But I'll also post all of the like theory craft that I hit. So I'll post like my tank guide in, or like my tank gear set in the guild Discord and stuff like that. So all the resources are just completely public that I make. It's just to get the info out to people. Night shift today again? Yo, Murphy. I hope the night shift goes great, brother. I appreciate you hanging out. Glad you watch. JUNDARK equals Booty Bay if WoW flipped. Where are the goblins then? Keep in mind you might have to change that up when they release the artisan skill trees. Yeah, everything right now is going to get completely fucked Thursday as well in terms of gearing. Sourcing gear today and then having Thursday introduce entirely new gear sets is going to be borked for me, but we'll do what we can. What do you do for 10 hours a day on the downtime days? Do you play other games or just yap all day? Sometimes I play other games. Sometimes I do a lot of things like related to Ashes. So if there's like nothing really going on, if we're just waiting on the patch and we know everything that's happening, then I'll occasionally play other games. Like I branched off a lot into other games like a few weeks ago. But with fresh starts coming up today and tomorrow, we have a huge patch coming in that's expanding the map yet again. We got a huge set of PTR notes to go over. Yo, Ceastern, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So yeah, we got a huge set of changes to go over, huge set of PTR update notes. We're also preparing for fresh starts. So we're trying to set everything up like infrastructurally. I'm going to be going through and sourcing gear sets for not only tank, but trying to like answer questions that people might have about like other gear sets as well. So we'll just be trying to get everybody set up for the May 1st fresh starts. So like if people have questions about, oh, like where are we planning to go for leveling? What group comps are we looking for? What classes do we need? Okay, well, I want to play this class. I don't know how to gear. Let's look for some gear for that. Oh, Dusty, what are you wearing on tank? Like, what build are you going to go on tank? What abilities do I get in what order to make it easiest for leveling? All of that stuff is what we're going to try to get sourced in the next couple days. Past that, because some goobers wanted to go ahead and change up the goddamn timeline without telling me in advance. My graphics fucked. So I need to make a new goddamn graphic. I put my heart and fucking soul into this. Pirate Software knew about the mergers, and I couldn't even know. I couldn't get the scoop to update my graphic. I don't know, man. I don't know. He doesn't even play the game. He plays puzzle games. Takes bathroom breaks. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All right. Let me make sure that I won't get Thanos snapped if I try to... Oh, huge. All right. Let's go here. We've got the PTR notes. We're almost there. I'm just going to get the screenshots up. And then we go here. We can't share like the actual visuals. So I try to be a little cautious. so I don't get my channel Thanos snapped, because that would be an ideal set of circumstances just to share some patch notes. Open. Okay, we're up tremendous. Yo, Kargla, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Any PTR updates? Oh, all the PTR updates. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're about to go over them. Boys. PTR update notes. Coming in just 1 second. I'll just put it in an external doc. Last one I linked to you was in a context.io. Yeah, but did you flashbang me? Buongiorno. Definitely don't show the actual webpage. No. Yeah, no. No actual webpage. So, basically, people will just copy paste it, and that's where it gets reposted, right? So people will copy paste the text, send it in Discord. I screenshot the Discord, and then have like the nice dark mode background and everything. So it's nice and organized. It's not the actual webpage, though, right? So that's basically how people like work with it, because you're not sharing any visuals. So yeah, that's the biggest thing. As long as we're not sharing any visuals, like that's what I've been told, and that's what other content creators hit as well. So before I came over here, other content creators were already doing that. So I was like, fuck it, I'll hop on the train. So if I get in trouble for it first, I'm gonna be motherfucking pissed. But we're not sharing anything visual, it's just verbal. Because there's no difference between me typing them out and then me typing out, or me just like narrating it while you guys look at my face instead, you know what I mean? I could like write it on a whiteboard. Buongiorno. Das speaks French. One of my mods is a very, very good French speaker. But he said, what's up, Carla? I know, I tried to emphasize the G. I don't know, I tried. I'm sorry I confused you. All right, chap. PTR notes. I gotta get coffee. I also sent you some thingies for the custom raid planner. You're welcome. Thank you. You're the best. I appreciate you. I love you. I'll be right back, chat. I'm getting coffee, and then we hit patch notes. Un momento. Good day, good day, good day, good day. Oi. What are you playing my first, Carla? Carla's playing Cleric. She's healing. If Summoner isn't out. No, Summoner won't be out for May 1st. It'll be in between May 1st and August, but yeah, it won't be out May 1st. I would not count on that anyways. Okay. Boys, are we ready? Are we ready for these patch notes? Summoner still a bit. Yeah, Summoner will still be a bit, but Summoner will be up for August 4th, from what we've been told. Definitely going Cleric Summoner. Word. Imagine a stealth drop of Summoner in the stream. They let me unveil Summoner. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Get me on the sticks. I'll make that shit look goated. Okay. So. Rogue Summoner. You just want to watch solo leveling. You just want to watch solo leveling. I'll be bard maining still. We need all of the bards and clerics that we can possibly get. Every single one. Boys, it's time. PTR update notes. 0.9.0 Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 inked it. Highlights, the JUNDARK is now available. Again, the JUNDARK down here. Ignites coming in with the 3 months at T2.
Hello.
Hello, much love. Ignites, thank you for the T2 for 3 months. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. This zone includes new nodes, gatherables, recipes, rewards, pocket dungeons, enemies, treasure maps, events, and mounts. We are truly up. New mounts, new zone, new mobs, new pocket dungeons, new everything. God did. God did. Pocket dungeons. Stonehold Pocket Dungeon will now unlock when Squall's End node reaches stage 1. Communion Pocket Dungeon will now unlock when Squall's End node reaches stage 2. Apothecarium Dreadmire Pocket Dungeon will now unlock when Jinnah node reaches stage 2. What's Apothecarium Dreadmire? Is this Daytona or no? Which one was Apothecarium Dreadmire? Is this Snake Circle or is Snake Circle open? Because if Snake Circle is closed, we're fucked. No idea. Okay, hold on. Ash's wiki. Please don't flashbang me. Just let me on. Apothecarium. The Apothecarium is an open world pocket dungeon in Jinnah. Yup. This is Apothecarium Dreadmire. I do believe. The Apothecarium Pocket Dungeon is an open world pocket dungeon in Jinnah. Fuck. That's rough. Oh, that's real rough. I don't think Jinnah's gonna be able to hit stage 2. Why does Squall's End get theirs at 1, but Jinnah gets theirs at 2? What do you mean? Jinnah's so hard to level without that. There's nothing in Jinnah. Like, am I tripping? How will the node level if the node has no mobs? So, I was talking about this yesterday, actually. But XP opportunities are the term. It's the term that I use to describe, like, how many things can be simultaneously harvested, killed, gathered, whatever, in an area by X amount of players to generate node experience. Because even if we're killing a mob with 10 people in the group, that mob dies, it's the one mob dying that gives the bonus XP to the node. It's not like us all getting the XP and then 10x the XP. So you have EXP opportunities or experience opportunities to level your node.
Apes together.
Sir Alwyn, Mr. Child, coming in with the 1 year. Brother, thank you for the 12 months. The big 1 year. Here's so many more, dude. I appreciate you. So, basically, in the Riverlands, you have a fuckload of experience opportunities. A lot of mobs everywhere. A lot of open world mobs. A lot of trees, a lot of rocks, a lot of herbs, a lot of everything. So, if you have 200 players in the Riverlands, any one of the nodes, and you have 200 players in Jinnah, the Riverlands will level significantly faster than the Desert would, especially Jinnah, without Apothecarium, because of the XP opportunities being extremely, extremely limited. Don't caravans give XP when you sell? You cannot do caravans until stage 2. Stage 1 gets you a commission board. Stage 2 gets you caravansery, and stage 3 gets you like the buildings in the election process. So I think overall, the experience opportunities in Jinnah are extremely low as of right now. I mean, maybe there's something that we're missing, but mounts. Oh my God, new mounts, fresh mounts. Oh my God, ground mounts, water mounts, elephant mounts, gorilla mounts. Oh my God, mounts. Oh my God. Yes, mounts. Mounts. All right. So I'm gonna need some brave fucking souls. I'm gonna need some brave goddamn souls to run out to Jinnah as soon as the server goes up and just start hitting trees and shit. I'm not gonna lie. You will not progress, but you will progress our goddamn node. And that's what we need right now, is your help. Some brave souls that'll do it for the boys. So it'll take like 3 weeks before we get new journeyman mounts. We probably, I mean, like, we won't even be there in terms of progression, if that's what you're saying. Like, server progression will be a bitch. There are no trees in Jinnah either, though. Yeah, there are no XP opportunities in Jinnah. Like, the number of experience opportunities in Jinnah are so finite compared to any Riverlands node. Like, take any number of players and put them in any Riverlands node, and then take that same number of players and put them in Jinnah, and the Riverlands levels substantially faster than Jinnah, because the experience opportunities are exponentially higher and more common in the Riverlands nodes. Justice for Jinnah. This is Sewer, what up, baby? This is an intriguing choice. I won't lie. I don't know why Stonehold and Communion are 1 and 2 for Squall's End, when Apothecarium and Gypsum Outpost are 2 and 3 for Jinnah. Because, like, we're not going to hit stage 2 in Jinnah. I'm going to keep it a buck. We didn't hit stage 2 in Jinnah with Apothecarium over the course of 14 days of it being out. And that's with a lot of people farming Apothecarium. Without JUNDARK nodes, there are now 14 towns available. The 4 Tropics nodes, you should go out and look at the circular node for me. 4 more Tropics nodes would be hot. Oh wait, no, it'd be 2, right? No, it'd be 4. Tropics, Riverlands, and Desert. So the Tropics should have 4 circular node corks, yes? So it should be a circular cork. Can't believe this year, the early 2000s just slapped. 2025, first RuneScape, now the Oblivion remake today. Yeah, and Ash as a creation is still out doing all of it. The circle node of Seahook is a D-shaped harbor. Okay, so one of them's a harbor node, and then it has 2 circular nodes. Yep. Okay. So circular nodes are nice. Someone should go out there and get like a bird's eye view overhead and try to like draw how it looks in Microsoft Paint. Because you can't send me a screenshot of the cork, but you can go over there and like draw it in Microsoft Paint very shittily, so we get a rough idea of what it's looking like. RuneScape just took #1 on Steam. Oh, like as concurrently played? Like just like right now, or is that like an all-time player record? That's cool though. I'm glad people are enjoying it, and that's with not having like consistent servers, right? I'm not sure if that breaks the NDA. What, people drawing? No, God no. No, you can literally go in Microsoft Paint and you could draw the entire zone as long as you do not share the actual visuals. You are fine. You are 100% fine. It is a visual NDA only. So as long as you're not sharing visuals directly from the game itself, you're fine. Like you could go in, look at it, be like, okay, and then shittily draw it in MS Paint. You're chilling. And we get the general idea of it, right? Like we knew what the harbor node was gonna look like before the harbor node came out, because it drew, like, we didn't know what it would look like, but we knew the shape because of Microsoft Paint. That's the W. That's Microsoft Paint saves lives. The circle nodes are going to be fucking sick. I'm not even going to lie. RuneScape isn't close to top 1 on concurrent. What's it at? Is that like, I don't know. Either way. Or is that like on bestsellers? I don't know. I don't know. Top 1 in his heart, maybe. Maybe. Okay, so the Jinna 30K. Wait, what? What do you mean took top 1? At 30K? What can I do to help with planning? For now, probably hit Carla up. She probably has some like Discord related shenanigans. Most of it right now is just kind of chilling. We're going to be sourcing gear sets later too. So I'll be going through and I'll be making like my tank gear set that I'm going to be targeting. We'll be changing it up as soon as we get the JUNDARK loot table in as well. But I'll show you guys, excuse me. I'll show you guys how to go through and I'll show you how to actually source gear sets and put them together. So we'll go through that. Let's see. Moving on. Lighting has been updated in the following pocket dungeons. Apothecarium, Dreadmire, Communion, Lost Hero, Sepulture, Scarab Song, Hollow. Scarab Song fucking Hollow, baby. It's the Catalina fucking wine mixer. When you say it goddamn right, chat. Scarab Song fucking Hollow. Snakebite Stash, Stonehold, the Brood Pit, the Gypsum Outpost, the Prismarium, Vault of the Immigrant. Moltrock's Fall Floor has been fixed, so it will no longer flicker visually. Nodes. New nodes have been added to the Turquoise Sea. Seahook, Wind Sea, and Shorefoot can now advance to node stage 3. Turquoise Sea buy orders and mayoral commissions have been added to Seahook, Wind Sea, and Shorefoot. New Turquoise Sea node commodities have been added. Corrin and Brine Barrel are part of the PvP Lawless area. Corrin and Brine Barrel. Well, those are some Shiver Me Timbers ass names. Citizen contributions towards node buildings have been updated so characters can now contribute multiple resources of a similar type. Made several UI improvements to node menus. Node Siege. Characters will no longer be at war with the opposing Node Siege team until the preparation phase for the event begins. Oh, that's nice. So you can sign up and then not just like get bullied. Check top seller. Oh, like a top seller thing. Oh, I thought you meant like concurrent players. Let's see. Mounts can no longer be summoned during active node sieges. I like this a lot personally. Not only is it going to improve performance a fuckload, but it also kind of gives that different element to it. You couldn't mount in New World Wars either. I kind of like it. I won't lie. Reduce lag caused by character ash loot piles. They just shouldn't have ashes during sieges. I really like it. I really like it. Yeah, no mounts so everyone actually can rotate and make plays. Like, keep in mind, by the way, you remember how every mayor was just on a flyer going, hey, they're rotating here. Everybody go over here. I don't actually have to play the game. Okay, now they're rotating here. Okay, I see them rotating. And then it was 2 people on flyers just going, hey, where's your army going? Hey, where's your army going? Now, mayors have to play the fucking game, chat. Now they have to play the fucking game. I love this. You actually have to have different shot callers in different groups. You can't just be on the defense. Or they summon them around before it starts and just never get off. They'll probably kill the mounts. They'll probably kill the mounts because there's basically like essentially there's a weather effect that if people are in the area of the node siege when it's happening, the weather effect itself kills you. So they'll probably just do the same with mounts and just kill them off if they try to summon them during that. I would have to guess. But that's basically how they stop people from getting out. I'm excited for sieges. I broke 200 fizz power with 7k HP. Sewer, I gotta show you my set, dog. It's an entirely, so I call it the least common denominator because it's an entirely sourceable gear set. I am 230 fizz power with 7,500 HP with just a scroll and food from a vendor. Just strength scroll and then armor smithing food for the sausage roll. So yeah, I'm sitting at 230 fizz power and 7,500 HP with buffs. And that's with like greens and blues. I got you. We're sourcing the gear sets today. So because the tank community also loves the rest of the tank community, the GOAT Grapply is going to be giving us his brick wall set as well. So his highest that he's pushed just from like self buffs and shit is 13k HP. So while I'm going like the bruiser build, right? And doing more damage with my shit as well, Grapply's just going full tonk. So having both of those sets will probably be very viable to switch between based on what you're doing. I think small scale, having more damage would be great, but there's also a lot of validity to just being able to run at people. So I think both will be fun. I'm gonna build both of them, but Grapply's been throwing together an entire gear set for us and everything. So shout out to Big Grap. So we're gonna have both sets. So you got the Dusty info, you got the Grapply info. The tank community is here for the tanks, boys. I hit him up this morning and he was instantly like, I was like, yo, what are the odds you'd share your gear set so we can kind of like build off of it and share it with the tanks of the future? And he was instantly like, yeah, I got you. So we love Grapply. They must have added jiggle physics. Jiggle physics is crazy. Rogue crazy triple jump grapple hook 360 diddy dart and one shots the flying mount to turn the tide of battle in our favor. Bro, diddy dart is the only fucking name for Rogue sleep dart. I'm telling you, if I hear anybody call it anything other than diddy dart, it's you're banned in chat. Like, if I leave one lasting mark on this game, it's that it's diddy dart. New frogs in the JUNDARK. Ooh. I got max HP build for dungeons and I'm one piece away from 10k HP without buffs. Oh my god. Yeah, so that's probably pretty similar to what Grap's running then, because Grapply with food buff, which gives 700, and then Indomitable Spirit, which gives 20%, was right around 13k. So at 10.7, you'd be right around 13k as well. So you may have that similar max HP build. We'll have to see. We'll check out his gear set a little bit later. I'm gonna make mine on, sorry to burp. I'm gonna make mine on Codex as well today. So I'll basically show you guys like what we're rocking and what set, and we'll kind of shape it all up. At 11k HP with the, oh my god, the fuck, Jesus, it's insane. That's insane. Yeah, that's chonky. That'd be nice though. That'd be nice. I think for sieges and stuff, that'd be great. What are you at for armor smithing food? Yeah, I eat armor smithing food as well because it's just 700 plus HP. Armor smithing food and then strength scroll is where I go, but you could do armor smithing food con scroll if you really wanted to, just for the extra like 100 or so HP. Building a polar tank on my bard and had no chance. Granted, my magic power was only 170. Oh yeah, if you're a 170 magic power bard, I'll probably eat you on my tank as well. But tank feels good in certain scenarios. Like, there are a lot of areas where tank feels real good in small scale right now, and then you fight against a rogue and nothing feels good. Nothing. Yeah, the max HP build is definitely interesting though. We'll give that a shot because it should be pretty reasonable to source. Keep in mind we could have entirely new things coming in from the JUNDARK. Con scrolling to Earth until Journeyman, it's like 150 something ish. Yeah, it's a pretty small return. I personally have just been rocking the strength scroll, but if you're going pure HP, any bit of HP scaling is gonna help, right? So who knows? It all depends on really what you're looking for from it. Okay, moving on. Enemies and NPCs. Tumok's patrol route has been adjusted to prevent him from getting stuck in some places in the Riverlands. More node guards will now use ranged attacks to hit targets they can't hit with melee attacks. Roof snipers, beware. Beware. I only tried deep water. Isn't deep water just a double armor roll or something like that? I'd rather have the fizz power scaling, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Black Feather's just so good. It's so godly. Just fought a necro mob and it raised all the dead mobs around me. If that's in the tropics, those are the birdmen. Those have existed for a little bit. They also, fun fact, have a staff in their loot table. Let me pull up Codex real quick and I'll show you. Ashes Codex. So these were mentioned in a patch note, I believe last week or a couple days ago. Sorry, a couple weeks ago. Birdman Necromancer. Birdman Necromancer. This is from a Birdman Necromancer. It doesn't have any stats on it yet, but they mentioned that the Birdman Necromancer, basically like its raised dead ability got changed. So fun fact about the raised dead ability, the first day that the testing was up, I found and submitted a bug with it. So you can still try it to see if they fixed it. But if you kill an ad and the Birdman Necromancer is going to revive the ad, if you loot the dead body and the body disappears before the revive cast goes off, it won't actually revive the ad. It won't raise dead. It will just kind of like cast and nothing will resolve because the body's away. So I reported it and said that it should be a screenshot or like a snapshot of what's targeted at the start of the cast of Raise Dead. So that way, if the body despawns, the cast itself still resolves with a body. So yeah, try to kill a couple ads near it to see if this bug is fixed. But essentially, you pull the ad, you pull the necro, kill the ad, loot the ad. While the necro's casting, ad's body disappears, necro cast goes through for Raise Dead, but nothing raises. That's the whole bug. I reported it already, but Tumok update was just them getting a bigger roam for the dev to mocap in. and so the dev doesn't get stuck in rocks anymore too. Has Korok been spawning for you on Vira? Nope. We haven't seen him. Maybe try the moss covered pauldrons then. I'll check them out, but I also use my shoulders for fizz power scaling. That's the thing, like, so with my set, the biggest target is getting my power scaling up to a certain amount that I wanted at. And then I just go tanky from there. So I tend to look for the highest value pieces with like each of those stats and combine those with my set to get the most of like the hybrid effect instead of just like the full like pumpy damage or the full like tanky tank. So for my shoulders right now, I will probably end up replacing them, but for the lowest common denominator set, I actually have the Ashen Haunt pauldrons because they're level 10, super farmable while you're leveling. And a blue set, you can enchant them super cheap. And it gives a fuckload of fizz power. So my set for Fresh Start launch is going to be all about like what's farmable, what's achievable, what's replicatable, right? That's going to be the biggest thing. Oh yeah, so fun fact, by the way, about this. Birdman Necromancer, this is in the loot table. Gear, weapon, staff. Staff in the loot table. One hand staff in the loot table. So there will be one hand staves and two hand staves, according to this. Congratulations. Baba Dusty strikes again. So, Tumok's patrol route updated. Toke, what up? What'd you miss? Pocket dungeons are now locked behind node progression, so not everything is open in the desert nodes like as soon as the server hits. So this is something important to remember. In your leveling progression, a lot of people just go, oh, I'm going to go to Oakenbane Keep and do my 12 to 17 there. Guess what? You fucking can't on May 1st because it's closed. It's not open yet. Got to level shit before it opens. So, you're going to have a lot of variance in terms of your leveling loop. As a result, people need to source alternative leveling routes. And through those alternative leveling routes, you're going to try to find something that is a mixture of super efficient while also not being overly mass populated, right? So, tropics. Along the coastline, like the beach, you got crabs that are like level 13 to 15. Welcome to your new Oakenbane Keep. As soon as you hit level 10, you're going to run out there. You're going to start chain pulling crabs with your group if you're ahead of the curve. You'll do massive crab AoE pulls, and you just keep progging. Congrats. I just taught you something. So all of those like off the beaten path leveling loops will be massively important. When the POIs are closed, is the physical models just gone, or are they still there no mob spawn? So when the POIs are closed, like it will legitimately be a blocked off entrance. Like there will just be like big ass like stones or something blocking the door and nothing will spawn. So JUNDARK brand new zone. Yes, sirski. Yes, sir. PTR got it today. These are the PTR notes that people are playing on right now. So, as you know, we have people everywhere. We have people everywhere. When's Summoner coming? in between May 1st and August. So it'll be before the August 4th fresh start. So this will be Rogue fresh start. August 4th will be Summoner fresh start, basically. So yeah, Summoner will come during this phase the same way that Rogue did. Do you have people on Snorses? They probably got Snorses in the PTR. We got people everywhere. Everywhere. We got all the resources. We got sources on Snorses. That actually be the craziest paparazzi name. Page 2, boys. Quests, events, and commissiones. Turquoise Sea Kill Commission rarity has been updated to reflect the challenge involved. Additionally, the commission locations that appear on the map will now display the correct location names. Eyes in the Canopy event can now be completed. Rotting Grotto commission text has been updated to have the correct names of the enemies required to complete this. Dwarf on the doors! Will August restart fresh servers for next month too? Yes, August is a full wipe of everything. So this is kind of like a soft reset. Ayo, Flibbit coming in with a T2. Thank you for the 3 months, Flibbit. Thank you for the T2. Meow to you. Meowdy, partner. Did you exchange a walk in part of the war for a lead role in the cage? What? Exchange a walk in part of the war for a lead role in a cage. I'm so confused. But yeah, so this will be a soft reset. May 1st will be a soft reset. So they merge Vira and Lyneth together. Oh, okay. It clicked. You have to understand, once I get yapping, I don't even like hear the music. I just kind of yap. And so as soon as it clicked, I was like, oh, that's right. I have ears. I have ears. The music is simply like part of the computational process of the AI at this point. I'm just here vibing. I'm glad you're vibing. I'm glad you're vibing. I was like, wait, is this Ashes related? Good God. Good God, my brain. Okay, so just events and stuff out there. That's pretty boring. Well, August restart fresh servers for next month. Yeah, August is a full wipe. So May 1st is a soft restart where Vira and Lyneth get merged together, and then you have the choice to either play on the legacy server, like the older merge server, or hop over to the fresh server. So that's kind of like your soft reset, and then August is a full wipe of everything. So yeah, Steven said that's undetermined though after the article. Oh, did he? The full wipe? Was that in Discord? Word. Interesting. Well, I don't like that that's undetermined when they put it in the article that it was going to be a full wipe. About fresh servers also wiping. I mean, I don't know how they wouldn't though, because like phase 2 servers are going to become a part of the private test realm, right? As soon as phase 3 starts, was my understanding, or like shortly after. I don't know. Everything's up in the air. We'll let them decide. This is all coming May 1st, not Thursday. Well, all of these changes? These patch notes are Thursday. Yeah, these patch notes are on the PTR today. But keep in mind, this stuff is private test realm. It's never a one-to-one, right? But as of right now, it's looking like all of this will be Thursday. And we have to remember. They originally said Tropics end of last month, JUNDARK end of this month. This is the last Thursday that they have to actually implement stuff this month, because next Thursday is May 1st. We'll be on new servers. So that's May. That's no longer April. So yeah, JUNDARK is here. 0.9.0 is the Thursday patch. That's what we're getting on Thursday. That's the schedule for it. And this is PTR update for 0.9.0. So these are never really like a direct one-to-one. But these are typically a very good indicator of the direction that they want to go. You know what I mean? So we could see certain things shifted back. We could see certain things brought in that aren't here. But these typically give us a good idea, a good kind of path to follow, right? So that's the nice thing about this. They're always subject to change. Everything could completely change up, but as of what we know right meow, it's all Thursday. It's all Thursday. I can't wait. I can't wait. I really can't wait. I thought it was wiping August and the alpha servers become PTR once beta starts. Beta servers are said to run parallel with the alpha servers, according to the wiki. So you'd have like your beta servers and your PTR, your alpha servers going at the same time, according to the wiki. Good morning, Nihao. But again, everything's so like up in the air and could change at any moment. What you up to today, Mr. Monies? All right, so commissions are boring. Economy and artisanship. Deconstructing novice gear should now correctly give the correct glintic residuum for tempering, depending on what type of item you deconstruct. Dunmore Helm recipe has been fixed and is now available in the armor smithing station. So I guess you could say it's Dunmore now. I'll be here all night. I'll be here all night. General. Added material storage to freeholds. I can't wait to break into somebody's freehold and steal their shit. I didn't get the choke. I don't get why you exist. All open seas are now lawless PvP areas. Yardy har har, yo ho ho, and shiver me fucking timbers, chat. The pirate life. It's finally arrived. If you guys want to live your life on the 7 seas, you want to be a simple fisherman getting boarded and having to pay the tax. Oh boy. Oh boy. Can't wait till May 1st. All this new content, new zones, new TTK, tempering, sell stuff. May 1st is going to be a whole new game. Oh yeah. May 1st is going to be entirely new in terms of what we are used to. And then you're also going to have August 4th be entirely different than May 1st. That's the big thing. Implies open seas are added. Yeah, so we also were told that a little bit ago. Like a little bit ago. So you have the invisible wall being expanded from tropics to all the way around, down behind my camera, around here, up into here, and then around here, based on what we've been told. So you also have a new harbor master that's down in the south of the Riverlands. So all of this is going to be like open sea area, right? So this is all your force flag. The second you're on the seas, oh, you're up tremendous. And you could potentially get nuked at any given point. No gathering changes, maybe tomorrow's notes. So keep in mind, Steven had said they're trying to push the gathering changes for the May 1st update, right? We still have another downtime before May 1st. So if they're not in here, then that'll probably be in the actual May 1st update, because they do already have a more dynamic respawn time with them. It's just a matter of like more evolution there. So they could add it in PTR tomorrow for another PTR testing session. They could do it next week as a PTR testing session. Really anything could happen with that. So we don't necessarily know that that's like not coming through, but hopefully we get some good news there. But it was something that Steven had said they're trying to expedite for May 1st. And even if they don't get it in directly on the May 1st update, it's also important to remember, we're not going to be going around hitting fucking Braidwood day one. Like, we're going to be hitting Oak and Ash for the first, like, couple weeks. So it will take time to level everything. It will take time to actually get the stuff organized to even hit Braidwood, to hit Willow, like. So we got a little bit of time still. Johnny Cement, what up? Thank you for the hydrate. Much love. Hope you're doing well today. Carla got rolls up. Carla is cooking. Absolutely cooking. Okay. So all open seas are now lawless PvP areas. Get your PvP-ness ready and throw that thing out. Added one new harbor in the Riverlands. It's going to be right down here near the starting area. And 2 new harbors in the Sand Squall Desert. The location for these harbors have been added to the map. Made new improvements to how characters and mounts render in high density situations. Rogue archetype has been added to the party and raid menu so people can set the color for them. No more green rogue. Woo! Yeah, baby. Who the fuck made rogue green? What do you mean? Who the fuck made rogue green? Say hi, purple rogue. Yeah, it's purple rogue. Rogue is like a deep purple, right? Like, am I tripping there, or is rogue always the deep purple? I'm not trying to gaslight y'all, but I'm pretty sure it should be purple. Always. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Feeling I was the only one who thought green rogue was absurd. I think it might be intended to be purple. It was just kind of like a placeholder, I'm not gonna lie, but okay. Map in the turquoise sea now shows the zone of influence for each node. Very nice. Visual improvements to the coastal water near Shorefoot. Oh shit. Oh, chat. They saved the best for last. Oh fuck, I didn't think we were gonna be getting this push this patch. Oh my god, I thought we were gonna have to wait till like fucking September for this. Holy shit. Chat, updated some icons. Chat, can we get some fucking W icons in the chat right now? I need W icons in this bitch. They saved the single best update for last. This is fucking massive. By the time you log into Ashes of Creation on Thursday, you will not recognize your character. You will not recognize the game. You will not recognize the world that you spawn into. You'll look in a mirror and you won't fucking recognize yourself anymore. Some icons, but they'll never update this icon. It's an original icon all the time, chat. Changes the entire game. It's completely new. It's a whole new fucking world. It's a whole new fucking world. Are we in the Matrix? You've been the Matrix the entire time, brother, and I'm inside you. And we've got some new icons for that. My fucking god. Holy shit. What a patch. What a patch. What a patch. I got chills, personally. I thought this was just gonna be something like dumb, like adding a new fucking biome or something. But some icons is insane. Insane. I just want to say, like, hats off to the icon team. Insane. I wonder if that's like the largest division of Intrepid. Just the icon team. They got like 42 people sketching one icon. Fuck me. Genuinely. Honestly, they deserve it. W icon team, chat. Huge W. I can't even believe it. I can't even fucking believe it. The icon team just setting the example. Like, realistically, hear me out. If they just updated some classes and added in summoner, like the icon team is just getting work done. Can you imagine if they would just update some classes and give a summoner? At least somebody at Intrepid is doing some work. Shout out to the fucking icon team. Some icons better than no icons. Oh my god. Oh my god. New dev video from New World devs just dropped. Remember when that used to be exciting and then depressing and now meaningless? Max, you want to know what's crazy? The New World developers dropped an entire like once a season dev video. These are bi-weekly patch notes where we're getting an entire new biome, changes to how pocket dungeons and areas dynamically open up at different node levels, new nodes being added to the turquoise sea and the tropics area, node siege changes, fixing world bosses getting fucky, updating quests, but that's kind of boring. Economy and artisanship changes. Just, we get more. Snorse icon? Snorse icon! Wait. They thought of me. They thought of me. We're up tremendous. Yeah, that would be huge. W patch notes. Now, can someone rip my left arm off, please? If you step on Legos, your left arm would hurt less because you'd be distracted by the pain of stepping on Legos. Dusty, can you show us your pocket dungeon? That's inaccessible until sub tier 3. And then it's unlocked. Then it's unlocked. But yeah, bi-weekly patch notes. to have more content than New World's entire, like, once a season update, by the way. I'm just putting that out there. Max, did you watch the dev video? I didn't even watch anything. I was taking a shit, and I saw people on Twitter that were, like, hyping up the new World patch and stuff. And I was just like, well, I mean, at least they're getting something. I tried pain diversion already. That didn't work. Well, now it's time for pleasure diversion. Way to kick the dead horse. Oh, I'm like drop kicking that bitch. New World DLC was to cry. Yeah, there's nothing coming that way anymore. Where do you find these patch notes? I have sources. Yeah, they're on the private test realm. So if you have private test realm access, you can log into your account. They're over on the forums. And if you don't have access, somebody can retype the patch notes and then resend. Dusty has people everywhere. Yeah, literally everywhere. Yeah, I don't even have PTR access. So, yeah. That's the biggest thing. These are all just retyped. We do it for the boys. Dusty got shooters. Brah, pow, 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 and stuff. Yes. Spinneth thy block. I went to your hood and they didn't even know you. So yeah, large patch here. I'm very excited about that. We have people on the PTR right now that are testing as well. So we have confirmed that the new nodes, like the circular node corks, they exist. Circular nodes out there. 2 of them are circular in the tropics. One of them is a coastal node, so it's that D shape. And then, what was it? There are 4, right? 4 new nodes in the tropics? Yeah, I think it's a 4-noder. So is it 2 circle, 1 coastal, 1 square? Chat, who's on the PTR right now? 2 circle, 1 coastal, 1 square, right? In the trops. And then JUNDARK's gonna be presumably lawless. Yes? Okay, cool. Cool. Is it just like basic square, no river? I don't know Braille monies. Don't be mean to me. I don't know Braille. Patch notes on Codex too? Wait, does Codex have gear then? Database. Show me your mysteries. I don't know what any of it would be named, and there are 179 pages of shit. So I don't really know where we'd start with this. But who knows? Database items. Patch notes on Codex is actually huge. I wonder if they have new shit. Where do they put the patch notes? Load. Adjudicator's yard. That's a staff, by the way, just in case anyone's wondering. I feel like there's not gonna be much. Big troll is fucking nasty, by the way. That's a 2-handed mace that's in the loot table. I don't think it'll be here yet. Under tools? Okay. Don't know about gear though. Word. Bone shard greatsword. What is this? What are you? Why do you look so underwhelming? I mean, it has a fuck ton of strength though. That's like 3,700 total fizz power. What is this? Viscera slag. Where is this? What? What? Viscera slag. That seems like it would be something hot, right? It doesn't have the JUNDARK up yet. Bone Shard Greatsword sounds like it would look sick. So the thing about this is that, where is it? Goblin. Whoops. Is it Skin Stripper? No, not Skin Stripper. What's the other one? What's not Skin Stripper? What's the other greatsword? Chat, the two-hander. There's Skin Stripper, and then there's the level 10 one that's the double fizz power roll. Flayer's Flesh Ripper, yes, thank you. So, Flayer's Flesh Ripper is really peculiar and looks like it has super high fizz power rating because it's got a double fizz power roll on it. So, it's got fizz power up here as the base, and then it's got a secondary fizz power roll as well, and that's why this fizz power looks so high, right? So look at the strength, 155 to 166. Granted, this is a level 10, but if we go back to here and we force heroic, you're getting 600 strength from that. So it's basically got a hidden secondary strength roll by the look of it. Each strength is going to give you 3 fizz power rating. So that's instantly going to bump you up. What? 600 times 3 is 1800. So you're instantly looking at 3800 plus fizz power rating for a heroic of that. And then if you go up to Lego on this, yeah, this is actually disgusting. So a top roll one of these is 2717 in terms of the raw fizz, 883 strength, which is what? 2600 and change. This is 5000 plus fizz power rating without enchants. This is disgusting. 5100 plus. Yeah, and all of the other waterfalls that you get from the strength. So like fizz accuracy, fizz crit, I believe, fizz pad, like all of that shit that you're getting, all of those waterfalls is insane. They changed the stats again with the next update. No, this is a sword that is seemingly going to be new, maybe added, but there are items and mobs that aren't physically added yet, but Codex has them because they're in the files. Yeah, and this is Viscera's Broken Bone. Flesh Golem, Viscera's Broken Bone. Okay, we now know what type of mob it will be. Well, that's easy. That's almost half of 200 power. Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. No one is getting this at Legendary soon. Stop dreaming. Brother, we're looking at gear and theory crafting. What do you mean? We looked at it in Heroic because Heroic's very achievable early on. And you had no yap when we were looking at it at Heroic, also comparing it to other things at Heroic, saying that it was still nuts because of the scaling. Don't be a bozo. Don't come in here like a bozo. Because the entire time previously to this, we were calculating it at Heroic, also pointing out that it had 3800 plus fizz power 30 seconds ago. So don't act like you didn't hear it. Don't be a weird Twitch chatter. Don't. We just looked at Heroic. The second this is in the game, I guarantee people will be farming this. I guarantee. Now, it's 20 steel ingots. It's going to be very hard to get. But if something is good, people will get it. They will. Legendary Tumok wands. Legendary longsight bows. Legendary everything. They exist. They exist. And they existed as soon as the crafts were available. There's always a percentage of the player base that will get to the mats first and be able to make things like this. Always. Always, always, always. And even if you make the worst Lego, eventually, if tempering mats allow it, you boost that up. Even in Epic. You're looking at so fucking much. But keep in mind, this craft is going to be nuts. Like, it's absolutely going to be nuts. Steel ingots. Yeah, that's going to be the hardest thing. Steel ingots, wormling bone, braid. So this is going to be like barred by server progression anyways. But as soon as this becomes available, this seems like it's going to be fucking sicko mode. Seems like it's going to be absolutely nuts. So that seems new. Viscera Slag level 26 and crafted by weaponsmithing. So people will definitely want to be farming that. But yeah, we're not looking at stuff right now with saying like, oh, you guys are going to get this as soon as it drops day one. What we're doing right now is forward-looking gear sourcing. We're trying to find things that aren't in the game yet and get ahead of the curve. And that planning is how we can be some of the first people to get these things. Because if nobody else knows they exist, then we got a free farm. Welcome to prep. You go through everything. You get as much information as you can, and then you implement that. Happy to have you. Calcified eye stalk. That's from one of the pocket dungeons. Chewed Wand, Cinder Song, Codex of Sea Fire. That doesn't seem that crazy though. That's a lot of cast speed. What the fuck? That's a ton of cast speed. Copper Big Mace. We're not going to get those. We're not going to get those at all. Crushbone Hammer. Is that already in? Sea Knuckle. Few sea giants have intellect beyond savage, but some have wisdom greater than a sea captain. I mean, that sucks anyways. That's not very good regardless, and I think that's already in. Yeah, that's Tavra. Crystal Cudgel. Heavy Cephalian Crystal. Wait, what? This is new. Oh, that's a two-handed mace. Oh, shit. Okay. Powerful mace built with pristine bronze and iron. The grip is wrapped with leather to ensure a nice hold. Crystal shards forged into the edges of the blades with increased fizz power and attack speed. That sounds kind of fire. That's kind of fire. I like that. Crushbone is in? Yeah, Crushbone is in. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what else is there. Let's see. Crystal Cudgel, so that's not in yet. Crushbone's in. Crushbone's not very good, though. Like, Crushbone's kind of ass. Aren't world boss drops kind of mid-game? You can F-beat them with a decent amount of people, even without journeyman stations? So, world boss drops at their default rarity, yes. But with, like, Tumok Wand, the important thing is getting the bark, getting the recipe, and then crafting those, right? So, that's part of it with world boss drops. World boss drops, if you're killing those the first week of the server, you're getting level 20 heroic stuff and stuff that's not available normally outside of world boss, right? So you kill the world bosses early game, and you jump to, like, late game prog instantly with your weapons, right? If you get those. So something like a Cinder Song. If we go back, I believe it'd be page 2. Page 3. So Cinder Song is the bow that drops off of Firebrand, right? So with this, if you get this just right off rip, comparing that to something that's like, where's Longsight? If you're farming Longsight bows, you'll be getting like a green Longsight, right? Maybe if you're lucky, a blue Longsight. You're not going to get heroics. You're not going to craft heroics. If you kill Firebrand and you get a drop for Cinder Song, then that's going to give you this bow. So say it's like day 3 and you guys get first Firebrand kill and you get one of these longbows, or you get Bladebinder's Montagne. Both of these are going to be extremely good starting area, like starting points for gearing progression. And then with either of these, if you do get the Firebrand scale and stuff, and you end up getting the braid and shit like that, you now have up to 3k plus fizz power rating, up to 400 strength, and 3k plus weapon fire additive rating, just as a very easy, controllable, like, achievable thing, right? So some world boss weapons do stay super relevant past this, right? So Tumok Wand. Tumok Wand, incredibly popular option for people, even regardless. Firebrand Shield. Probably pretty bad though, regardless. But my guildie has +6 Lego Cinder Song. Yeah. And if you're doing the weapon fire additive rating stack, can be nice. Can be nice. Really, Minecraft world. You can post to the Discord if you want to. Yeah, feel free to throw it in the Discord. I'm also fresh start, I think. Never mind, don't contest them. I mean, everybody's gonna be contesting them. So I'm in like a PvP guild summit, like a big Discord with all of the PvP guilds. And they did a poll to see who would be going fresh versus who would be staying legacy. And it was like 30-4 in terms of who would be going to the like fresh server. So essentially every community in Ashes of Creation is just going fresh. Yo, what up, Victor? Oblivion remakes out. What if I told you I never played? And honestly, games like that struggle to hold my attention. I won't even lie. But yeah, fresh start server is going to be fucking insane. EU is the same. Yeah, and EU is going to be coming to the NA fresh start server. Like if EU doesn't get their server. Because the fresh start server for NA could be an NA East server. So it'd be smoother for every EU player because right now we're on NA Central servers. So like we are up. Truly Upinski. I think it's going to be insane. I think they might have to open multiple to make Krug Minecraft skin. The full Krugington. You could do like the whole like Freddy Krueger like crossover. It's already like 30 ping on NA servers. Yeah, their ping's fucking ridiculously low. I mean, their netcode's insane. Everything feels incredibly smooth. I thought we were on NA East servers already just because of how good the netcode actually feels and how good the game feels to play, but just in terms of like my personal experience with it, it feels pretty fucking nice. Oh, hey, they have an enchanting one on here now too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that's cool. Huh. I fuck with that. As an EU player, I don't notice ping at all on NA. Yeah, no. Like, it's ridiculously smooth. I think if any game that I've personally played had the capabilities just based on like netcode and ping and feel alone to have a mega server, it would be Ashes as of right now. Dynamic gridding being a potential in the future to handle the actual like player base population, right? And just the continued development of the netcode. Yeah, I think it's very possible if everything goes well. Yo, what up, nerds over on YouTube? JUNDARK drop on Thursday. Yes, the JUNDARK is in the patch notes for 0.9.0 here, as well as many other updates. So we went over those a little bit ago in the VOD, and now we're doing a little bit of like gear sourcing and kind of like theory crafting for where we'll be going for stuff on launch. We've been checking out kind of like world bosses and comparing like what world bosses would give versus, you know, what you'd get out of different farms. So we're looking right now at like a long sight bow versus what you'd be able to get from Firebrand, which is a Cinder Song. So it's a different realm of scaling once you get up there. So if you're able to actually like get all of this or get anything from these world bosses, week 1, huge. Being one of the first people on the server with something like this, while it's not just going to instantly put you at like fucking 500 power, like it will give you an advantage. You will be hitting harder. And if there are only 5 of these and you have one on the server, you're going to have one of the strongest bows on the server until crafting opens up for that. So stuff like that's incredibly important to remember. Incredibly important. Might get lower ping on NA than EU because Intrepid hates EU. Gear sleuthing? Yeah. We got this whole gear sourcing period. So if I get a Cinder Song in Heroic, I won't bother trying to upgrade till like July. Yeah, at that point, you just like, my approach is get good enough weapons. Like there's a reason that I call my set on my tank the lowest common denominator. It's what I'm going to be going as the lowest possible functional output of gear. So we'll be going into the build planner. I'll actually open that up. And we're going to be designing my entire tank set. So we'll go through, we'll look at every piece that's available. And much like my tank right now in game, we're just going to go through and find every piece that we want to get off rip. We're going to see what rarity we want to try to achieve it in off rip and what would be viable. So we're going to try to minimize crafting unless it's level 10 crafting, because level 10 crafting will be available for us, which is nice. Level 20 crafting, we're going to try to minimize that and exclude it entirely. And then from there, we'll figure out, while I'm leveling, a checklist of like, I need to get this from here while we level. So as I hit the appropriate level for any of the 10 gear that I'm wearing, we'll be in that area farming that. We'll be trying to get those raw drops. I hit level 20 and it's like, I need an iron helmet for the max HP. Well, we'll find where iron helmet can drop and we'll bring the group to one of those grinds and try to get that. Name mobs. We can do that on the way up while we level to try to get those ahead of the cooldowns, right? So all of that is going to be very important. What we're also going to hopefully include is backup options. So say, for example, Boots of the Tardy. Boots of the Tardy come from the monitor in Wreckage of Carfin. Boots of the Tardy are going to be our #1 power scaling option for like fizz power scaling boots. So we're going to have Boots of the Tardy, obviously, as our primary right now. And then from there, we're also going to have a secondary set. Maybe even like a max health option. Kind of have that like that ulterior option to build. And that should show us potentially what we end up with for stats. We can get a rough idea of it. So we're going to cook that up here. I think that should probably be the next thing that we do. So we just stay productive. We have so much to do in the next 2 days. And if we can get this all set up, then we can source gear for not only tank, but we can help some other people put their gear sets together as well, kind of plan things out. If you guys are trying to plan out a gear set, make sure that you do !DR in the chat. That will bring up the new diminishing returns algorithm, roughly. That's a little spreadsheet type thing that somebody else in the community made and I stole. And so that'll give you an idea of like how much more punishing it gets as you scale up your diminishing returns more and more, or as you scale up your power more and more and more and hit more punishing and diminishing return bands. So we'll be checking that out. We'll be making my entire tank gear set, seeing if there's anything else that we want to hit, and like anything else that we want to add in. We'll kind of try to map out a little bit of a leveling progression for us as well, and really start organizing. Just organize everything in the leveling progression. We'll be like, all right, we hit here at this level, these levels ideally, if we can get it off rip. I think the biggest thing that we need to worry about is getting ahead of the curve with our leveling groups and fanning out. Like just going to different low level areas and fucking hitting like 7. Once you hit level 7, everything opens up and you can kind of branch more. But 1 to 7 is going to be an absolute bitch to level. So we're gonna have to hit the ground running. We're gonna have a bunch of low level areas sourced and ready to go. Basically like level 1 grinds to level 7, 8 grinds. So y'all been splitting into leveling groups already? That's gonna be part of what's on the agenda for today. So we're gonna get signups up using Raid Planner, which is the sign up bot that we like to use for New World stuff and all of that. Only issue is, to my knowledge, Raid Planner doesn't actually have a sign up bot, right? So we've got to go into Raid Planner and I believe make a template for a sign up. So I don't really know how that's all going to work. I don't quite know. I've never done a custom one before. I've just like made a lot of signups using their pre-made templates. So we'll figure that out. I could also not diversify. What's the word? What the fuck? Delegate. That's the D word. I could also delegate that task to somebody else if I really wanted to and just be like, you do the work on this. But we'll start building the gear set. I'm going to go get my last cup of coffee for the day and I'll be right back in 1 second. That wasn't me. Good day, chat. Ugh. Here we are. Hello, Rocks. How are you, my friend? PGR leaks in JUNDARK. Dusty broke the NDA. Intrepid already sent a report to the Dodgers. We're dead. We're fucked. We're cooked. It's over. It's all over. We're full done. If only anybody knew before today that the JUNDARK was slated to drop at the end of this month. Oh no. Oh no. I feel like... What does it mean we're fucked? Oh, he's just kidding. Got my new monitor set up. Huge! What do you get? Ray, hello. I hope you're doing well today. If only. I know, if they would just Thanos snap the channel already, everyone would be good to just, like, go about their day. You know what I mean? Samsung Odyssey G7. That sounds fancy as fuck. That sounds large. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds like a big monitor. Just in general, it sounds like it'd take up a lot of space. Congrats, dude. Congrats. Only 28 inch? Okay. That's not too bad. EU is planning to merge into a Giga Alliance. Nothing concrete yet. I mean, so it's real life, like, just all of EU being like, oh my god, NA's here. We've all got to group up to fight one portion of NA. It makes sense. It makes sense. It was the last component for the new rig. You know what's crazy? I built a new PC. I ain't get myself a new monitor. I was wondering why my setup felt incomplete. It doesn't actually. My setup feels amazing, but boring. What monitor do you have? I use an Alienware AW25H, I believe it is. It's like 240 hertz, 1 millisecond, some type of panel. When I got it, I put in a lot of effort, like researching what type of panel was best. And so 1080p? Yeah, why would I play anything more than 1080p? What do you mean? I play 1080p high frames. I would rather have high frames on 1080p than like 4K and lower frames. 1440p is king. Gross. Chat asked at one point if I was going to stream on 1440p. But I don't know. I don't know. I could check it out. Is 1440p still the same resolution? Like, not the same resolution, but the same ratio, aspect ratio, right? As 1080, right? I don't understand why 1440p is needed. What's the difference? Is it just like slightly better? $720p is max. Yeah, what if I just start streaming like 360p, 10 FPS? What if? 1440p, 144 hertz. That's a lot of 144s. Is that what you're trying? Is that what you're running, Token? It's like watching a video of 480p or 720p instead of 1080p. I could probably check out streaming on 1440p. Cause like I'm a partner, so I have encoder settings. 1440p is higher quality. It's more than slightly better. Does YouTube allow 1440p? Because I have to conform to what YouTube and Twitch both allow. Since I'm multi-stream. I don't know what I can get away with on YouTube. Oh, God. Apparently not that. The hiccup demons are coming. Twitch is 1080p, I think. If someone wants to research it for me and see, YouTube will go all the way to 4K. Okay. Twitch is 1080. Okay, Twitch is 1080, so I can't stream any higher than 1080 anyways. Okay, cool. So the next time someone asks, I'll just tell them to go fuck themselves and call them an idiot for not knowing. Good to know. Good to know. Thank you for that. That's exactly what I wanted to be able to say. Okay, so YouTube going up to 4K is fucking wacky. There's also some tech with YouTube that I learned a while ago, where apparently if you upload a YouTube video, it can have like different, I don't know, encoders through the video that's uploaded. And if you're like a YouTube partner or some like level of YouTube, whatever, you get like a better like encoder format for your videos. And so if you're not like a YouTube partner or whatever, then you may have to delete and re-upload your videos to put them in the different encoder. Someone showed me it at TwitchCon and they were like, this is what it is with like this thing. And they did like the stats for nerds or whatever on the video. And they were like, this is what it is with this thing. And they were like, look how grainy this looks. And then they were like, this is what it is with this thing. Look how much more clear it looks. And it was actually noticeable. And they were like, yeah, sometimes if your video uploads, you have to do this. And you have to like make sure that it has the right like encoder or something. I'm a fucking idiot when it comes to all that. But ChatGPT says it's possible to stream on Twitch 1440p. Well, I don't know. Someone's got to find like a full Twitch article because I don't want to break my shit. Because like I'm a partner on both. So like Twitch, I get it's like transcoding where you guys can basically on your end drop it down. So you stream 1440p and Twitch converts to 1080. Yeah, because like the transcoding that partners get, right? I just don't know if like Twitch allows 1440p outputs. Yo, George, what up? Hope you're having a good day. Just looking at it from the perspective of affiliate, so I could be totally wrong. Oh, that is true. Yeah, I don't really know like what I get from Reddit. It's always been an option, but Twitch highly suggests that you don't do it if you're not a Twitch partner without guaranteed transcoding. Streaming at 1440p forces your entire audience to watch at that resolution, which means basically nobody from mobile and many people who don't have the bandwidth will just not watch you. Oh, yeah. Additionally, without reliable bitrate and bandwidth, your stream will look like a hot glitchy mess too. Yes. So that's also part of it is Twitch caps their bitrate at 6,000.
I stream at 7,500. Don't tell Twitch.
So like my stream will look better than a lot of people who cap theirs at 6,000. Technically, I'm not supposed to stream at 7,500. I have learned that they'll let me stream it up to 8,000 before it gets very angry. But anything over 8,000, they get a little angry at me. So yeah, I've been streaming at 7,500 for a long time, and it's been nice. It's been very nice. Reported to Twitch, they will fucking do nothing. But yeah, so maybe I could get away with it because people would also be able to like drop their quality down too, like on their own. So I saw you did the dedicated Discord to the guild. Carla did the dedicated Discord to the guild. Carla did it. That's not a me thing. I just set other people up to do all the hard work and take all the credit. That's my big thing. Huzzah for Carla. Carla, the true MVP. The actual true MVP. All right. So should we get to sourcing gear sets? Like finally? Mayhaps. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. But Za, I think it was more in the sense of like, first you call my kid ugly. I think it was more in the sense of just like trying to have everybody that's been grinding on the ashes on it. You know what I mean? Because we have people with hundreds of hours of playtime in this phase. So it's all about getting that knowledge at the top. Basically, what we're trying to find right now is people that would be interested in either like class or gathering leads for, or not class or gathering, but class or crafting leads for either like each primary archetype or each primary like crafting thing. So that's kind of what we're trying to find just infrastructurally right now. So we have those people who can answer like gearing questions, help the people out, get them all situated. And then from there, we'll go into more of like the social officers type beat, right? More so like the community type people, the people that are just always active, always present and shit. But yeah, starting out, the big thing is just going to be getting people who have like a ton of game knowledge in the important like officer spots early on. So that way it's like a new bard joins and they're like, oh, I have questions about gear. And then our bard class officer is like,
You cleanse, you grab, you yeet, you yacht, and you mail.
Why would you say that to a bard? Kirito, that's not it. Yeah, that's not the combo. Not for bards. For bruisers, but not for bards. But yeah, so like that way we got like a new bard joins and they're like, hey, what do I do? And our bard class lead is like, here is a write-up of what you should do when you're looking to play. Here are your builds. Here is your gearing. Like, here are your options. So that's part of what I'm doing today as a tank, because I probably will like serve as a tank class lead more than anything else. I'm not really going to do all of the planning and shit because I don't have fucking time for that. I'm not good at planning. That's what Carla's really good at. Like, Carla's a good admin and she'll yell at people. I'm too nice. I'll let people just do whatever they want and slack off. She'll fucking beat y'all if you're not working hard. She's vicious, chat. You got to worry about her. I'm not going to lie. Like, she like foams at the mouth for like organizational stuff. So me, I'll probably just help tanks and help people get acclimated to the game in general. So what I'm going to be doing is trying to put together a couple of gear sets where it's like, oh, here's my, power scaling gear set. So if you're looking for like the bruisery type setup where you're going to do good damage, you're going to be able to kill people, you're going to have some pop, this is what you'll look for. My least common denominator set. And then we'll eventually have like, here is your expensive set to shoot for. Here is your like, your HP stacking alternative. It will cover kind of like all of the potentials for each class. That's the hope. Tank cleric secondary and P3 still, or are we getting that beforehand now with the changes? I would assume P3, like the true P3 August plus. My original timetable on that was September, October anyways, pending no summoner delays, just based on how long it takes to iterate those things typically. But yeah, that was kind of where I had it timed out at. It could entirely come faster or slower. I don't really know. I'm not on the inside of anything. I try not to bug them, but Rogue Cleric for the soul drain. Man, imagine Rogue Cleric gets more mana drain. My ex is Mexican, lovely women, but try to stay on their good side. They're biters. She eats ice. I don't know. I tell her it's terrible for her teeth, but she insists on it. She insists on it. You gotta be careful. She'll put the beat down on everybody. Since they'd not be free to respec skills. Well, I mean, you'll still be respecking for free as soon as stuff comes in. They already announced when they do add the secondary archetypes, you'll be able to switch those for free through playtesting, and then on launch, you won't be able to have them for free, but Heather chomped on the ice as well. Your ex was a Mexican named Heather? Is that a traditional Mexican name? Iron deficient queens rise up, I guess. Excited for the new biome? Yes. Yes. JUNDARK's gonna be sick. I don't really know what it's going to look like, but apparently there's some nice wildlife there. I've heard gorilla. Healer plus healer, super healer, tank plus tank equals Dusty? No. I'm actually not like a raw HP stacker. Funny enough. I tend to build more of like, I call the two tank build outs the Honda Civic and the Lamborghini, right? So the Honda Civic tank is the tank that just goes the safe route with like all HP scaling, like all mitigation scaling, and like it's guaranteed gonna get you from point A to point B and get the job done. I have the Lamborghini Urus. It's a little more expensive to upkeep. Things might go wrong. It, maybe less dependable than a Civic. But my God, it's going to be flashy as fuck, and it's going to go fast. So I scale up as much health as I need to be survivable. And then I just go damage. And with the like diminishing return bands on power scaling, I've actually kind of reversed it. So my target is actually the damage, and then I get the damage breakpoint that I want, and then I just go HP. So my target is like 220, 225-ish in terms of damage scaling. And then my HP is, ideally 7,500 plus. And then as we gear up, we're hitting like 9K HP, getting much more HP scaling in. And then we're still sitting 230, 240 power. So we're juiced at that point. Does he a tank mode with a fighter soul? I'm a tank that likes to go fast. It's like the MMO equivalent of somebody that always gets speeding tickets for driving way too fast, but they refuse to actually just like race cars. You know what I mean? It's like, I want to go fast, hit things hard, and like kill things fast, but I refuse to play DPS because DPS is boring. I'd rather do it in the open road. I'd rather be the tank. I'd rather have all the capabilities. You know what I mean? I want to like Sisyphus the entire incompetent group up the mountain that is progression myself. Just sitting there pushing all 7 people. Just, you guys don't have to worry about aggro. You don't have to worry about healing me. You just sit there, you press a couple buttons, Dusty's got you. Let's keep leveling. I got 8 more hours. We're fine. You guys also have 8 more hours. Just constant Sisyphus. That's what I love about tank. I want to be a tank that has 0 damage but absolutely unkillable and is grapple plus taunts just annoying as fuck. But no game like this exists. Well, welcome to Ashes of Creation where it exists. Yeah. So one of the, like, we're sourcing 2 gear sets, right? So the first gear set is going to be my least common denominator set, which is the power scaling HP stacking combo. Then the second set that we're sourcing for tanks is going to be the brick wall. So Grapply's actually sent over his gear set as well, so we can check that out, see what he's rocking. And that's going to be more of like a mitigation and HP stacking set. So a lot more of the brick wall, right? So that's going to be the Great Wall of Grapple. So we'll have 2 of those gear sets ready. My gear set, again, is more of the like mixing power scaling in with the HP stack. Grapply tends to go more of the raw HP stack. So you'll have both options. Both will be very farmable, and there will be quite a few carryover pieces to them. So we'll see how they shape up. I'll have kind of like, again, my least common denominator set, which will include some 10 gear and just like very, very, very farmable and achievable things. And then we will also have the level 20 setup, and then we'll have all the options. So that's the goal, is to try to cover all that. Yo, what up, Kruma? Leveled on the character at 5, but took a slower route to craft early gear and learn and use the vendors outside of Lionhold. The game's complex. The game has so many levels to it. So one of my favorite things about Ashes is that every system is like accessible for a new player, right? So you can get into a system and you're like, oh, I understand this. Like, this makes sense to me. It's fun. It's fresh. Like, I'm enjoying it, right? And then as you kind of like play with the system more, you become more familiar with the system, you're instantly like, oh shit, I didn't even know this existed. I didn't even know I could do this. So come in the jungle. I'm not on the PTR. I'm not over there. They won't let me in. Granted, I haven't asked. They may let me in if I asked, but is it jungle party? Because I think jungle party tomorrow, not tomorrow, Thursday, might be necessary. I need to source gear from there. I need the information. I need all of it. Every single bit of it. How many people do we have that are playing the PTR right now, chat? I need to know my sources. There's a YouTuber who did a video to recruit people for the guild. Like for this guild? Like our guild? In 9 days, you get your PC, by the way? Ooh. Ooh. Wait, so are you going to be able to download and start out like on server rip? Cheeks, what up, goat? People don't really realize it, but the armor sets in the game are scaled based on the lowest tier of that armor you have. So ideally, you want to have all legendary so you get the legendary bonus. Oh, yeah. So like your set bonuses and your like, yeah, your set bonuses and your armor weight bonuses, sure. But like, if you can't afford all Lego, of course, then that's going to change it. Like, ideally, you want all Lego everywhere, right? That just kind of naturally makes sense. You want the highest rarity if you have unlimited access to things. But a lot of high rarity options are going to be very hard to achieve on RIP. So that's why this lowest common denominator set's going to exist. This is essentially going to be like a bunch of greens and blues, some 10 gear mixed in. And with that, we're going to have a very achievable set, like as soon as we're leveled. A couple of things that we do have to play around now, though. We've got to keep in mind, which pocket dungeons and which areas will and won't be available in node progression. Because Apothecarium Dreadmire, which many people refer to as Daytona, it's what we call Snake Circle, like everybody's favorite pocket dungeon. This is no longer accessible until Jinnah hits stage 2. So leveling Jinnah to stage 2 is going to fucking suck, chat. It's gonna be so fucking bad. Yeah, I'm hoping that they change this, because having like, I am one of few people who spend a lot of hours out there leveling that node. There are not many people in Ashes that spend a lot of time out there leveling that node. There's absolutely nothing else that you can do to level the node in any way, shape, or form quickly except for Apothecarium. That's it. That's it. There's like no other density in the node. Like, it's if that's closed, that's most of the mobs in the node. Is there any benefit to trying to boost very low level nodes? I mean, everything is going to be low level on server start. Nothing's leveled. So it, like, do you mean trying to boost like low tier nodes, or like, we're fine. I mean, in general. Oh, like low, like character level. So like, yes, in a way. Does it matter to go to the highest level nodes to farm, etc.? It depends. Every server will be different. You know what I mean? Like, there is no real meta, and nodes have like level spreads. And in order to actually level nodes before other nodes, right? Because once a node's leveled in an area, it locks out other nodes in the area from progressing to a certain level through vassaling. So if there's a T6 Metropolis, there's not going to be another Metropolis in the node right next door. The Metropolis will lock out other nodes below a certain level, won't let them level past that. And then you'll kind of have that like city Metropolis, like suburb area, and it'll kind of like go out to a less populated area. So with the low level nodes, those will serve as like accessible hubs for people, right? So while it may not have all of the like level 45 to 50 stuff, it may be in a very relatively convenient location to that stuff. And it may also have just a ton of players that are flowing through it. So looking at like the map just logistically, hubs could pop up in any area on any server for any given reason, just because of how the player base distributes. And there will be a ton of different options for every level range to play across the entire map. So level 50 is max. Level 50 will be max on launch. 25 is the current max. 30 was on the original roadmap for phase 3. We don't know if we'll get that in between now, or in between May 1st and August or not, or if that'll be pushed to August, but we shall see. But so I'm hoping, personally, back on like the desert thing. But yeah, just before I get back on the desert, you'll see a lot of regionality shape up. I think you'll see the low level nodes and like the hubs, especially starter areas, probably get a very quick jump in terms of their leveling, because one thing I've been talking about a lot lately is experience opportunity within nodes. And in something like the Riverlands, any of these nodes have a lot of experience opportunities. And what I mean by experience opportunities are like trees, minables, gatherables, mobs that are killable. You take 100 players and you put them in any of the Riverlands node, like any one of them. And then you take 100 players and you put them in Jinnah, and you just say, level the node as fast as you can. If Apothecarium is closed in Jinnah, I would be willing to bet that the Riverlands node would hit tier 3 before Jinnah hit tier 1. Just in terms of like experience opportunities, the actual like number of things that you as a player or players in general can hit. So that's kind of like my big concern with leveling higher level areas too, is it's like if every player that's coming into the game is constantly killing stuff, constantly gathering stuff, T1 materials, T2 materials, low level mobs, that's constantly generating experience for that node. It's just trickle, 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 and there will be fewer people that are actually in the like higher level nodes in the first place to generate that XP, right? So be nice to make a node as Warhammer style. Saying, what do you mean like Warhammer style? Set bonus to scroll, try to maximize them. Set bonuses are nice. I like that the rarity ties into them a bit, but what a Aegis. Do you plan to run a node, or is it economically feasible for you and your group / guild to do so? Like we probably as a community will have a node at some point. Me personally running it, like I feel like there's a lot of planning and intelligence and cooperation required to like successfully run a node. So I'd probably delegate that part to somebody who has any of those traits, because I have none of them. Like, while it'd be cool to be a mayor, and I may, just because people could just like fucking puppet me, like I'd just be here like, chat, tell me what to click, and then we'd click it. Like, I could get away with it. Mayoring things with a lot of diversity in like the development of the town and working with a ton of other people isn't something that I'm experienced in, but I'm always down to learn shit. I was actually going to run for Jenna so I could get some practice with it, but Jenna didn't get leveled, so I couldn't run for it. So I couldn't get any practice with placing buildings or anything. So I'll probably check it out. I think we have plenty of opportunity to actually get that, but your uptime's pretty conducive for being a mayor. Yeah, that's also another thought on it. What up, Gachi? Just checking out these changes, just the app and sourcing gear sets, all of that good stuff. Just a lot of prep today. A lot of prep. Yeah, I mean, that's also my thought. Like, I start out streams with like an hour of gathering anyways, most days. So I definitely don't think it'd be something where I just wouldn't be able to do it, right? I would just start out, I'd be like, yo, chat, what commissions we want? What buy orders we want? What do we need to do today? We do everything that we need to do, and then boom, we're done. Seems pretty simple. Seems pretty simple. What I fear is when the royal stables are forced, and when flyers lose their constant uptime. Also, one of my favorite changes about this chat, like these patch notes right here, mounts can no longer be summoned during active node sieges. That is one of my favorite changes in this entire patch. Not having everybody just in the air on flyers, seeing every single rotate instantaneously is massive. This now makes it feel extremely similar to Wars in New World, where rotates hit and you have to respond to rotates. It changes how the mode plays. It reduces the lag, as Gotchi said, substantially. Substantially reduces the lag. It makes shot callers have to be on the ground or playing in like high vantage areas. Like, it changes the entire mode. If there's a rotate, you now have to run and respond to that. Mounts cause so much lag. They do. They do. And the second flying mounts are available in modes like this may be temporary. I honestly hope it's not. I hope during sieges you can't use flyers or mounts. I hope it stays like this. Because like if New World Wars had mounts, rotate plays, splits, all of that stuff just wouldn't work. So basically in New World, there was an entire thing with like, say you're trying to zerg like a gate or a point, or like get set up in any offensive way, right? You're getting stonewalled. You have the capability to hit a split, and providing that split isn't instantaneously reacted to because of the sky POV, and everybody being able to just mount up, run through the town, and beat you to that gate, like, it changes everything. Changes everything. Think they'll make it for flying mounts because mayors have flying mount abilities? I think they should make the mayors play the game. Fuck the mayors. Honestly, my take on it is that flyers aren't going to have infinite stamina anyways, and that they're going to have a very finite like flight time that probably wouldn't make it through the entire node siege. I don't know what their like batteries will be, so to say, right? But having to launch from a royal stable, having the limited zone where it can fly, having the finite stamina, I don't even necessarily think they'd be something that would be up the entire siege anyways. Depending on how long it can fly, we don't know what that long-term solution is, but Duff, what up, brother? Good afternoon. Sorry for question off topic, but can you explain how does it work? The ticket we need to open to the guild. You just create a ticket, like click on that bot, and then it'll make a ticket where you'll be able to like communicate with, like, say you have any questions for like leadership or anything, then you can just post it there. And then it'll be an easier way to like directly communicate if you need like an officer for anything, or if you just need to yap about something. But like most conversation shit will just be in the general channels. But it's just a way for you to communicate with leadership. I have a simple solution. Simply catapult dwarves across the map to call shots. So, it's actually Earth Day today. It's Earth Day. And Intrepid tweeted out, like, how beautiful Vera is, right? And I was personally like, I propose that you should add dwarf launchers to the ships. Basically because launching potions with all of those alchemical concoctions into the ocean, very bad for the ocean. Launching dwarves, not bad for the ocean at all. Not bad at all. Here's a shit take. Having the brains to move together cohesively and maintain structure is going to differentiate the Zergball groups from the dangerous groups. Oh yeah. I mean, I could show you guys a New World War right now from my VODs, and it would basically show you how macro rotates and stuff like that are going to work now, how overloading certain gates is going to work, and through that, you're not just going to have everybody try to Zerg one gate and then they die and then people respawn and mount up and go to another gate. Like, you're going to have set groups at set gates that are simultaneously attacking each gate down, and then you'll start to have dedicated pushes. So you'll be like, oh, I need gate 1 and gate 3 to push right now. Gate 2, gate 4, gate 5, you guys are going to be slightly delayed. 2, 4, 5 pushing in 3, 2, 1. You guys start going in. I need 1 to crash 3, like, and then you're going to have all of those plays that kind of shape up because people are actually able to move. It's nice. It's nice. It'll shape things up a lot. Very uncreative names to the node. Seahook, Windansea, Shorefoot. I don't necessarily think uncreative would be the word. I mean, they're kind of like canon names for like tropical areas, right? Like, I feel like they're thematically correct. I don't necessarily think I would want like a node in the tropics to just be like Dustopolis. Like, I don't necessarily think that that name would go along. I'm open to recommendations, but like, I think they make sense. Like, those are very like oceany names. I don't know. Maybe I'm jaded. Maybe I'm jaded. Duff, thank you for the 3-day streak, dude. Was they playing with New World? Yeah, New World had no plan. Moving together in the fast classes, outpacing the slower classes. New spaghetti-like structure. I mean, you'll also probably have like kill groups, like kill squad groups actually shaping up. You'll have main ball groups. Like, you may start to see a lot of varied group comps and roles coming out from that as well. Like, you'll have your groups that are built on like hitting flanks and like small initiates and shit. Just can't wait till Summoner's out. I know. So many people are going to be playing like Mage just to prep for Summoner. Which place the Anvils? The Anvils. This is the Anvils. And the Anvils will eventually serve as the second starting zone as well for the August 4th fresh start. That is also very important to remember. I'm stoked about Anvils. I'm stoked about everything. They're taking a page out of 40K naming convention with this new zone. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. Like, and I'm not like, if you don't like the names, like, go fuck yourself. But like, I personally don't mind it. Like, there's a node in the desert that's called Squall's End. That's the end of Sand Squall Desert. So like, it fits. It fits. I'm not too worried. They told me it was the area top right of Riverlands. I don't know who's trying to say that it's the top right of the Riverlands. But Dunes and Kel Mountains are up here. The Anvils are the dwarf area. The Dunir are the dwarves. The Dunes and Kel Mountains. And this is also going to be the second starting zone that's in the game. And it wouldn't make any sense to go starting zone right beside each other. But it would make sense to go starting zone right across the continent. I also think the devs said that it was up here. I'm pretty sure they said in the dev stream that it was the area above the tropics. I want to say. I don't remember exactly when in the dev stream it was, so I can't cite that 100%, but I'm quite confident that they said that. What's the one above Sand Squall? We don't know the names for all of them. I have no fucking idea about this one or this one. So hopefully that'll come out soon. We also don't know, like, well, we know this is the tropics, but camera out of focus or I'm going blind. I might have been sitting back too far. I might have been chillaxing. Is it better now? I was kind of like, I was so poorly postured. I was slouched, like leaning back, sitting far away from the desk. It's probably much better now. That's my fault. That's my fault. You also may be going blind if it's still bad though. I don't know. Frostgrave Fells. Man, I'm excited as fuck for Frostgrave Fells. Personally, I think Frostgrave's gonna be nice as fuck. I have zero complaints. The posture check's needed. I'm not even gonna lie. I bent over earlier today, and I think I'm like on the brink of death or something because I bent over and I felt my back get tight. And I was like, oh, I gotta like reapproach how I'm bending over right now. It was not good. It was not good. I'm feeling crampy, feeling old. It's bad, chat. We got one foot in the grave. I'm gonna log on stream one day and I'm gonna look like some. It's okay though. It's okay though. But yeah, so we don't know all the names of each of the biomes, but hopefully through dev streams and stuff like that, we'll learn more of what the long term is. Because what we do know is that next month, end of May, we'll be getting the anvils, right? We don't know what June, July, August is supposed to target, but theoretically, you could go Dunes and Kel in June, and then you could go July, August. You could go June, July, August. Like, there are basically 3 major biomes by the look of it that are left to implement for this entire continent. Then you have this island. You have this island. And then you're over to the Guild Castle. And you're over to the other continent. And then you're also over to the underworld. So, over to the underworld. Under to the underworld. Have they said when the water between JUNDARK, Riverlands, and Desert will be unblocked? PTR testers. Can somebody... It's unlocked right now. Wait, it is unlocked. Because there's another harbor that's right down here. Yeah, it should be all unlocked now. Like, the invis wall was taken out, basically. So, instead of just being around the tropics, it is this now. It goes all the way behind the camera, wraps down through here, includes this, and then includes all of this. Like, this area is now sailable, too. So, yeah, you should have a lot more area to sail. There's another harbor right here that's, like, right under Lionhold. And that, I would assume, is going to be a part of the new first-time user experience. So let me real quick just pull up this article. All right, so here we have starting area in the anvils and a revamp of questing and first-time user experience systems. So with the first-time user experience systems, I can only assume that they're going to have you go to a starting area like Harbor Master, get a quest there that introduces you to boats, sailing, all of that, has you craft a very cheap, very small boat, and then you get a reward for that, and you get a boat, and you understand how boats work. It can introduce you to how caravans work as well. So there are a lot of systems that currently aren't very well covered in the FTUE, the first time user experience, and the revamp of questing and the revamp of the first time user experience will both be phenomenal for the long term of the game. So yeah, this should be all unlocked at this point. If it wasn't, I'd be shocked because there's a harbor master there. When you try an office Herman Miller chair, you realize all other chairs are shit for your back. Oh, I have a Herman Miller. Yeah. I have an Aeron size B that I got for a few $100s on Facebook Marketplace, brand new with the plastic on it. I'm not rich enough to have a Herman Miller, but some dude got it for his wife who was working from home through COVID, and because it's size B, it was meant for like larger people to be comfy, and it wasn't very comfy for her because she was short. So he listed it on Facebook Marketplace. I saw it like an hour after the posting, and I was like, yo, I will take this. I will come pick it up. I showed up, they still had the box like in their living room, and they had all of the plastic still on the chair, and I was like, yeah, no, deal, sold. So I saved a lot of money. Buying secondhand is the way to go. I don't pay full price for anything. Yeah, no, I only buy things on sale. What glorious PTR update did I just wake up to? And I got called off work? Colton, massive private test realm update. Insanely large, insanely good, massive W's, except for Apothecarium being closed until level 2. Jinnah is going to be unlevelable right now. But yeah, it's this is huge. This is huge. Also, Node Siege test next week, maybe? Maybe? We still have one that we are rightfully owed, Intrepid. We were promised 3. We got 2. I can't count, but I count that high. What the fuck is Apothecary? Well, get ready to hold your dick. Apothecarium is Snake Circle. Apothecarium is Daytona. Apothecarium is everything that we love. How are we going to level Jinnah without the one place to level Jinnah? Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. Just outwardly ask the question. How do we level the node without this area existing? That's the only spot there to level the node. Yeah. So what I've been talking about a lot, Colton, is XP opportunities lately and experience opportunities. And what I've been saying is if you take 100 players and you put them in Greenfist, thank you for the follow. If you put them in any one of the Riverlands nodes, right? 100 players. And you take 100 players and you put them in Jinnah with these changes. Riverlands will probably hit level 3 before Jinnah hits level 1 with the same number of players actively participating in the node. I'm not gonna lie. Jinnah without Apothecarium is impossible. Not impossible, but dude, it's fucking gimped. It's bad. It is like shot in the leg, dragging its leg behind it, and it gets shot in the other leg and has to like fucking crawl forward. Like, it's bad. It's bad. So I hope that gets fixed. Also, this is discriminatory against Jinnah because Stonehold and Communion in Squall's End are 1 and 2. Apothecarium and Gypsum Outpost are 2 and 3. This is awful. Mother of God, I forgot I'm a PTR tester. Fuck. Bruh, ain't no fucking way. Mother of God. Elzino just got full bricked. Guys, how many people in chat are on the PTR? And I'm not. What world is this where the streamer doesn't get to have fun? Intrepid Studios hates streamers. I should have just bought my pack earlier. Carla got me on pack. I got the January 2024 pack. Anonymous with the 5 gifties. Okay. Maybe Intrepid like streamers. I don't know. Is this Intrepid? No. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifties. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday. I appreciate that. Much love. I bought my pack back in 2016. Oh yeah, you're good. My pack is the January 2024 pack. So it's like they've said that I believe I'm in the next realm of like expansions to the PTR, and I don't consider myself important enough to bother them and be like, "Oh, hey, can you let me in?" I just kind of chill. I don't mind. I don't think I'm special. So when I get in, I'll get in based on pack purchases. I don't feel entitled or the need to be in there. I can't show it anyways. I'd just be sitting here talking about it, so I figure I'll let you guys find all that stuff out. Yo, Anon, thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate you so much. Excuse me, tell me the title is lying. JUNDARK on Thursday. Not only is the title lying, but so are the patch notes. You're being gaslit, Kenko. El Bozo, you're stupid. Go back to bed. Fortnite, take the L dance. Boop, 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 boop. Anyways, thank God. JUNDARK's a lie. Yeah, so it's actually just the desert. The desert's finally being added. Yep. Yep. Desert's finally being added. Yeah, JUNDARK on Thursday, dog. JUNDARK on Thursday. We're up tremendous. Finally. JUNDARK added before the desert confirmed? Desert doesn't exist? Honestly, Jinnah doesn't exist anymore. Jinnah's fucked. Dude, they took out the only leveling spot in Jinnah. That would be like telling me to run a mile and then chopping off both of my legs. Like, what the hell am I supposed to level it when there are no XP opportunities? What do you mean? I need my experience opportunities in the fucking desert. Hey, what up, Hoofsy? JUNDARK on PTR. Let's go. Let's go. You kill the rabbit, what? Is that... Cinnamon? I'd like your opinion. Why would people go to Fresh Start server when the only difference is you keep your current character's world is still reset? Because the entire leveling, progression, power scaling, gear acquisition, and everything has changed. So for a lot of communities, it's a lot less about just keeping your concurrent power and getting repetitions in the most competitive environment, which is a chance for everybody to start on like a fresh, well, fresh obviously, but like an even playing field without like, oh, we played more P2, we did this P2. It's really just like everybody that got knowledge in phase 2 that came throughout. Why not just make a new character on the old server? Because a new character on the old server would be competing against characters that existed for a long time. So the goal is for everybody to be on that even playing field where every player goes through the leveling. You have the shotgun start. You have the new economy. You have the new like time to kill changes. You have the new areas to level. And you don't have everybody already at 25, already with all of the money to gear out their character. You have an extra opportunity as a community to get all of your new people incorporated as well. You have an opportunity to take what you learned from phase 2 and implement that against the competitive communities to try to outlevel them, try to keep up with them, try to see how competitive you can be. So it is entirely different. Every aspect of the game, of the leveling, of the progression, of what's available in the map, it's just everything is entirely different now than it was in December for P2 launch, and everything will be different in August for that reset. So it'll keep feeling fresh. The mob is literally at every node. What do you mean it is a mob? I guess that is run by a mob. Are we node cork farming? Yeah, but the Jinnah cork doesn't have any fucking mobs. Like the Jinnah cork isn't even mob populated. What do you mean? We can't farm. No ships will be sunk. I need to be happy. Jesus Christ. I mean, Kenko, we do have all the leaks. What do you want to know? And you tell me it's the best thing I'm gonna see in the next 5 years of my life. So you'll notice, I don't know, you might like this. Yo, what up, Ethan? Mounts. We got elephants, gorillas, and what was the third one? There were elephants and gorillas, and then there was a third one that people saw over there. So raptors. Yeah. Don't we already have raptors? New frogs? I know, I kind of want a gorilla mount. I won't lie. Gorilla mount might go absolutely crazy. Ethan, what you been up to, my friend? Hope you're having a great Tuesday. Doing NPC tasks IRL, listening to stream. Grinding. Listen, man. I hope it's productive. I hope you're having a great day. It's a big stream today. We've got 2 days until the JUNDARK. We've got an entirely new loot table being sourced with that. We've got so many changes. We're probably going to have more node siege testing as well. So mounts no longer being summonable during active node sieges is also going to be a large change. Node sieges will run incredibly smooth. Node sieges will play entirely different. Rotates in node sieges will hit harder. Everything changes with this. Everything changes. So I personally, I want to be testing some fucking node sieges. That's where I'm at. I just want node wars to not span across the entire globe. Yeah, I like, I think the biggest thing Node War and Node War adjacent is like, I wish that it had a different end condition in stalemated wars. Like, yes, the God Spike adds points, but like, what if the God Spike only activated at a minimum like X amount of time after the war starts? So there's typically time to end the war, but if the war is dragging on, the God Spike is an end condition. I don't know. I don't know. In the new zones, you can't become a citizen until you own property, which is likely prep for the instance housing coming soon. Hey, good segue. Good segue. Check this shit out. Wait. Ashes Wiki. We'll bring up the instance housing because there will be multiple types of instance housing available. Housing types. Mayors at the moment just declare a node war to have open world PvP without the corruption. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I do. I mean, that's part of the reason for guild wars too. Like, that's honestly the entire point of that system, right? Is the open world PvP without corruption. It's just when it goes like super far and like it's dragged on past the point of like, oh, this was a fun mode. I've seen raptors, ivy like in Riverlands, a flower man, hippos, alligator, basilisks, pirates, spiders, and birdmen in JUNDARK so far. Basiliskuses. All right, we're gonna check the ground mounts page on the wiki after this as well. Remind me. Okay, so keep in mind, in terms of housing types, Birdmen were already in. Fuck you guys. That's not new. And I already discovered a bug with Birdmen and a fun fact about Birdmen. If we go here, for instance, you go Birdman. So Birdman necromancers have been in the game. They were in the tropics previously. And a couple of weeks ago, there was a patch note that intrigued me. The Birdman necromancer has a summon dead ability. So I also checked this out. Gear, weapon, staff. Staff confirmed in the loot table. One-hand staff that comes from the Birdman. This is from a Birdman Necromancer. Birdman Necromancer, if things die near it, right? If things die near it, it has a raise dead ability where it can raise them. I found a bug where if there is a mob dead, and I reported this, if there's a mob dead near the Necromancer, and the Necromancer tries to raise dead on that mob, it does not snapshot that it has a mob to consume. So basically, if you loot the mob that's dead on the ground, and its body goes away because the loot's gone, and the cast resolves for the raised dead, nothing gets risen. So the mob goes through a crazy long cast for nothing. I reported that. I don't know if it's still on there. Like, if it's still bugged, feel free to check it though. If that's how you know I fought them. Was fighting in a pirate pocket dungeon. Yar har haring yodi ho ho shiver me timber is a pirate pocket dungeon? Wait, can you kill the bosses and get the loot for me and tell me what the loot is? Wait a second. If you can source loot from the pocket dungeons for me so we know what's dropping, that would be fucking insane. That would be so unbelievably large. Okay, housing types, by the way. So Seat mentioned instance housing potentially being tied to the citizenship, right? Inns are instance houses that are in starting areas and nodes, and they're the most accessible. Then you have apartments, freeholds, and static housing unlocked at village stage and higher, which is tier 3, which is what we have right now. So every node should have inns available as soon as that node has any form of incorporation, potentially. So I don't necessarily know that those will be like super expensive, but yeah, it'll be intriguing to see how that affects citizenship at least. Because right now it's just like sign up for citizenship somewhere, become a citizen, don't pay your taxes, fuck off, re-become citizen. So yeah. NA versus Halcyon, but people getting killed in Carf. Yeah, I mean, I understand why it's open world though. I think it's just the biggest thing is like if it ended quicker, it wouldn't be a thing. Cause like, again, guild versus guild wars are also everywhere in the world, right? So I get it. It's just the citizens of the nodes. It's the participants of the guilds and it's on site. Like, I think that's just like system design, Alzito. Oh, it's level 25, killed 3 bosses, got the craft item on 2 and got a caster helm off 1. What's the craft item called? Or the caster helm? And is it spell power for the helm, or what are we looking at for the helm drop? Because that's pretty large. Caster gear is very not available right now from what we've heard. So that could be fat. And I don't think anything like that's going to be on the codex yet, right? So if we can source it here, it'd be before it's actually sourced on the codex, which would be massive. Tell me trees are big. There are no trees in the JUNDARK, Kenko. It's all a lie. Mentality, con, and mana regen. Keelhaul tricorn. Nope. Not on here yet. All right, well, we beat it. We beat Codex, boys. Keelhaul tricorn, confirmed. Mentality, con, and mana regen. So, what's the text? Like the flavor text on the crafting items. Does it indicate what they'd be used for? Because typically it'll be like blade fragment, right? Like used for a fucking sword or something. Like it'll give you some indicators. I'm sad, no trees, no fun. Yeah, so there's 0 trees in the JUNDARK. It's actually all just a lie. These are just small bushes. It's more like the bush dark than it is the JUNDARK. Yeah, it's very sunny. You might get a sunburn there. It should honestly be the bush light. It's actually just mossy rocks, and they're all slippery, so your character keeps falling. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They built it just to disappoint you. They heard your excitement for trees, and they were like, nah, fuck this. Fuck this. Craft items was Tide Roller Nut. Wait, so you killed somebody and you got their nut? Okay, sorry. JUNDARK. So, Tide Roller Nut. What would Tide Roller Nut do? Does it have any flavor text with it? Where it's like, this nut is used in crafting the finest of weaponry or something? Tide Roller Nut's not in. The JUNDARK introduces a slip debuff. Would slipped and tripped be different categories of debuffs, or would a slip block out my trip? Rudolph mount that can pull caravans through the sky. The Rudolph beast of burden. Sky caravans would be so OP. Are there rope swings or rope bridges in the JUNDARK? I want to be Tarzan. You just gotta full send it. Or say JUNDARK comes out on Thursday. So 0.9.0 has been slated for Thursday for a while. These are the PTR update notes for 0.9.0 that went live today. And we've known for a while that Tropics was at the end of last month, per the devs. JUNDARK is at the end of this month, and the Anvils is at the end of next month. So, with that, this is the last downtime period for this month, because next week's downtime period goes into May 1st, where it's fresh start servers. So, this is a 0.9.0 update. Next week, we'll have another downtime that goes into the May 1st fresh start servers. And then from there, we'll end up having 0.10 the week after that. So 0.10 will be another major patch. So next week, I wouldn't expect to see a large patch come out. Probably bug fixes and prep for phase 3. Not phase 3, for the fresh start servers. And then from there, week after that, we'd probably see 0.10. So delay incoming, just make me go right into depression. No delay with these. No delay with these. But yeah. So these, and again, it's important to note, these are never like 1-to-1 in terms of like, this is guaranteed accurate, right? But it's a very good indicator of what will probably come throughout. It's typically pretty accurate in terms of the transition over. And honestly, a lot of times we'll get extra things added in that they've been cooking up in the background, kind of like along with these. So These are never like a direct one-to-one translation, but in my experience so far, they've been very, very close. Very close. With a sturdy shell patterned with cloud-like markings, the unique internal structure amplifies sound, making tide rollers ideal for crafting drums with a deep, throaty presence, prized by drummers across all of Vera. It was a bard boss that dropped the nut. Wait, what? Tide rollers ideal for crafting drums? Where would there be a specific... Well, it's a deep throaty presence, and keep in mind it's also called Tide Roller Nut. It's the Tide Roller Nut that you use to get a deep throaty presence. Prized by drummers across all of Vera. What do you mean the unique internal structure amplifies sound? Ideal for crafting drums. Drums aren't like a set thing, it's just a bard instrument, right? Oh, also, bard drums got sounds, from what I heard. But, like, you're not crafting drums, are you? That would... It's not a type of fucking weapon. I can't just be drumming on a tank. Right? Where can I see the update notes? They're on Ash's Codex. If you go over there, and then it's under the news tab. It's very interesting. Oh, it's like some... I know this song. Drop 50 subs. 50 subs, I'll drop you the link myself. Yeah. Or Ash's Codex. Normally my PTR notes plus minor stuff come live on Thursday. Yeah, no Diddy, no Drake, no Dr. Disrespect. But I have slightly good and slightly concerning news. Is it the same news? That's slightly good, but also slightly concerning? What's that? Maybe craftable instruments or flavor items to change the sounds the bard makes when playing. Yeah, but why would there be a named mob that drops a crafting item specifically for a drum, specifically for a bard only? Doesn't that seem not restrictive at all? We have a lot of bards and like nothing else. Oh no, we have a ton of other stuff. People just probably haven't like checked it out yet. No, we have a lot of DPS, I promise that. And we only need like 3 tanks. We have me, Ralos, Ball Bearings coming back, but Ball might play a bard. Yeah, we should be really well set up. Like, having a ton of bards is also very good. I'm not gonna lie. Bards are everything but tank. Yeah, bards are so fucking good. And bards in PvP are so valid. Like, having a ton of bards is not a problem at all. You need like 3 tanks. You need a bunch of bards. If we go 4 bards in a group, we're still chilling. Yo, no, thank you for 30-day streak. I appreciate you. The 3 Ds, Doc, Drake, and Diddy. Yeah. And then you got Ashes throwing in Diddy darts to the rogue kit. Shit's fucking crazy. Bards could probably go tank if they wanted to. Yeah, if they had enough other bards in the group, then they could definitely tank. Yeah, no, that's great news. Who's to say there won't be other archetype-only drops? I don't know if I'd like that. Yeah, I don't really think I would like a named boss only, or a named mob being only viable for like specific archetype only drops. Personal preference, but Summoner and PTR? I don't think so. Don't you have PTR access? I don't think so. Half the people in here haven't joined the Cats Discord. Yeah, we'll have to post it in like the community Discord a couple times as well, but next like week we'll have a lot of people filter in there. I got a scout. When do we get second archetype? Probably September, October, if I had to guess based on timetables, but we haven't had an exact timetable on it. They said the secondary archetypes of tank and cleric would follow like the summoner launch, right? And summoner's not out yet. So summoner will probably be, if I had to guess, July. Maybe like late June, July, somewhere in there. If it goes well. And then from there, I would assume if we get summoner July, we're probably like September, October for secondaries. I don't necessarily see them coming in before October, but like potentially. There's always potential. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Tide Roller's nut just makes a drum. What's something that could be a weapon that's like interpreted as a drum? You know what I mean? Like what? Tide Roller nut. And it says it's used for a drum craft. There's not even like an equipable drum. It's probably spelled wrong. No, it's not on the codex yet or anything like that. It just it says that it's meant for a drum, and we don't understand what the fuck would like what would a drum do? What weapon would a drum be? I don't understand. I don't understand. What if it's a spell book that looks like a floating drum? You could be onto something. You could be onto something. Like, what else would it even be? Like, you're not gonna put a Tide Roller nut on a fucking wand. You're not gonna put it on a greatsword. Oh, no, you did fine. You did fine. You did great, Kenko. I'm proud of you. How's your sleep schedule been? Are you still full cooked on the sleep schedule or not? What if I want to have a nut on my wand? You're trying. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck we'd be able to craft with that. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know what it would be. I'm not 100% sure. Sleepy at 10 p.m., which is crazy. You've been working out or anything? Like, you gotta get exercise while you're fixing your sleep schedule, and then you'll feel good. So the other one was for boots, I think he said as well. Bard boss that drops the nut. The other one talks about boots. So boots are in the game. What the fuck is the nut? What is the point of the nut? The nut, what does it all mean? Wanted to go to sleep, but you got me with the title? I mean, listen. The title work is very important. I will say, a lot of streamers underestimate how important a good title is. It's very important. Dusty Gooner, listen. I deny all accusations. I plead the fifth. JUNDARK Summoner. Is light armor sets the only way to get disabled duration percentage? Increased or reduced? Disable duration percentage can also be through weapon trees. Excuse me. Let's see. Build Planner probably has it. Sure, I'll go fuck myself. Okay. But yeah, different. Oh, here it is. Okay. Let's go ranged. And then we'll go long sight bow. Select. Throw that on. And then we'll go secondary weaponry. So it should be in these spots. Yeah, so disable duration here in like these weapon spots. I want to increase it on my enemies. Yeah, so that'd be in your weapon tree. Now, a recent change to weapon trees made it so previously you could have all four of these on the same thing. So you could have disable, 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 right? Now, you can only have one of each. You can't stack all of the disables. Sick as hell, so hope Carla's feeling better. Yeah, Corla's feeling great. Corla's feeling great. She's up tremendous. Why am I getting ads for operating room nurses? I don't have my credentials for that. What the fuck? I don't have a nursing degree. These ads are failing. I don't have a nursing degree or $559,000 for a house in Florida City, Florida. Is that a real place? Like, is that a real place? All right. They got self-conscious. What's the game plan for Fresh Start? We gonna try to level in a particular node or just focus on leveling? What the fuck? Fuck you. Yeah, so like, for us, targeted ads, Dusty's rich. Florida City, Florida's a real place. The fuck? Targeted ads, Dusty's rich. No, God no. God no. They're also trying to get me to, like, trade in. What? The fuck? How targeted are these ads? I was just thinking that I wasn't gonna trade in my car. What the fuck do you mean? Chat, I'm scared. I know ads aren't targeted because I got ads about paying taxes. Those aren't ads, they're warnings. I'm not trading in my car. I'm not trading in my car. Okay. So, the plan for Fresh Start is essentially to have a bunch of groups go to a bunch of different places and fight for any experience that we can fucking get across the entire map. That is the goal. That is the goal. Everybody and their dad, their mom, their side bitch, their dog side bitch, like, everybody is going to be on Fresh Starts. And if it is only one server, it's probably going on queue very quickly. I won't lie. EU's coming over here. Every major NA guild, for the most part, is re-rolling over to Fresh Starts. It's going to be nuts. It's going to be nuts. What about the GM? Will they start from scratch too? Only the honorable ones. Only the honorable ones. There are a few among us that would happily start from scratch. I know, like, from personal experience, Mr. Planandong is willing to do things the honorable way. He's killed more otters than the normal players have. So he is committed to the cause. He's very committed to the cause. Can't go. Sleep well. Have a good night. I'll see you in about 30 minutes when you can't sleep. Chat. Also, by the way, we're less than 50 subs away from 2,000. At 2,500, if we hit that before May 1st, you guys will get to pick every aesthetic part of my character for May 1st. You guys will design that. So, if you guys have your primers, if you're not currently subbed, make sure you get those bad boys out. You could contribute to me having either the most beautiful or the most horrendous character in human history. Ethan the Biddy, changing my life. Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate you. You forced it out of me. Get extorted, bitch. Yeah, so a lot of people think like, flip it! Flip it! The 10 giftaroos. Thank you so much. Flip it. W flip. Ethan with the 1 biddy. Flip it with the 10 gifties. Green Fist coming through with the primer. Flip it. Ethan. Green Fist. Thank you guys. Much love, much love, much love, boys. We're working our way in. We're working our way in. 1960 something. 1965, chat. I'm sure there's somebody in chat that was born that year. So if you were born in that year, feel free to get out your wallet and gift 1,965 subs to the channel to celebrate right now. You might as well, one for each year, you know? It's a good cause. Even the 5 biddies. Oh my god. Oh my god, Tripper drowned and I'm fucking drowning, chat. I can't stay above the water. Holy shit. Holy shit. Even, that's 500% more than your previous investment in Dusty Corp. Thank you for your continued belief in Dusty Corp. It genuinely, it means the world. It means the world. Those biddies are what keep me eating. I'll have you know I got not gas station sushi. I got store sushi. I wanted to mark it up as gas station sushi, but technically it's grocery store sushi. That shit did slap. Exponential gains. Yes, we keep ramping that up. And in another like 7 years or so. Oh, the biddies. Oh, they'll be raining. They'll be raining down from everywhere. We're up tremendous. My sub ran out, my hoof sub, he says. Hoofsy with the 900 biddies. Hoofsy's been on the biddies train lately. He's diversifying his support. This man knows the stock strategies. Wait, are you trying to take over another leaderboard? Is that what's happening? He's 7th on the bit leaderboard. He's going for it all. He's going for it all. I just had to check. I'm like, he's creeping up there somewhere. Hoofsy, thank you for the 900 biddies. Boys, we got to be close to a hype train, right? We got to be relatively close. Tarvo, Moin, Small, It's okay. Your watch streak is small, but it is fierce. At the end of 6 years, you would have a bit of money. Well, I already have multiple bits worth of money and many, many bits worth of friendships. JUNDARK is a lot of poison. Like, Karf is necrotic. So, like, poison is poison or poison is necrotic? I would assume poison is necrotic, right? Being able to inflate that emote and, like, gigantify that emote probably should not be allowed. I'm not even gonna lie. That's a slippery slope. I don't know how I feel about that one. That's dangerous. That's gonna get a lot of people acting up. Oblivion remake looks pretty. You look pretty. Yeah, no, it does look good. I was watching a lot of streamers create their characters before stream because that's essentially where I was at. I can't on-screen celebrate it. No animated emotes. That's so tragic. The on-screen celebration would go crazy. I mean, in all fairness, though, the issue is when I do it in other channels. So the on-screen celebration, technically, that's free. Because on-screen celebration is the 6.9 Faptitude Girthquake. Now, that is registered on the ever-so-famous Dichter scale. And it does take an entire community to call one of those in, but you can trigger one. It just takes a lot of work. It just takes a lot of work. Now, chat tries not to make them happen too much, but sometimes things just happen, chat. Sometimes they pop off. So how is JUNDARK looking on PTR? Is it looking fun? You got the on-screen. You got the on-screen Dusty W booties bouncing around. Chat, does anybody want to help Hoofsy out? It looks like Hoofsy needs help to try to summon in a 6.9 Faptitude Girthquake on the Dichter scale, and he can't do it alone. Chat, if you guys want to help Hoofsy, click on your emotes, select Dusty W booty, and throw those bitches in the chat real quick. And if you want to watch Hoofsy drown in a Girthquake of his own, leave him. Leave him. That's on you. That's up to you guys. That's a whole community side task. Okay, I actually need to start making my gear set or I'm never gonna get it done. That shit's abyss. Wait, is that my cat? Is that my animation cat? Or not my animation cat, my donation cat. Huge. Huge. The nips are crazy. I think the nips on that are the best part. That shit's fire. That actually looks so good as an emote. Huh. I might steal that. I might steal that. That's fire. I like that. Okay, chat. Gear set sourcing time for the reels. We're going to put in the lowest common denominator. We will figure it out. I'll be right back. I need to get good and fried. I'll send it to you if you want. Yeah, send it to Carla. She's been... Also, if you guys have any emote ideas, send them to Carla, because Carla's cooking up emotes for the channel and all of that stuff, and she's doing a lot of, like, channel art. So, if you guys do have ideas for, like, emotes or, like, overlay ideas or fucking anything, Carla's looking for inspiration. What's fresh start prep? So, basically what we're doing is trying to sort out a lot of back-end stuff today. So we got our guild Discord up and we're trying to sort out signups. We're trying to get leveling routes figured out. We're trying to check out what the changes will be coming in on Thursday. We have a lot of people over on the PTR right now, so they're even going around to pocket dungeons and trying to kill named mobs and source gear drops so we can see how that changes. We're going to be going through and making multiple versions of our build, both the lowest common denominator, which will be the cheapest achievable set, as well as a set for people to shoot for. And then we're also trying to get more of our class officers and crafting officers all set up in the guild, doing the same thing with their builds. So that way, all of our new players coming in, say we have a tank that's like, oh, Dusty, like, what gear are you running? We can just give them both of these builds and be like, this is your budget set, and here's the set that you want to shoot for on endgame. So that's a lot of what we're trying to do now, is have all of those small things in place before fresh starts. Dual wielding swords available yet? Still just very small swords, aka daggers. More dual wielding options hopefully coming soon, very soon, because the daggers just, they aren't quite hitting. They're really fast, but something a bit slower with more power scaling could be fucking nice. I would love that. But yeah, just daggers as of right now, but it's important to remember. Anything's possible with the JUNDARK coming in to Thursday. Sorry, it is on the private test realm right now. With the JUNDARK coming in Thursday, anything's possible with loot tables. We could see double daggers coming in. There's a named item that dropped, like a crafting named item that is tied something's nut. Like, what the fuck was it called? No one's gonna believe me unless I have the actual name. It was like tied. What the fuck was it? Janitor had it. Tide Roller Nut. And the Tide Roller Nut flavor text said, with a sturdy shell patterned with cloud-like markings, the unique internal structure amplifies sound, making Tide Rollers ideal for crafting drums with a deep, throaty presence, prized by drummers across all of Vera. So I don't really know. I have no fucking idea what that could actually be used for crafting. Yeah, Tide Roller Nut is the name of the item. And it's from a pirate pocket dungeon in North JUNDARK. So, oh, also, what's this area looking like, chat? In the JUNDARK, my private test realm testers. What's this little mountainous area? Can you guys access that? And is that just kind of like a creepy, like dead trees area? Dude, my hair's so long. It's almost down to my shoulders in the back. This is getting too long. I need a haircut. Can't enter there. Oh, fucking really? Oh, fucking really? The volcano is blocked off too. Where's the volcano? I think that mountain area is the anvils. No, the anvils is up here. Yeah, this is the anvils. The brown circle above the T in JUNDARK. This? I really don't think this is the anvils, chat. That would make no sense whatsoever. Because remember, our second starting area in the anvils, it would make no sense for them to have starting area, or starting area. It wouldn't. Why would they stack multiple, the first two starting areas here, and then expand the continent more and have both of your starts be here instead of starting area? I'd literally be willing to bet 50 gifties that this is the anvils. I've been wrong before, and that's a hill I'm willing to die on. But I'm convinced this is the anvils. Let me see if I can look it up. The anvils is a zone in Ashes of Creation. Initial area that players can explore. Live stream August 16th, 2024. Wait a second.
Phase 3 is where level cap will start to rise.
And then someone asked, what happened to
Where are the anvils?
The monster coin and animal husbandry system? Are they planned for Alpha 2?
Wait.
We did
Cap will start to rise. Yes, mainly in phase 3. So phase 3
Wait,
is where
was this about
level
the
cap will
anvils?
start to rise.
Okay, that was level cap. We want to go the anvils. That was that. What about this one?
Content. We're going to be adding 2 additional zones, the turquoise sea and the anvils. Now again,
absolutely
Yo, Pep, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you.
keep in mind, phase 3 runs a while. So what we're talking about here
Can you
with
tell us
regards
where the
to
anvils
these
are?
additional features and content is what you can expect within the first few months.
I'm
of
quite certain
phase
they talked
3.
about the anvils
Right,
more
so-
recently than this. Like 100%. Find village, no locations, blah, 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 blah. Off to phase 3. Anvil zones. We'll add systems and new content. Bruh. You're right. Those are the anvils. Flat top mountains like an anvil. That's the logic that I used as well. Yes. Like that's part of the logic that I used is flat mountains like the top of an anvil, because if you tink and it's not a flat mountain or a flat anvil top, then you can't tink and actually like smith, right? Yeah, like you have the starting area here. You got the flat tops like an anvil. The anvils are the dwarf area. This is the Dunes and Kel Mountains. Why would you have the dwarves here or here and then the Dunes and Kel Mountains not connected to the dwarves? I feel like it doesn't make sense for it to not be there, right? Search map on the wiki. And there's an old map picture. Okay, hold on. Where's the old map picture? Oh, is it the Vera map scroll? It's at the bottom of the page. Okay, so it's not this. No, this is just what we have. Okay. But that's just on a scroll. What up, Knights? How you doing today? Let me check real quick. Bottom of the page. Bruh. Node simulation with placeholder biomes and node locations. The original Ashes map for my Pathfinder World of Ashes, made 10 years ago. Oh, that's kind of cool. Riverland's concept art, simulation of node interactions. I'm scrolling all the way down. I'm scrolling all the way down right now. Vassals. Is it just like in the picture at the bottom? I think I fucking missed it. Is it just in like the world map tab? What should I be looking for? Is this it? No, that's not it. Yo, what up, Kosh? We're looking at map stuff right now to try to put the old where is the anvils to rest. Cause apparently there's a map that has circles on the starting areas. Oh yes, yes, here it is. I found it. So you have starting area here. This is your first starting area in the Riverlands, okay? And then you have another starting area up here in the Anvils. So this is going to be the second starting area. Confirmed. This is the Anvils. This is a starting area. You have two starting areas on this continent. No other starting areas there. And then if we zoom out and go in over here, we'll see a starting area up here. And keep in mind, this is an old map as well. The new map would have that starting area be kind of like Frostgrave Felsey. And then this was also flipped around to over here. So I think that'll be a starting area. We could see a different one on that side though. But yeah, so two starting areas here, two starting areas over on here. So you have Riverlands start. And there's no start, keep in mind, in these mountains. Nothing here, like behind my cam. And then you have the anvils. Yeah. So that's huge. That's huge. Now, this is old. Anything could change. But I definitely think that we're on a good pace here. I think this is huge. And I do like the placement of that. Like, that makes sense. Like the Discord setup. Thank Corla for that. She cooked. Yo, what up, Hunter's Bounty? Finally bought Phase 3 the other day. Does anyone have a link that'll explain a lot about the game? Looking for something I can watch, even if it's 2 hours long. So, in terms of explain a lot about the game, that's going to be really tough. It's a social sandbox. So, like, when we say on stream, you can do anything you want in the game. You can do anything you want in the game, right? So like, my big thing is I always tell people, the wiki is awesome because you can look anything up on Ash's wiki, ashthecreation.com/wiki, ashthecreation.wiki, sorry. You can look anything up on there, and any systems that you're interested in, I can answer any like specifics, like 100%. We can figure out anything in the game. We can source all the info that we need, and we can get it here. But in terms of just like, this is how to Ashes of Creation. Oh man. Yeah, it's a true social sandbox PvX loop. So every part of the game is worth doing, worth participating in. Even if you're PvP minded, a lot of PvE, gathering, crafting, all of that stuff benefits you in PvP. There are a lot of very deep and complex systems as well, from the node systems to the guild systems, which are separate systems, to all of the actual like social interactions and stuff. So wait, is this water? I always thought this was like a cloud. Wait. Oh, that's water. Oh, that shit just always look like a cloud over the map on this map. I don't even lie. Because here, that's all opened up as well. That could be intriguing. Huh. I almost hope they do it this way instead, with it opened up more. That could be really cool. I mean, the Smokies were the anvil, just that it was that dungeon. I forget what it's called, Forge or something. Oh. Yeah, so like Forge itself is here. That's gonna be like near the tropics, but yeah, this'll be the anvils itself. And this will be the starting zone. So through that, it seems like this part of the tropics, after the reset or after Thursday, may actually be a viable starting area. Because if we look up here, it's usually going to lead you into a path of progression with these, you'd think, right? I don't think it would just have this as like a go here and then get completely shit on. So I almost think it's like, I almost think Tropics is going to be a very, very low level introductory area. You know what I mean? Not like very low level, but at least in this area. Because all along this coast as well, you've got level 10 to level 15 crabs. It's not like that's like a super giga hard pull. Chat, anyone in the tropics on the PTR? Anyone want to go up and see what mobs are spawning in North Tropics for me? Smile? Because we got to plan out these leveling routes, baby. We got a lot of important shit to do. I still got to get my gear set all typed up. My lowest common denominator, the LCD. And it's all going to be subject to change as well because of everything. Nakua or tropical? Oh, wait. And do you think here this is showing like the Kalar versus the Valoon? And then this is showing the Dunes and Kill, or the Dunir versus the Nakua? Oh, that would make sense because it's like the divine races for the starting zones. Got it. So it'll be like the dwarves, the humans, the elves, and the orcs. And then these are your two splits. So this is the Dunir, this is the Nakua. This is the Kalar, this is the Valoon. Oh, okay. I'm smart. Yep. No, we got it. We understand it now. That's huge. Massive development. So this is going to be the start for the Nakua. So this is huge. There's one thing you can't figure out though. Another area is unlocked. Oh, I mean, I can level my character. Like, I'm gonna be playing a tank. The thing with this area being closed is it's not like, oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to level. It's more a matter of like, oh my god, Jinnah's not gonna be able to level. Like, the entire Jinnah node is fucked over from that getting closed off until like tier 2. That's the big thing about it. Because Jinnah outside of that, does not have opportunities to earn experience for the node on the scale that really any other node will have. So it's much less like, oh my god, I can't hit 25 on my tank. There are plenty of options for 20 to 25. This is the fastest, but there are a lot of options. The biggest thing is like, if we want to level Jinnah, where do we go to level Jinnah? You know what I mean? Like, how do we even make that happen at this point in time? And I think that's where the level of like uncertainty comes in, and it's like, I wonder. All right, let me fill up my water real quick. I'm very low. And then we're making my gear set. It's time, chat. We'll make a couple tank gear sets, and we'll be up tremendous. I'll be right back. Not sure how old the map is. Yeah, everything in terms of like the fineries of that map will be subject to change, but they'll just level it like they did the first 3 desert nodes. Nah, if they level the nodes on fresh starts, they're bitch made. Actually, we're bitch made. But yeah, don't level the nodes. Do not level the nodes. Because hear me out. Leveling the nodes is detrimental to them as well. Because they don't get any good information from that. Like, sure, they get some data. But like, if they don't have people leveling the nodes, then this is going to happen. Where something completely necessary for the node's leveling and progression gets cooked. Speaking from a legacy server standpoint, yeah, legacy servers are going to be fucking dead. Legacy servers are going to be dead. That is true. That is true. I think legacy servers may get leveled because there will be like 5 people. Where's the link to that? Patch notes? You can get it on the codex. Ash's codex, and then go to the news tab, and they have it there. This was my hand typed, but this is private test realm notes. So yeah, I got these from my sources. I got my snakes. I got sources on snorses. So yeah, we're everywhere. The cats are ingrained deep. I have private test realm testers, boots on the ground right now. And I also need one of our private test realm boots on the ground to go up here and see what mobs are looking like. Because unironically, on server launch, I may get my mount and take my entire group up here to farm and then go here at like level 10 and just do tropics. Unironically, I might. I'll have to get food while they finish merging. Yes, I'm gonna get water. I'll be right back. I need somebody to go to the trops! Go fast, eat ass. Am I right, chat? We're back. All right. Gear set sourcing. Which tab is it? This tab. Nope. This tab. Chat, we're truly up. All right. So, this is a pretty big update. Oh, this update's fucking huge. Oh, it's girthy as fuck. Nodes and JUNDARK. Well, keep in mind, not only is it a massive update because of nodes and JUNDARK, right? But look at where my cursor is. Look at the beauty that is Node Siege updates. Characters will no longer be at war with the opposing Node Siege team until the preparation phase for the event begins. Mounts can no longer be summoned during active Node Sieges. You know what that means? You know what that means, chat? Every single Node Siege starts running 10x better. Insanely more smooth. Insanely more consistent. I legitimately am so fucking excited. No AC 130 above. Hopefully, they disable Mayor Mounts too. I won't lie. I think that would be good. I think not having flyers to scout out every single rotation instantly is massive. I think that would add so much to it. I'm not gonna lie. I think that'd be great for the mode. I think somebody just sitting up above the entire fight, seeing every single rotate as it happens, takes away a lot of the actual like skill and tactical of it, right? Like the tactics and the organization. You can just have one caller just be like, yo, you guys are going here, you guys are going here, they're rotating here, they left here, you guys backdoor here. Like, boots on the ground, everything's different. You're not gonna know exactly when they leave a respawn camp, so you can hit their respawn camp instantaneously as soon as they leave. You're not gonna know, oh, they're leaving here right now, you guys have 5 seconds until they get to you. Like, you're gonna get caught off guard. You're gonna have to have people out scouting. You're gonna have to have multiple layers of comms. It's nuts. It's insane. And hear me out. If you get caught out and they do hit a rotate properly that catches you off guard, guess what? You can't instantly get back to deal with it because you have to physically run. It's really good. It'd stop overextensions. It would limit how far outside of the gates you can fight without potentially getting punished by a backdoor. It's real good. Now, Node Siege wise, I do still think that the end condition leaves something to be desired, in my personal opinion. Just in my personal opinion. I think it leaves something to be desired. And hopefully, I would like it to go maybe towards like... Steven's trying to force choke me. I would maybe like it to go towards like an objective control. Instead of just the straight like, oh, we channel this for 5 minutes. The second the channel stops, it's entirely like de-channeled. If they do keep the long channel on it, I would like to be able to build up progress on it. Like say I'm holding the channel, tick, 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 tick. If I stop channeling, tick, 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 slower D-tick. And if the defender channels it, tick, 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 fast D-tick. You can clear your D-tick with a counter, or you can clear your tick with a counter, right? That's what I would like to see it evolve to if they do keep this style of end for it. Because right now, if I hold the channel for 4.5 minutes and then I get knocked off of it, that completely just cancels the channel. It resets it to 0. So I'd love to see that. I just passed someone walking their dog with my window down and they hear eat ass just as I passed. I mean, realistically, maybe they should just take the advice. It'd probably make their day a little bit better, Hoofs. What you getting for food? I think these are really good changes for Node Sieges. Specifically, just reduction of lag from ash loot piles and reduction of lag from mounts. And the actual, like, changes to the core elements of the mode without the element of mounts. It changes how everything feels. Every single part of it. So I like that a lot, personally. I really like it. I 100% agree with the changes. I have no idea. I like them. I think they're good. Now, what I'm really hoping for is that since they're changing node sieges, they let us test node sieges. We went through a period where Grapply got stuck in a rock, so they were like, we're doing a lot more node siege testing. They were like, we're gonna do 3 tests, Winstead, Mirrorleth, and Sunhaven. And we got Winstead and Mirrorleth, and we're still waiting on that Sunhaven, and I'm not gonna fucking forget until I get my goddamn Sunhaven. We want that 3rd node siege in Intrepid Studios. The people demand it. So I'm hoping that we get it this week, maybe an announcement of that. But the node siege tests were insanely fun. And that was with them being pretty laggy. If they can have the new time to kill, the new, like, everything set up, it would already be fun with lag. And without lag, oh my god. Dude, I get giddy thinking about how good node siege testing will be. And just, like, PvP in general. But, I mean, obviously, you're gonna have mounts in every other form of PvP, right? But maybe, like, node sieges and castle sieges, ground mounts don't exist. I don't know. Long term, I think it'd be really fucking cool, though. Grocery run for the win? You meal prepping? Meal prep is Bissington. I probably have to make a grocery run soon. I meal prepped. When did I meal prep? I made meatloaf. You saw my meatloaf. Yeah, I made meatloaf recently. That was my last meal prep. I've just been kind of like numb in the last few days. I won't lie. I got sushi at the grocery store yesterday, just on a whim. I was there getting lactate milk, like my lactose-free milk, and they just make sushi in house. So I was just like, I might as well. All right, let's source my gear set. Character creator. My hot take, but I think the Bard AoE party jump gravity is too OP for node sieges. What do you think is OP about it? Like being able to just like wall hop with the gates down, or? Because I just think, honestly, I think it's strong, but it's also an extremely long cooldown to play around that is pretty predictable. It circumnavigates too much terrain for too many people. I mean, yes, but which makes balancing pathways difficult. Like, pathways and choke points are one thing, but if you see people shaping up outside of the gates anyways, then that's going to impact everything in a different way, right? So, I don't know, it goes both ways. Like, if you uppy over a non-choke point, sure, you get in, like, past that choke point, but once you're in, what do you do with the uppies? Because playing from, like, inside out without your entire raid together is rough. And then if you're in too deep and you're not clearing in from choke points, so, like, what with the flashbang? So say this is like the setup, right? Nice. And you have kind of like gate, right? And you have a Bard uppy that's kind of like over here. So Bard uppies bring you over here, over this part of the wall. If you don't have the push to actually clear in from here and here to go with that, then all of this just gets isolated and dies because it gets collapsed on from here, from over here. So, like, if you full Bard uppies and then you just roll somebody with it and you win the fight, sure. But it's this extremely predictable setup where you're going to have a lot of people out here. They're going to be off of the choke point, and you're going to be like, okay, why are they playing so far off the choke point? And you're like, okay, we're about to get uppied. So then you're like, okay, pull off the choke point, pull slightly inside. And as a defender, if you see an uppy coming, you've got to remember that in any form of choke point, it's a double-sided funnel, right? So in any of these gates, line of sight and playability looks like this. So from the defender standpoint, you're trying to get enemies pulled into this blue zone to kill them because this is where that line of sight condenses. Once you're inside of this gate, this is where you kill all of the reds as a defender, because their healers, all of their supports also have to step into this line of sight, which makes them more susceptible to just getting popped. So the second they come in through here, they get popped. If you see uppies coming, you pull back a little bit, you bait this, you deal with the uppies, you turn back to this as a defender, all dealt with. And then you just inside out defend that. As an attacker, you actually want to try to like draw the defenders out. So if you can bait them, same thing out here. If you get the defenders to come out into the red area, that means all of the LOS shifts from all of this being able to support in the gate to healers and supports having a shift in here. It pulls them forward and it kind of like shrinks the entire fight in your favor. So everything gate-wise is just a double-sided funnel. And if you play it like this from a defender side, then you can deal with the uppies incredibly easily. The only thing is like, if it's a full like every single person in the entire node siege uppies over the gate at the same time and then full wipes you, sure. But even from that standpoint, say every single gate is currently up and you've got like just uppies everywhere, right? So you've got like uppies from here, uppies from here. You're getting uppied from over here, and you've got one from over here, right? All of your gates are up, and you're like, oh shit, right? Oh no. Perhaps limit the aura effect to 8 people in your group max. That's what it is, right? It's not just every single person. I'm pretty sure it is group. I might be wrong on that, but all of our bards, I believe, were... I might be wrong on that. Double check with a bard player. Yeah, double check with a bard player. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it's only groups. We can also check. Where's Colton? Colton! But yeah, so say all of your gates are up, and then they uppy over every single one of the walls all at once. Respawn times, as a defender, inside will be faster than it will be outside, and the uppies cooldown is too long to respawn uppies, respawn uppies, respawn uppies, respawn uppies. So as soon as the attacker gets in, they just start kind of like dying off and they get pushed out. So like uppies is good to create opportunity, but you have to have more to actually like follow through on that than just the uppies, right? And it's a longer cooldown, so I definitely feel like it kind of sorts itself out in that regard. But yeah, that's kind of my take on it. All right, so this one was laggy when I was trying to use this search. I wasn't gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. Let's see. Stats, force rarity. Okay, so this will sort it for us. So let's just make sure that I'm not health. I always put max life. I want to just make sure that I'm not missing anything. I'll just put a mental pin in it. Yeah, when we do node siege testing, keep it in mind as something to watch, because I'd be willing to wager that we're... Oh, wait, whoops. I'd be willing to wager that we are going to see a lot more changes to it.
Oh, that's interesting. Mask of the Sighted has some max health on it too. Grove Guard helmet's not the worst.
But yeah, I would be willing to wager that we see node siege testing in the next playtest period. So Iron Helmet uncommon is going to be relatively achievable. You don't need to worry about enchanting it. The thing is, Iron Helmet uncommon, 410 max health, or Mask of the Sighted uncommon enchanted. Iron Helmet, easy. Yeah, it's good to like put mental pins and things like that though. Definitely good to have. All right, so Iron Helmet's to play there. Shoulders. There are not many good choices for shoulders. Although Spindle Hemp only has 18 max HP. I was hoping this would be more max HP. So with shoulders, we'll go Fizz Power since there are no good max HP rules. I mean, like, I guess you could look for Con, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of value in that. So you have the choice of Iron Pauldrons. Those are going to be your highest scaling, but that's another iron piece. Now, you could farm those up pretty easily. Howling Wolf Pauldrons, Leather Polish, Spindle Hemp, Ashen Haunt. Ashen Haunt is really farmable as well. All of these are extremely farmable and extremely similar. Even like Ashen Haunt to Iron Pauldrons, you're looking at a 90 fizz power rating difference. So that's nothing too crazy. And then you do drop off really hard after Ashen Haunt. So any of these top 4 are going to be very achievable. What are the Howling Wolf Pauldrons? Where do those drop? Howling Wolf Pauldrons. Right here. Dropped by... Okay. Wait, so these drop from Ashen mobs. And these can just drop in Ceph as well, right? Am I tripping? Oh, no. These are Ashen Flame. Okay. So these are the Minotaur-looking guys, right? And then these are Goblins as well. Looks like these are just going to be another random world drop. So, Ashen Haunt, these shoulders... Let's see what else. Iron shoulders are also going to be pretty acquirable. So look up where iron shoulders drop. Because we're going to be farming our iron helm anyways. It's iron pauldrons. What do these drop by? Okay, so this is Steel Bloom for the iron set. So it seems like we'll be doing a good bit of Steel Bloom farming. Is Iron Helmet also Steel Bloom? Okay, yeah. Yeah, huge. So we could get a good amount of the iron set just from Steel Bloom if I had to wager. So we'll go and throw those in. We've got double uncommon at the moment right now. And then cloak-wise, this was an easy choice because Winstead Citizen's Cloak is fucking sicko mode. And I'm sure it'll be a... Chat, do we want to play around a Citizen Cloak or no? For the gear set. Because Citizen Cloak tech may get changed. More nodes are coming in. I feel like I should put it for now. I'll put it for now. Rarity. Rare. Okay, so that's in. Max health armor. That's literally our best cloak by far. Black Feather is what I'm using right now. Dustpaw Warhide is also another choice. Fire Scarred Breastplate. All of these are very good choices. Bear Slayer starts to drop down. So any of these 3 are going to be your big 3. Where does Fire Scarred drop? Fragment of Cairn. Fire Scarred Breastplate. Cairn. 31. Is this Grave Peak mob? What? Chat, has anybody seen this mob before? Or nah? I don't know if I've ever seen that mob before. Fire Scarred Chestplate. Is this just one that's not spawning? It's not in the game. Okay. So this is one that just doesn't spawn. Good to know. Be a nice chest. Okay, so it's just Dustpaw or Black Feather. Korax also hasn't been spawning despite existing. I do have a Black Feather, but I don't know, maybe going for Dustpaw would be the play early on. I would assume Korax would be spawning, but what's the Dustpaw Warhide? Miserable Dustpaw. Sounds like me. Is he in a pocket dungeon, chat? Is this a pocket dungeon? And if so, which pocket dungeon is it? Bear in the desert in a pocket dungeon. Fuck. Which pocket dungeon, by chance? Is it Stonehold or Communion? Well, let's give it a quick look-see. Stonehold. Stonehold is the Omlock Giants. Communion? Communion. Communion Pocket Dungeon. Squall's End. Miserable Dustpaw 3-star. Oh, I know which one this is. Okay, yep. Yep. I know this one. Okay. Communion is not unlocked until Squall's End Stage 2. I think that's going to suck. I think that's going to take a little bit. I don't think we should plan around that, chat. I don't think that's safe to plan around, no? So, this mob doesn't exist. Korax isn't spawning. But it seems like this is going to be the best choice. Because after that, it drops to Bear Slayer skin. Which I want to say Bear Slayer skin is going to be another Steel Bloom. Bear Slayer skin dropped by Alakog Eternal Guardian. Oh, that's Ursan Cave. Okay. Are you looking for tanking gear? I'm putting together like what my tank is using, but also a combination of what's going to be available. So with my tank setup, I'm sitting currently at, look up Deepwater. I'm not a big fan of Deepwater. Like Deepwater doesn't really like do a ton. I know like the rolls look intriguing on it, but fizz mitigation anyways, like you're kind of set. Armor wise, fizz damage isn't really what's gonna be nuking you. And then con wise, this is only 200 max HP, right? So like it's a cool roll, but I don't necessarily think it's anything crazy when you could just get a lot of value out of that, like that chest piece slot, and then you could just go Amulet of Zarin, which is going to give you 1200 mitigation and 650 plus evasion, just as like a double up. If you are trying to just go like pure anti-fizz though, then that could definitely be a good option. But the big balance for this set is trying to figure out like which pieces will bring the best balance. So my personal goal for the setup is like 210 to 220 for the power, just right off rip with super cheap gear, and then like 7500 to 8k HP. Right now I'm sitting at 230 with a little over 7500 HP, so I can afford to drop a little bit of power, but I also have a nuts bow right now. So 220 plus soft cap, exclamation DR. It's like one of many soft caps, but the diminishing return bands don't really get bad until 240 to 250. Anything up until that point is pretty friendly. It's already been sourced in terms of like what the ratios are. So exclamation DR will get a full like spreadsheet of roughly what the power rating to power is. It'll show the DR ratios, but everything up until 240 is a very like unpunishing soft cap. I'll pull it up as well for chat. So the numbers will be slightly varied based on like what class you're playing and shit. But the biggest thing to look is essentially the separation of things. So even like 190 to 200, you're looking at like 1.18 mil, 1.18 thousand, right? So like 1100. You're still at like 1100. You're at like 1230. And then you're at like 1300. And then you're at a little over 1400 in that 230 to 240. And then that's when it jumps up to that like 1550 plus. Well, right around 1550. This is 1539. So it does jump up quicker, that 240 to 250, and then 250 to 260. Anywhere above 260, that's when you get into that like 1.66 milli. So that's when it starts to escalate just in terms of like the ratio. It's theoretically impossible to hit 500 power right now. Not that anybody is anyways. The highest that I heard so far was 273 power scaling. And that was a fighter that had about 3k HP. They were pure pump. Tank uses Calendar breastplate. Which one's that? Magic power rating. Why the magic power rating? We don't need that one. Yeah, we want the fizz power rating. So as of right now, Black Feather is going to be the safest bet. That's what I'm currently using on my tank too. The reason we're going with that. Oh wait, Dustpaw Warhide to be good. No, Dustpaw is very farmable, right? Because that's in... Is that what we looked at? No, it's not. Dustpaw Warhide's in the fucking Communion Pocket Dungeon. So it would either be this or Bear Slayer skin. Bear Slayer skin is from Ursine Cave. That's what we're looking at. So I would assume we'd see another Fizz Power chest with the JUNDARK, probably. And there's none in the tropics right now either. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to see another one. Bracers, hardened chitin armor, Grizzler hide sleeves are going to be your best options. Hardened chitin armor, unfortunately, even though it's what I'm using right now, won't be available. Thanks, Intrepid. Apothecarium Dreadmire, not unlocked until Jinna level 2. Fuck me. There goes the neighborhood boys. So, Grizzler hide sleeves from Grave Peak if he's spawning. Rosarium Guard bracers. These are going to be Steel Bloom. I'm thinking that might be the play. I'm thinking. Because if we go Rosarium Guard bracers, this entire set is actually going to be Steel Bloom. Is there any more value here? Max health on the legs. Oh, that's interesting. Instead of polished tin, perhaps? Okay. Okay. I'm going to keep those in mind. So let's target these, I think. Because these are going to be 730. And these will drop pretty commonly as well, just from Steel Bloom. Anything in there. Anything in there. Farmed Grizzler and got the rare necklace. Didn't know he had bracers. Yes. The Grizzler is a fucking deity. That man is a deity. Yeah, so Grizzler hide sleeves as well. Those are going to be the second highest Fizz Power option. But for, like, easy targeting, since I'm going to be in Steel Bloom anyways, farming Iron Helmet, Iron Shoulders, which are two very good pieces to get, then I might as well throw in the Rosarium Guard bracers. That's going to be some more Fizz Power. The reason that we lean there, if we look at... God damn it. I always do it! Wait. Oh, there isn't a max health. Okay, huge. So some slots just don't even have an eligible max health roll, so. Maybe snip it and paste the Ashes Codex map into Paint and start putting pins of places you need to go. Oh, that'd actually be smart. That'd be smart. So right now, I'm not even gonna lie, it's Steel Bloom, Steel Bloom, Steel Bloom, Winstead Citizenship, and then Grave Peak. So it's pretty chill. I'm trying to keep it sourced in areas that we would likely go to level and progress as well. So who knows? Is Steel Bloom going to be unlocked? Or nah? Like, will we have Steel Bloom available? Oh, fuck me. God fucking damn it. Now I gotta look this up. She is a creation.wiki. Ideally, leveling areas will match up with gear drops. Yeah, or at least have some sort of, like, not completely inconvenient carryover. Citadel of the Steel Bloom. Citadel of Steel Bloom is a point of interest in the Riverlands. Citadel of Steel Bloom was a home of the Order of Steel Bloom, blah, blah, blah. Immediately outside the Citadel is Harrower's March, named after the ancients led slaughter. Following the events of Carfin, the Harrower led a group of marauders here to slaughter members of the Steel Bloom. We need to read about Harrower's March. So, like, that was what happened at Carfin. Anyways. The ancients lead slaughterer is fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Okay. So anyways. That AGS hype, I hope they pull through for their players. Wait, AGS? Dude, it's not even hype. I mean, I'm glad that they're getting some content, but that's not like... That's not a lot, dog. It's a lot of testing, and like, it's a lot of stuff that doesn't actually fix their gameplay loop. I don't know, I just... Maybe some people will like just speeding up to endgame and running like endless PvP instance modes all day, but I don't know. I don't know. It's basically going to turn into like a battle royale ARPG type 5. But I hope it goes well for them. I do. I'm not going back to check it out unless they pay me. But I hope it goes well for them. I root for them. All right, let's see. So, Forsaken Blade mobs are the normal residents. During the Ultimate Orb of Essence story arc, the Forsaken Blades have been working with cultists in an attempt to increase their power. This has upgraded them to 2-star Flameforge variants. Okay. Order of the Steel Bloom. This is going to be more lore-based. I think it should be open on launch, right? I don't see why it wouldn't be. It doesn't say anything about it not being. So this Steel Bloom would be a good stop. Huge congrats on the channel, almost 2,000 subs. I know! We're so close. We're so close to 2K, dude. It's absolutely insane. What are we, like 36 subs away from 2K or some shit? Dude, it's insane. Never would have imagined that we'd be here playing a game that isn't even out yet. I'm not on a PC, but can you check if Griffin Belt is dropped by Big Brother? Yes. Griffin Belt. Oh, Griffin Belt's like the only Fizz Power option you guys have, huh? Griffin Belt. Let's check it out. Dropped by Big Brother. Yeah, it's in his loot table. So he actually drops the belt that I'll need too, or one of them. Actually, this will be the more achievable belt for me. I'm not even gonna lie. Man, why is it that as much as I hate Steel Bloom, half of my gear set's gonna probably come from there? Like, why? Oh man, we'll see. Lungs of the Abyss. Oh, really? Oh, fucking really? So that's technically more HP. Lungs of the Abyss. But I guarantee this is pocket dungeon locked. Darku Gravekeeper. Do you exist? Check Ragebringer. Ragebringer's what I currently use. Yeah, Ragebringer's right here. That's what I currently use. I didn't know Lungs of the Abyss was a thing. Is it acquirable? Like, is this mob a thing? What's the specific drops? Drops Steel Bloom shit? What the fuck? Bubble Bobble? Weird. Weird. You can go car for forge with us, fight us for our Abyss 2-hand weapon. Oh, I'm chilling. I don't need a two-hander. I am ready, though. I'm ready for Steel Bloom. I like Steel Bloom. I'm just putting that out there. Ragebringer Stone, by the way. The reason we aren't going to put Ragebringer Belt in this is because that's also, I believe, going to be locked. I want to say that's going to be locked. Is that Stone Hold? I mean, that'll be Squall's End reaching level 1. So eventually it won't be locked, but I definitely think for leveling progression purposes, targeting another Steel Bloom piece is just going to be efficient, right? For progression. So Bearmaster's Girdle would be a really good option there. We also have the option of a Ruvidium Belt, Bear Hide Belt, and then it falls off. Ruvidium Belt could be another armor appropriate, just random Steel Bloom drop, but I think Bearmasters will be the play there. That'll be easily achievable there. There are no max health options for gloves. So gloves are another fizz power for us. And we're just going to try to get all of these. Wait, Dusty important? Yeah. So that's what I'm considering, by the way, with all of my gearing. So keep in mind, Apothecarium is Snake Circle, Grumpy. So you can't get your bracers. Apothecarium is Daytona, Snake Circle, all of that. Yeah. So like, we're trying to figure everything out. Like everything gear-wise. Go to a Let's Play of Oblivion Remaster. It's on Game Pass. I don't have Game Pass. Get them to give me a key. Colton, big important streamer. Just kidding. I'm not important or large or a streamer. Also, is Bard Uppies group wide or is Bard Uppies raid wide? It's group wide, right? I'm pretty sure it's group wide. Important to us. I love you guys. I appreciate you. You guys are important to me. I couldn't do this without you guys. Because of you guys, we're 36 subs away from 2,000 subs in a game that doesn't exist yet, chat. With 2 downtime days a week, by the way. Nobody even has a reason to show up and watch stream today because the game doesn't exist today. I'm sitting here playing build a gear set on a website simulator. Like, nobody has any reason to hang out, but you guys keep showing up and making this possible. And I greatly appreciate it. Hey, what up, Ragnar? Bye, Ragnar. What you getting up to, dude? My favorite background noise? The Dusty stream stays on during gooning hour. I love to help. I feel involved. I'm a part of the team. We're up tremendous. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Show up and first thing is you don't have any reason to be here to say. I was saying it in an appreciative way, dog. I was saying it in an appreciative way. All right, let's see. So, Gypsum Outpost is cooked. Apothecarium Dreadmire is the Snake Pocket Dungeon in Jinnah. So, Stonehold and Communion also cooked. So, we're trying to do this all with like extremely sourceable stuff. You know what I mean? Just things that are available everywhere. Bearhide gloves, polished tin gloves, both apparently the pieces of choice. But I would expect more level 20 physical power gloves based on where the loot table's at right now. So let's peep Bearhide because I'm using polished tin on my tank right now. So let's give that a look.
Apes together.
Yo, Colton, thank you for the 4 months, brother. The big primer.
Chats with Cats is recruiting for all Giga Chads and casual gamers alike.
That is true. That is true. Chads with cats, the cats that are the chads, the chattiest cats in all the land. Taking everyone. Colton, thank you for the 4 months, dude. I appreciate you. Yo, I want to farm this guy. What up, Blood Thunder? What the fuck? They sound dope as shit. All right, let's see. Is this dropped in Steel Bloom? Forsaken Blades. Yes. Yes. Bearhide gloves are dropped in Steel Bloom. We're up tremendous. Yo, chat. I'll give you guys one guess at where I'm going to be going off rip. You know what's crazy? I bet Polished Tin also drops in Steel Bloom. I'd be willing to wager. Flameforge Raider, Flameforge Captain. Forsaken Blades. Yep. Physical helmet recipe got fixed. Apparently, Dune More helm. Yeah, it's Dune More now. It's not the first time I've said that today either. Okay. So yeah, Steel Bloom's just gonna be the fucking place. I'm not even gonna lie. Steel Bloom is pretty much it. That's just what we're looking at. So we'll try to get bear hides. This is already looking good though. I do like how this is shaping up. And this is all just stuff that's easily sourceable. That's the biggest thing. We're trying to plan around things that are opened up on launch. And honestly, it looks like as soon as we're in the range to hit Steel Bloom, we just hit Steel Bloom. That'd be the biggest thing. Can you do a set for each class and we'd have a reason to stay? What about the reason of supporting me? What about that? So we do have is it all Steel Bloom? Dude, it genuinely might be all Steel Bloom. I don't know at this point. But one thing that I was saying earlier towards the start of stream, we finally got the guild official Discord up. And with that, we're trying to get class leads set up for every area and have those class leads do exactly what I'm doing right now. And what I'm doing is currently building the gear set that I'll like farm for on launch. And this will be like the lowest common denominator, I call it. Like what's available, what I can actually get without waiting on server progression. Then after this, I'll go through and I'll make another one that's going to be like, okay, here's what we're targeting with everything up, and here's like the higher rarity rolls, here's where I want to end up. So this is all intended to be like super easily gatherable. So I'm gonna try to have every one of our class leads in the guild also do that. We also have a few other people in the chat that are probably going to do the same thing for other classes. So while I may not be the best expert on this stuff, I am more than happy if you guys are doing one along the way, and kind of like doing it with me for your class as an activity. I'm more than happy to provide feedback on like pieces versus each other or anything like that if you're conflicted. But honestly, it'd be a good chance for you guys to do all this. What class do you want? Colton, hit us with a bard. I don't think I have anyone on a bard setup, and Slacker had asked. We have so many bards that are going to be rolling on May 1st. We gonna need a bard setup. But yeah, we can probably find you pretty much whatever, honestly. Between the community as a whole, I bet we got you. If you to find my link. Oh, did you do a lot of them? So are you taking into account all of like what's available on launch and stuff, or is it going to be more of like a target this type of stuff? That's why I want to do multiple, because there's so many variables, dude. Yo, Raku, what up? Fresh start still the 1st of May. Yes, Sirski. Fresh start 1st of May, and then on August 4th, that's going to be the start of phase 3 with like the wipe. And then there, everyone will be on the new server. They're saying they may not wipe the fresh server. I hope they do. Well, August 4th will be the second fresh server, and that'll be like the start of phase 3 where we go 24/7 uptime and all that. Raku, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, so as of right now, essentially everything we're sourcing is from Steel Bloom. 2-week goal, 1 month, 2 month, etc. with changes based on hopeful crafts and drops. You got too much fucking time on your hands. Is that for Bard? Or did you do that for all of your classes? That's huge. No, that'd be so sick. Yeah, kind of the same vibe that I'm going here. And honestly, bro, I'm telling you, it wouldn't even take 2 weeks to get this. It wouldn't even take 2 weeks. Sewer. What up, baby? What up, baby? We're doing it. We're planning it. And let me tell you, Sewer, based on like which pocket dungeons are available and what's not available on launch, get ready to learn Steel Bloominese, brother, because we're going to be there. Ni hao. It's going to be a very long process. Other class leads have their sorted, Meat Greek Sovereign, been brain maxing to find good sets. I love that. That's literally the same shit that we're going to do as soon as we get our class leads. It's going to be crowded. Nothing's crowded if you're ahead of the curve. You just got to beat everybody else there. That's the big trick. That's the big one. But yeah, main POIs are going to be fucked. It's going to be a bloodbath. The hope is that we have enough people far enough ahead that, like, say we hit 20 and we're like, we want to go try to control Steel Bloom. We just go in with a raid and say fuck the XP for a little bit, get drops, and then move on. But who knows? Anything's possible. The goal is to have an 8-person group that's so far ahead that you just go in at like 17, 18 and just pump, right? But one thing that I also am trying to get somebody in the PTR to source for us. We did some research on the map itself, and this is going to be the Anvil starting area. So the way that the starting areas are displayed on the map is it's the divine race and then the split in the races. So you have the Dunir and then you have the Nakua for like the tropical dwarves and the mountain dwarves. Here you have the Valoon and you have the, you have the Kalar and you have the Valoon, the 2 humans. So that's the divine human race and then the splits. So what I'm thinking is on launch, I want to see what mobs up here are looking like. Because if this is intended to be like the Nakua hub, right? Then this could be a crazy starting area. You go here, you find an area to pump to like 8-9, and then at 8-9, you go and you do crabs on the shore, and you do AoE crab pulls. And then from there, I don't really know what like JUNDARK and shit will have to offer. It seems like JUNDARK's gonna probably be a bit higher level. But I don't know. Trying to find something in the Trops or in the desert, excluding like Daytona, is going to be the big thing. But yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a thing that's not crowded, dog. Even if we fucked off to the most random spot, I think it's going to be server pop cap with a queue day one. Just straight up everybody that is playing Ashes of Creation, probably. Not everybody, but I'd be willing to say 85% plus of the total player base will be on that server. Forilla. What's pop cap? For Alpha 2 Phase 2 servers, it was 6,000 concurrent. I don't know if that's going to do the same concurrent pop cap for this fresh start. I don't know if they have any more capabilities yet in terms of raising that. We'll see. But Alpha 2 Phase 2 was 6,000. The moment I get in the game, rush into the desert to level my mining. Ooh. If you're going to the desert, you're going to be with us, right? You better be. If you're going to be in the desert, I'm going to need some obsidian and some sandstone. That's probably going to be one of the rings that I try to craft. Obsidian rings and obsidian amulet are so fucking good. And obsidian rings, in my opinion, may be a value target for legitimately every class. So we'll pop over real quick. And while you have things like glittering spall ring, which is going to be your highest fizz power rating, steel ring, which is nice as well, you've even got iron rings, which give you a good amount of fizz power and max health, right? Now, iron rings, you'll probably be able to farm those. Maybe. And if you can farm these, congrats. You've got more fizz power and more max health, right? But regardless of which class you are, you could target obsidian rings. So technically, obsidian rings are going to have a little bit more max health, and you'll sacrifice about 200 fizz power rating to gain power rating in general. So you will lose power scaling with these. You'll gain a little bit of max health, but if you're producing these in any form of decent rarity for everybody in your guild, because you are just hitting obsidian, hitting sandstone, that's all you need, by the way, is sandstone and obsidian. These are incredibly cheap to make. I have 2 Legos on my tank. Incredibly cheap to make. So if you pump these out in any form whatsoever, this can cover every single class in the game for the early rings. So all that you're waiting on there is the actual like crafting infrastructure to be available to make them. But since they're level 10s, they're easily craftable and easily enchantable. Welcome to value. Welcome to infrastructure building. If we crafted 100 of these and gave 50 PvPers 2 of these rings apiece, we're already ahead of the curve. This is the big thing. This is what we're trying to do. If you're running to the desert immediately, obsidian, sandstone, and then we just got to get somebody leveling jewel crafting. Or whatever the fuck it is. I don't even know what the fuck it is. Is it jewel craft? Is it arcane energy? What makes jewelry? Oh, it's jeweler. Duh. We're up. You can tell how much I've crafted my own shit. This is why I have crafting leads. I gather and hit stuff. And I don't want to gather much. So these are going to be a huge value play. Honestly, I'm just going to slap 2 of these in right now, probably. Unless there's a higher value somewhere. Like, iron rings are nice and farmable. Iron rings are great. And if you can get them, good for you. But I'm going to try to go... God damn it. Max health. Boop. Max health options. In terms of raw max health, you have halcyon rings at your highest max health, and that only gives you 40 strength. And then you have obsidian rings. Super craftable. Super achievable. Slap a couple heroics on. Actually, we're not even going to slap heroics on. We're going true lowest common denominator here. We're going to go uncommon. We're going to say I can only get uncommon. And it's still going to be value. All right. I like that choice. We'll pop back over and we're on to pants. Now, right now, I'm using polished tin legs. I would be open to switching to more HP based pants as well. providing there was something that was farmable. Now, immediately, Rosarium Guard seems kind of appealing. Max health scaling, another 450 to help me tank up a little bit. And I really don't think that's a bad idea. I don't think dropping a little bit of power for a little bit of tonk early on would be bad, especially if we're ahead of the curve. Pantless? Maybe. Sub goal. I did tank without gear on for a week because of a sub goal that we hit. That was a wild week. So, Brine Britches, probably not going to be available because that's going to be a turquoise sea pocket dungeon. If you can get those, that's going to be huge, though. So, let's beat those. Brine Britches. Dropped by the Brine Father. What the fuck? What a name. Okay, so I'm assuming the Brine Father is not going to be available on RIP. So, we're going to go ahead and go Rosarium Guards green. So that'll be nice. We've got the max health scaling happening pretty well here. Max health boots could always be a good option too. Let's remove these filters. Let's check fizz power legs. Because I don't want to leave myself like too weak. That's the thing. See what the value here is. So we'd be looking at 500 fizz power or 450 max health. And either way, Polished Tin are going to drop in Steel Bloom. Everything I need just drops in Steel Bloom. I don't like this. I actually hate this. Boots this Hardy. Going to be the best fizz power scaling boots. If we are going that route, that's going to be hard as fuck to get. Boots of the Tardy are going to be extremely difficult to get. I'm not going to lie. These might be one of the most contested pieces early on. Especially because Carfin will be available, right? So I feel like we can go alternatives. Maybe some alternatives. Bear hides are okay. If we're going the fizz power. I don't want to leave myself too light on fizz power either. Like, I don't want to just be sitting at like 190 fizz power total build. But I don't know the values there. Max health. And then max health wise. Okay. Well, I guess there are no boot options. Like Ruvidium is okay, but yeah, I guess we're just going fizz power. So I guess it's just gonna be bear hide boots. Damn Dusty, one of our board ideas. It's based around if name mobs are wishy-washy with node levels in tropics and desert. That's also what I'm planning around, funny enough. Crazy how like-minded we are right now. Yep, it's all about what's going to be available. Because bear hide boots are going to be another farmable in Steel Bloom. Everything's farmable. Everything's farmable in Steel Bloom. Fuck me, man. My entire armor set is Steel Bloom. Oh no. Oh no. The Ruvidium boots are pretty good. Yeah, the Ruvidium boots are pretty good if I'm going max health. It's just, I'm going max health on my legs with this build out as well, with the Rosarium Guard leggings. But like, you can switch out the Rosarium Guard leggings for Polished Tin leggings if you get those to drop, because Polished Tin leggings are fizz power. You could go Ruvidium boots if those drop, or you could get bear hide boots to drop for fizz power. Like, uh-oh. Casters have exactly 2 mobs in Steel Bloom that can drop Bloom and Rose Thorn until they hit us inside the Citadel again. Oh, until they let us inside the Citadel again. Interesting. So maybe I should make my group like a full fizz group? I feel like orienting groups around like physical and caster groups may be good at that point then. So everybody can go farm like areas, right? A tank could get a little fucked by that, but I don't want to go to Citadel. Oh God. Was it not good? We're gonna have to do the world event, right? Where all of them transform into like flames and shit. Melee have around 15 mobs that can drop their sets. Like in Steel Bloom alone, right? Yeah, Steel Bloom's looking pretty nice. Steel Bloom's looking very good. Let's go back to chest and see what I can like get from Steel Bloom as well. Maybe there's like a max health chest or something. Let's give this a look. Watch there be something from Steel Bloom. That's another 500. Iron breastplate as well. Oh God. Oh God. There are options from Steel Bloom. Uh-oh. I spent hundreds of hours at Citadel and P1. Literally hundreds of hours. That was like me and Carfin when I first started to get like level 20 plus. Carfin was my comfort area. I was so used to tanking mobs there. I would just vibe out. It was so great. Steel Bloom's always been awful XP, but when you factor in the new TTK and Firestarter's not one-shotting now, it's a lot better plus gear. Steel Bloom XP can also be really good if you get the bear farm area with the melees. Carfin a vibe? I fuck with Carfin heavy. I fuck with Carfin heavy. I will have to do Carfin for weapon sourcing. That's, I think, armor sets, you'll be able to find spots where it's like, oh, I can farm this one spot and get a lot of good enough armor to get started and then diversify from there, right? But like, I wonder where we're getting the harbor and the Riverlands. South of Lionhold. So like, I want to see on the map, there's the blocked off like dock area, right? That's south of the castle. Does that get opened up too, like a Stormwind Harbor? That's what I'm wondering PTR wise. Probably Asmaran or Sunhaven for harbor. I'd assume Sunhaven, right? Southwest of Lionhold on the coast, east of Nuela. Okay, huge. The island south of Lionhold was open on the PTR. Yeah, not the island like south in the water, but like the big dock build out, like in the castle area. There's like a big like dock build out that's all sealed off with gates and shit that we haven't been able to get to. I want to go there. It looks cool. It was broken in P1. Oh, Bear Farm? Were there more mobs there? But yeah, because realistically, if I just want to go another max health piece instead of Black Feather, I can alternatively play for Forsaken Commanders or for Iron Breastplate, which will both be Steel Bloom drops. Not that all gets a different one. Word. Okay. Steel Bloom's just it for Fizz. Let's see here. Steel Hoop Earrings give max HP. Bone Earrings. I feel like everyone was crafting bone earrings, right? Like, bone earrings are still a good farm for a Fizz Power earring. Flameforge Raider. Forsaken Blades Firestarter. Oh, sick. Guess what? Steel Bloom. Steel Bloom. All right, so that's a regular bone earring. That's a Fizz Power scaler. Scribed bone earring. What is that? Radiant damage rating? See, those kind of look sicko mode. What is scribed bone earring? Dropped by the Warden. Not in Steel Bloom. I didn't realize Ashes had 100 plus quests in it. No, they had 100 people do one quest seat. They're just inflating it. It's like when a business says they have like over 150 years of experience and it's every single employee. They're having 2 years of experience. They just have 75 employees. All right, Scribe Bone Earring, probably not realistic from a name mob. Where do you come from? Where have you been? A long time ago. Oh, wait a second. Ashen Flame Disciples, Beastmaster Bovox, Bound Guardians. Uh-oh. This might not be available. It's available there, but Forsaken Blade Sergeant. All right, so technically there's one mob in Steel Bloom that can drop these.
Pirate Commander and Pirate Ranger. Ashen Flame Disciples are interesting. Ashen Flame Grind could be okay, maybe. Are these POIs even going to be out at the beginning of Fresh? Steel Bloom, yeah, as far as we know. But we're trying to plan around things that won't be available on Fresh as well. That's the big thing. So a lot of my pieces were like currently on my tank set from Desert Pocket Dungeons, other name mobs. And due to some of the changes today that were dropped on the PTR with like Desert Pocket Dungeons being gated behind levels or stages, I should say. It's a little intriguing. But yeah, Steel Bloom should be out. I do believe. Colin, Steel Bloom's out, right? Steel Bloom existed when I got here. They'll let us back in the sewer at some point. Keep in mind, I was a few days late for the start. Petable Scorpions are back in the desert on PTR. Oh, like the baby Scorps? Surely? Yeah, like they wouldn't not put Steel Bloom out at the start, right? Plus, even if it unlocks at node level 1 or 2, keep in mind that Riverlands nodes are going to hit 1 or 2 before we're even level 20. Will there be underground nodes? Yes, but only one will be, there will only be one biome, sorry. Like, all of the underworld will be, like, one biome. Alright, so... yeah, I think Steel Bloom would definitely be open. We even looked at the Steel Bloom wiki. Yo, what up, Kendo? How you doing, my friend? We even looked at the Steel Bloom like page on the wiki to try to find information about like, oh, this unlocks on this day or like at this point in node progression or something like that. Nothing. No predicate event. Nothing to kick it off. So we're trying to figure that out. But I think it'll be open. And even if it's not open, like on server start at level 0, anything in the Riverlands is going to level so fast and be achievable because it is in the Riverlands. Anything new in Ashes this week? Brother, there's new stuff in Ashes every week. Yeah. This is a huge fucking week. So a couple weeks ago, we got our entire attribute and time to kill change. We're getting the start of our gathering, refining, and crafting changes. Next week, May 1st is Fresh Start servers. JUNDARK, the jungle biome, is getting added on Thursday. All of these PTR notes, these 2 pages of PTR notes were from today. Yeah, it's massive. So the entire saleable area around this and all of this is going to open up now. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, depending on how long you've been away from Ashes, Ashes may not even seem like Ashes to you anymore. Like, the time to kill is different. The gearing is different. Everything's different. It's a good time. So what we've been doing is trying to source our gear set right now. Trying to figure out really like where we're trying to go with it for Fresh Start and see what's available. Now, if we can get this particular earring, this is max health and con. Those are going to be 400 max health per. So that'll be pretty juicy. Bone earring is also very achievable though. And that's another farm that's like right there. So if we go Fizz Power. But yeah, Kendo, it's a beautiful time to be in Ashes. It's a beautiful time. If we go Fizz Power rating, Bone Earrings and Looms are both going to be very good options. They're both super interchangeable. Looms are very easy to find. Do Looms drop in Steel Bloom though? Kanko, what? You said you were going to bed so long ago. Awoo! Let's see. Flame Fanatic. Okay. So these may not drop in Steel Bloom, actually. So let's go Bone Earrings as the play. Let's just start there. That'll be nice. Because again, that's gonna be Steel Bloom drop. And we'll confirm that here real quick. We'll make sure. I heard someone say the graphics in Ashes are not final and we'll get a big visual jump before launch. Yeah, Ashes isn't an alpha, dog. Everything graphics-wise is like the lowest possible iteration. Like, everything that you see in Ashes is like bare bones. Like, it's getting a lot less like that as we continue development. But yeah, everything graphics-wise, everything that you're seeing is like an early iteration. Keep in mind, we're transitioning to Unreal Engine 5.5 as well, which is going to improve so much, both in terms of like performance, in terms of how lighting looks and actually functions, in terms of the tools that they have. So yeah. There's a video of the supposed graphics or something. What do you mean like supposed graphics? Because there are a lot of videos out there that people have to remember are made with a lot of different tools. They've made videos for development purposes in like vertical slices before, I believe they're called, where it's basically like a segmented off part of the world that's specifically for that. So graphics wise, like if you play on cinematic and have good settings, your game looks beautiful. I've turned mine up to cinematic before and it looks great. But yeah, like the intended or something like that. Like their dev build is maybe ahead on graphics. I don't really know, but their private build has better graphics that are closer to their graphics, my guess. Yeah, I mean, I would guess probably the same thing. But yeah, graphics wise, anything that was recorded long ago, you have to remember too. Even if it was recorded long ago, like in a vertical dev state, right? Or in a vertical slice, like something that was made for the dev video itself. There's been a lot of change, a lot of transition. So UE 5.5 is going to be massive. Massive. Yo, what up, Canadian? Do you recommend the game in its current state? If you're okay with playing something that can be buggy and balanced in development, then I think it's extremely fun. If you're looking for a fully polished, fully finished product, then it's not going to be there yet. It is a playtest. It's a true alpha. And the game, like the playtest is expanding very rapidly. And it does have like a very fun gameplay loop, a very developed gameplay loop for the spot that it's in. And with that being said, I put in 700 plus hours since December in the playtest. It feels way more like a game than you would think it to feel like in an alpha. But it's all just about what you want to get into. I wouldn't recommend it to everybody because a lot of people are going to want something fully finished. They'd come in, they'd be like, oh, well, where's my end game? Well, we're level 25 and the level cap's going to be 50. So if everything end game was built for level 25, then level 50 would seem lackluster. Well, where's my balance? Well, it's level 25 and we don't have secondary archetypes and stuff like that. So personally, I do recommend it to anybody that is willing to play something that is in progress, willing to provide input on things, and willing to build the future of it. So just looking to do dungeons with friends, does it a more traditional tank healer DPS role? So you do have the trinity structure of tanks, healers, and DPS, but in terms of looking to do dungeons with friends, it's very, very non-linear in terms of progression, and a lot of open world content is also like contestable. So take for instance Carfin. Carfin is like a tower type dungeon where you don't go into an instance or anything, but the higher you go up in the floors of Carfin, the higher level the mobs get, and the mob types actually change a little bit. So with Carfin, or with any of the open world dungeons, most groups will kind of like farm a certain area of it. You'll find a mob that you want to kill, or you'll find like a really good static area to farm for XP. There will be 20% instance dungeons and 80% open world dungeons in the final version of Ashes. But in terms of just like wanting to pump dungeon, that'll probably be a little bit further out just because we don't have any instance content yet. But in terms of classes, you can do exclamation classes in chat. I personally play a tank. Cleric's going to be like the true healer. And then you have Bard, which is like a Swiss Army knife, like supporty type beat. And then you got a lot of DPS options. Melee DPS, Fizz DPS. There will be a Summoner class that's coming in as well in between May 1st and August 4th. Sounds kind of awesome. I like it. So if you come from like WoW and stuff, you'll be used to a mob tag system where it's like something spawns and you and I race to get the tag on it, right? So in Ashes, that tag still is important for something, right? But it's kind of a race to see whose group does the most damage to the mob, and it's like a competition for the mob. So when the mob dies, the person that gets the tag on it gets bonus like kill credit, basically. And then it's whichever group does the most damage with that kill credit factored in gets credit for the mob. So say we're in an open world dungeon fighting for a spawn, and you're like, man, Dusty sucks at the game. I know his group sucks. Like, he has bad gear, he has bad players, he's bad. I'm gonna take his mobs, I'm gonna contest him. And you do that. You out DPS my group, and we're like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. It's fun. It's real fun. So it does make the open world dungeons a lot better. You can compete for mobs. Befallen Forge is a little bit more linear in the sense that you'll like go through and hunt named mobs much more than like the trash mobs. And then the instance dungeon content, you'll have the first part of that dungeon leading up to like the first boss be a calibration period for your group. And after that calibration period's complete, the worse you do, the easier the remainder of the dungeon is. The better you do, the harder the remainder of the dungeon is. You'll be like, Dusty, why wouldn't I just complete the dungeon easier to get the loot faster? Well, if you are on a lower level of the dungeon, you get less and worse rewards. If you're on a higher level, you could get more and better rewards. So the instance dungeon content isn't like fully fleshed out yet, but that's a lot of what I've gathered from it so far in terms of the general structure of it. It's kind of that like dynamically scaling dungeon content that becomes extremely repeatable. My hope for that is eventually if you shift up to like doing, say there are 10 levels of the dungeon content, 7 or above, you push the rarity table up 1. So say you're killing something that would normally drop a green drop. It becomes a blue drop at 7 or above. You're killing something that would drop a blue and it becomes a heroic drop at 7 or above as the base drop. And that would be a nice like gap bridge between finding greens from mobs and crafting legendaries. It would get heroics, it would get blues, it may get a couple purples out into the economy from drops. So I would love that to come about as a system with the instance dungeon content, but they could take it any number of ways. Any number of ways. Yo, Carnivore, what up? What is the anvils? The anvils will be this area up here underneath the Dunes and Kill Mountains, and the anvil starting area will eventually be right here. And then with the anvil starting area, you'll see 2 little paths that break off. This is where the Dunir went, as you have the Dunes and Kill Mountains up this way. And then this is where the Nakua went, who are the island dwarves. So they're like tropical dwarves. So what I want to source on PTR, the private test realm, if we have a private test realm tester that would be willing to run over, I want to see what mobs are up here in this area. Because if these mobs are sick for like early leveling, everyone's going to be starting on May 1st here in the Riverlands. This is where the Kalar went, and this is where the Valoon went. Hoofsay with the 35 gifties. Have we done it? Is it the 2K? Is that for the 2K? Did you snipe it? Hoofsy, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, dog. Thank you. Much love. Chat, can we get some W Hoofsies? Can we get some Dusty W booties in the chat? Can we get some fucking love for the big hoofs and for the community as a whole? Boys, we just hit, for the first time in channel history, 2,000 subs. 2,000 subs, boys. For the first time in channel history. 2,000 concurrent subs. Yes, sir. We have done it. Up at the top. 2,000 concurrent subs. All at once. All in one place. In a game that doesn't even fucking exist yet. Because of you guys. Because of every single person in this community that shows up every day. Supports the channel. Keeps a tab up. Primes, T1s, T2s, T3s, gifts 1, gifts 2, gifts 100. Every single person in this chat contributes to that. Boys, thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. This is the Ashes community, man. That is it. That's all there is to say. Like, the amount of support is fucking ridiculous.
It is remarkable. And when I came over here, I had about 350 subs. I had about 30 average viewers. You guys are fucking insane. I genuinely appreciate each and every one of you so ungodly much. Now, that also rules something out, because I had a theory that Hoofsy was the anonymous gifter that was just juicing, and I'm convinced that it might be two different people now.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Carnivore, thank you for the follow. Much love. Hoofsy, thank you for the hydrate. Time to get the clippers out. I might be able to afford a haircut now. But yeah, so what I'm wondering, Hoofsy, thank you again for the 35. Rude Canadian, coming in with the primer. Did you dodge all of those gifties? My God. Yo, Canadian, thank you so much. 2001, boys. The Ashes community on top. The Ashes community on top. I have a feeling it's more than just two. Well, I'm angry because I don't know who all the anonymous gifters are. And I can't thank them personally. Gunja! The 17 months. Flex that banana, baby. Flex that banana. Gunja, thank you for the T1. Boys, we got a hype train on the way because of you guys. We got 2 minutes remaining. If y'all got the primers, y'all got 100 biddies rattling around in the Twitch wallet. This is now the time to drop them out. If we call in a hype train, you guys get exclusive rewards and emotes that are only earnable during hype trains. Anonymous coming in with the 5 gifties. When the world needed them the most, they fucking arrived. Anonymous, thank you for the 5. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. Chat, the level 8 hype train out of nowhere. We don't even start at low levels anymore. They said no level 1, no level 2. We're going straight to level 8. The level 8 hype train, active for the next 4 minutes and change. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Canadian. Thank you, Gunja. Hoofsy, the 35. Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all so fucking much. You do not understand how much that means, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okru, also coming in with a gifty. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Boys, anybody that subs, anybody that gifts 1, anybody that cheers 100 bits, y'all get an emote too. Maybe that's the trigger. It doesn't trigger until it's a specific level. So I think as you unlock more hype trains, right? The hype train base gets higher to hit. And it can take more and more people to actually like trigger it. So does the world actually want me to buy Ashes again? I got my paycheck early. Personally, I think May 1st is going to be the best time to play Ashes in the near future if you are looking to get in before the game launches. It's basically May 1st, August 4th, or wait till it launches, in my opinion. But I think the Wave 3 pack is an absurd amount of value. You hop in on May 1st with all the changes, you feel it out with the new changes, and you play knowing that on August 4th, with the full wipe, you have a second starting area in the Anvils, which is right here. And you're also going to have not just an update, but a revamp of questing and first-time user experience systems. Like, it's absolutely insane. Hey, Shulk, what up, baby? How you doing today? This is a massive time for Ashes, man. This is fucking huge. I don't think you guys understand. This is absolutely nuts for the future of the game. The biggest community pain point for people in chat that are coming in solo or coming in without like prior knowledge is like, Dusty, what the fuck do I do and why doesn't questing feel good? How do I make questing feel better? Well, now you don't need to, because I always say Intrepid is very in touch with community pain points because they play the game themselves. Intrepid understands because they're gamers. They're literally us, but they also know how to make games. So as a result, they're extremely, extremely, extremely in tune with these pain points, and they fix them very quickly, incredibly quickly. They revamped all of their combat because of community sentiment. We got TTK changes because of community sentiment. We got gathering, refining, and crafting changes because of community sentiment. We got a revamp of questing and first-time user experience because of community sentiment. All of it. Do we know how much Phase 3 will cost?
P3, your Wave 3 access is still what you'll want. Wave 3 access gets you in on May 1st with the fresh start servers, and it gets you in the entire remainder of development. So that's 100 USD. So if you haven't made your account yet, anybody in chat that's going to be joining us at any point, you can do !ashes. And if you create your account using that link, 15% of all of your purchases come back to me as in-game currency, not gold, silver, copper, but for the in-game store that is transmogs, dyes, and cosmetics only. There is no power gain, there's no pay to win, no pay for convenience, no anything in Ashes. So, it'll be the $100 pack that you're looking at. That's going to be your Wave 3 pack. That's going to get you in on May 1st for the fresh servers. On August 4th, there will be a white. You'll be in for that as well. Then there will be betas. You're in for those as well. Then, when the game comes out, it is sub-cost only. $15 a month, localized currency based on the server you're playing on. You get your first month of sub time included in your purchase. You also get $15 in the in-game store I mentioned earlier. Plus, you get your 90-day refund period. I already made an account. Is it too late to use your code? Yes, but that's okay. I'm a big advocate for a posthumous code change, and maybe someday, because I've applied for their content creator program. They have like an official Ashes content creator program. So I haven't heard back yet, but I'm hoping someday soon we maybe hear back with some good news. Because I'm not really going anywhere. I'm not going to lie. Their worry is probably that they like accept a content creator this early, and then the content creator just heads out and is like, I'm a dip. But like, I like staying here. I like Ashes. I love Ashes. I love the community. I love the devs. Like, I love the vision of the game. I love the execution. I'm happy as fuck here. So I don't really plan on going anywhere. I love big Ashes and I cannot lie. Yes. Yes. And listen, technically we're supporting a small indie studio. Is that an uwu choo choo? Wait, what's mine? What the fuck is that? That's so sad. What's mine? An actual queen. Choo choo. That's mine. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate y'all so much. Down bad. That looks down bad. My God. My God. I don't know how I feel about it. But JUNDARK's gonna be dope. JUNDARK is gonna be dope. We've got boots on the ground right now. We got boots and boobs dragging on the ground as we speak, chat. It's so sad. Why is the cute little thing gotta be sad? That's not cool. It's making me tear up. That shit's terrible. It might be just like thirsty. Maybe it's just like, oh my God, Dusty, please stream at 2 p.m. Ooh. Skiest of the years to thou, Drewski. How are you? We are up tremendous. The patch notingtons from the private test realm have brought us great joy. Great joy. And we are in the process right now of sourcing gear sets and what to do and where to go. And basically the good news is, if you're playing a physical class, I know exactly where you're going to want to go, and it's probably Steel Bloom. I'm going to keep it a buck. We're going to spend a lot of time there if we can compete for it. But we're sourcing a lot of gear. We're doing all the fresh start prep that we need to do. And we are trying to build all of the infrastructure. And in addition to that, you know what the craziest thing is? Other guilds are also sharing this information too. And you know what that improves? Not just us, not just them by comparing this information, but the entire community, because everybody gets access to it. And as a result of this, hear me out. When do you think the last time in Ashes of Creation history was that the most competitive guilds were just willing to be like, oh yeah, here, I'll share our gearing plan? People that knew pretty much everything about the game and the gearing are like, oh yeah, guys, here, let's talk about gearing. This is great for the game. This is huge. Do you have a video summarizing info we should know leading to phase 3? So everything just changed. Everything's going to be subject to change, so I'll probably record one coming up about the changes as things settle back in, probably like shortly after May 1st. We'll talk about the fresh start servers, and then we'll talk about like leading up to P3, what to expect. Play on the hype of that, but yeah. That would be large. Now, I do have a video that covers some of the changes from the last patch, 0.8.0, including some of the future changes with gathering to look forward to. So that's my last video. But yeah, I can definitely get a video cooked up about the upcoming changes as well in between May 1st and August 4th. would definitely be a good thing for us to look forward to. It's a good calm. It's a good calm. You're working on a tank set right now? Yes, I call this the least common denominator. So basically, this is intended to be a set that is farmable in pretty much every area. I deleted my account. How do I use referral? Yo, that's a fucking legend. Exclamation ashes. We'll get the link for that. I love gathering good changes. Oh yeah, you should go check out the video if you haven't, Kendo. They're bringing in a few primary systems that go really in depth about making the entire system dynamic. Instead of like just the static, I hit this, it's this, and then 4 hours later I come back and it's this, all change. In addition to that, they're changing how pylons work, the surveying system. So yeah, it's massive. Exclamation socials if you guys want to pop over there, but are you going to be posting these sets in your Discord? Yes. So my Discord, as well as the Cats with Abs official guild Discord. Now, keep in mind, pinned up at the top, that is our guild Discord. Right now, we are only giving out roles to people that are in the guild. We'll open up friends roles as the guild organization is a little more set up. So if you are in the guild, hop over there and make sure you get your perms. If you are not in the guild, then hop over there and then just wait till we open up friends roles. Carla has been working hard on that all day. And I think Nin might have hopped in as well because Nin asked Carla if she needed help and then disappeared. So, reminder to make ticket. Yes, make your tickets. That's your way to communicate with leadership once you do get your roles. But yeah, massive changes. Jugs, what up? Is JUNDARK confirmed on Thursday? So, the devs had been saying for a while their target was Tropics at the end of last month, JUNDARK at the end of this month, Anvil's at the end of next month.
Is absolutely
Andrew,
S-tier.
thank you for the follow. Much love. So, this is the last downtime of this month. We have 5 days after this, and then it goes down again, and then we're on to the first. That's fresh start servers. So just logically, that's when it was going to pop up. 0.9.0, they also said, is when it was going to pop up. And here we are, 0.9.0 deployed on the PTR today for testing. Traditionally, PTR will be like the PTR test into the live itself. So while it's not a full one-to-one, where it's like this is guaranteed, the JUNDARK is available in addition to a lot of other changes, including node siege changes, which improve node sieges, in my opinion, a metric fuckload, including mounts no longer being summonable during node sieges, which is going to increase performance a lot. So I'm hoping that we get more node siege testing very, very soon because those shits were fun. And if we get more of them, oh my God, it's going to be great. I'm going to have a laugh about this one. Which one? Okay, hold on. I have to pee real quick. Do you see New World's updated roadmap? I looked. Nothing New World really interests me anymore, though. Like, I kind of scanned the patch notes, and I was like, good for them. I hope it goes well. Like, I'm not even praying on their downfall anymore, because I don't have to pray for it. It's just happening. I'm hoping that it goes okay for them. I'll be right back. I gotta piss.
Chat, y'all ever just blow your nose and then feel like a completely new man after? Cause holy shit. Holy shit. I just went and pee, and then I blew my nose, and holy shit. Bro, New World is back, baby. New World is not back, Sir Child. New World is not back. I hate to inform you. So, they can add as many modes as they want, but if their core gameplay isn't fun, then no one's gonna play it. Their metas aren't good. Their class design and weapon design is not good anymore. Like, it's just, it's not fun. I don't think anything at this point will make that game recover. And I hope it does well. I don't really care. But the barbershop, you mean the barbershop that you have to pay for, by the way, Sir Child? You remember when they took away transmog tokens that you could earn in game and everyone was like mad about it, right? Ready? And then they were like, oh, introducing the in-game barbershop. Earn one singular token through the season pass that you have to buy, or buy them from the in-game store. They added a cash grab barbershop. Everything in that game is a cash grab at this point. They used to have everything earnable. Barbershop tokens would have been a 1 a week earnable. Bro, it's so cooked. New World's so beyond cooked. I will never leave Ashes. I genuinely... My 5-year plan is Ashes of Creation. Imagine having cash cosmetics. I don't even think it's not even the premise of cash cosmetics as a whole. It's the fact that tokens and things like that were originally earnable in-game up to a certain extent and were then purchasable on the side if you wanted more of them. And that was their structure with all of their optional cosmetics, right? And then they removed the option for players to earn them in-game to monetize it in a more predatory way, like taking away the option for players to earn stuff like that in-game. So once something's established, like if you say, hey, this is going to be our cash shop design, then that's fine, right? If you're like skins, transmogs, cash shop from the start, great. But the second you're like, oh yeah, this is something that's going to be earnable in game, and then you take that away and you're like, oh no, now we're gating this behind only money when it's been something that's been earnable in game since the like inception of this design. That's where it goes wrong, personally. I guess I never really cared about stuff like that. So like I didn't really give a shit because I bought my transmog tokens anyways. I just paid $5 for transmogs. But I know a lot of people in chat who were like, hey, I really liked having that to farm, right? I really liked having that to farm. And they were like, you were drippy? I was drippy as fuck. I will always be dripped out. Yeah. I was drippy as fuck. But like there were a lot of people in chat that were like, hey, I mean, I don't have the money to be spending on fucking transmog tokens. Like I got real stuff to spend money on. And like, you can be like, oh, it's only a few bucks. But at the end of the day, it's a valid complaint. It's a valid thing. And once you take that away from the player base after originally offering it, that's when it gets bad. Now, I think with Ashes, they're like, hey, we're going to have the coolest stuff earnable. The coolest skins, all of that. Those will be your earned play to acquire skins, right? Like the endgame armor sets are going to look drippy as fuck. The transmogs, those are going to be 0 pay to win, 0 pay to progress. These are going to be like pay to acquire skins, and they'll be entirely different and less incentivized than the earned skins. That's setting a proper expectation. I think setting expectations has been something that AGS has struggled with New World for a while, because you also have inconsistency in monetization of expansions. Fresh Start servers in Brimstone, free. Rise of the Angry Earth, paid. Eternum, free if you already paid for Rise of the Angry Earth and the base game. Like they have so much no bueno. People are being summoned upside down to the siege. Nice. Wait, so are you guys node siege testing right now? Wait, Hoofington, you guys are doing a PTR node siege test? Nah, that's actually fucking sicko mode. I killed the bard boss again and he dropped his item. Oh, janitor, what was the item?
Wait, what were the what drums? Tide Roller Nut is used to make an offhand named Sea Shanty Bongos. Bongos! What are those? What do the bongos have on them?
Cat with abs is absolutely
Addy
S
Lily.
tier.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. All right, so what are these sea shanty bongos? Chat, we're sourcing gear. This isn't even on the codex yet. Get ready because this is going to be never before heard information. Bongo, bongo, bongo. Tide Roller Nut is used to make an offhand called Sea Shanty Bongos. Now, keep in mind, Tide Roller Nut is a way to get, and we quote from the flavor text of the item, a deep throaty sound from your drums when you construct them. So you need your nut to get your deep throaty sound. That's according to Ashes, not me. I'm quoting the fucking item. That's not me. So what are we looking at? Because if that's a Vuvuzelas go crazy. 487 magic power. Wait, is that high for an offhand? Is that really high? No, I guess not. Steel energy focus, these are right around there as well. Same role as a steel, I guess. Intel mentality, magic resist. Nothing crazy then. For an uncommon? Yeah, I mean, it's comparable to a steel energy focus. It's just like, I don't know, TE. I don't know. Oh yeah, so over here. Grizzler Tooth is a very good necklace. I'm not even gonna lie. Grizzler Tooth is nuts. You know, skins plates, you know, only new content for the last 1 month was only adding every week new skins. Their content's just you spending more money. That's fucking insane. What a game. You know what's crazy? Throne and Liberty and New World are both made, both handled by Amazon Games over here. Throne and Liberty wasn't made by New World, but New World was a publisher for this, like, the Western version of it. So, it's high for an uncommon. Grizzler Tooth is going to be the #1 power scaler. On the other side of things, you have a couple intriguing options depending on where you want to go, because max health, you have Black and Chain. With Black and Chain, that's going to be your highest pure max health. You also have Iron Chain Necklace, but really either of the chains. Now, Iron Chain Necklace, if we look, I'm willing to bet you that it's going to drop exactly where I want it to drop if I do want to go this route. Let's see here. Ashen Flame, Ashen Flame, Ashen Flame. Maybe not. Maybe not. Forsaken Blade Sergeant. Okay, so that's a Steel Bloom possible drop. You just have to make sure you're hitting the Sergeants. I mean, if you're pulling Sergeants, that's achievable there. What's Black and Chain? That's going to be Forge, yeah? Dropped in POI, Forge. Okay, so that'd be a Forge farm. Black and Chain Collar is nice, but neither of those are really hitting for me. So let's go remove filters. Fizz power again. Let's check this. Because there is a mitigation option as well with something like another Obsidian roll or with Zarin once that opens. But although if I am going Black Feather Tunic, then it would also just make sense to do Grizzler's Tooth while I'm there. Because I am going to end up going to Grey Peak anyways for my chest. So I think right now, this is a really efficient gear set. I'll explain why in a sec. You know anything about the EU Ashes community? What about it specifically? Like, most of the EU Ashes community is over here to my knowledge. Like, just on NA. Like, pretty much everyone plays NA. Very high mentality focus. Yeah, but is men going to be used for anything? Wouldn't men just be like defensives? So this entire gear set, Grave Peak, Grave Peak, Steel Bloom, 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 Desert, Desert. Is it endgame PvE or PvP? It is a PvX gameplay loop. So basically, the entire map is dynamic and responsive to like player actions, right? So essentially, PvE builds the world and like levels it, and PvP shapes the world. So what that means is like to level the nodes, to boost things up, to make the siege vehicles for node sieges, to be in a spot to PvP. You've got to do what we're doing now. Plan out your gear sets, organize your gear sets. So what we're working on right now, we have fresh start servers coming on May 1st. So I'm building a gear set for my tank where I call this the lowest common denominator. So you'll notice that I went through and it's Grave Peak, Grave Peak. That's a point of interest. These are both farmed there. Everything else in my armor set, except for my rings, is farmed in Steel Bloom. So what this set is built around is farming things in the most efficient way possible with the fewest resources available. So obsidian rings, these are going to be valuable and very easy to get because it's max health and power rating. There are alternatives that I can find, but these are extremely controllable because it's only a level 10. Crafting will get there pretty quickly. And the obsidian itself is gatherable in the desert, where we'll have people going to level their mining immediately. So planning on 2 of these as my only crafted item is a pretty good option. And there are also alternatives that I can find. You'll never guess where. So I call this the lowest common denominator because this is the worst gear that I will fuck people up with. Like, this is basically my intro to endgame set, right? So as we're leveling, we're going to try to plan groups out around who and which class will have which areas to farm. So we'll get physical groups together because a lot of these drops could be shared from different phys damage dealers early on. You'll see a lot more diversity in how we gear as I become endgame tank, like with all the crafted gear options, and as stuff opens up. So one cool thing about the map is you'll notice here, pocket dungeons. There are points of interest, and then there are pocket dungeons, which are basically like mini dungeons. And then there are the grand dungeon buildouts, which are your actual dungeons. So pocket dungeons are basically juiced POIs. So in pocket dungeons, you'll have trash mobs, and then you'll have named mobs that have their own individual loot tables. So a few pieces that I'm using on my current tank on the phase 2 servers are kind of like locked behind pocket dungeons. Some in the desert. So Stonehold has my belt and my amulet that I'm using. Communion has another piece that's good. Apothecarium Dreadmire is the most popular pocket dungeon in the game right now. People call this Daytona. We call this Snake Circle. Like, this is a huge pocket dungeon. So you'll notice we'll now unlock when Squall's End node reaches level 1, level 2. When Jinnah reaches level 2 and level 3. So nodes, or the player ownable towns, have 6 different tiers or levels to them. At level 6 or tier 6, it becomes a metropolis. There can only be 5 metropolises, that's the plural for metropolis, on a server at any given time. And due to the vassaling system, other nodes will get locked out in the vicinity of a large node of like ascending to a certain level, so to say. So what we have here is leveling input required for these nodes before this gear becomes available. What we're trying to do is be so far ahead of the curve that while the nodes are getting leveled, we're already set up. We get our gear, we get leveled, and then as soon as the server hits a point of progression, bam, we're one of the first people to get it. Right? Bohanglaze. I wish lightning would come down and smite me randomly in games. I've been smited by lightning randomly in game before. It wasn't really random, it was targeted, but I can confirm it was very fun. Yeah. Yeah. I've died to lightning, I've died by the Thanos snap. A little bit of everything. That's a problem. My ping is already mid in EU. I can't imagine how much it'll be in NA. Did you play Ashes servers on EU, Kendo, or are you comparing it to other games? Because I will say, there are people that play from OCE over on NA and say that they have like very, 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 very like low ping comparatively. Smited by a spear too? Yeah, that was a 2-tap. That one was a little unfortunate. That was just some bad timing, if we're being completely honest. It wasn't the greatest positioning on my end of things. The first one was a test. The second one was just happenstance. Refunded the game a few months ago because I lost and didn't know what the hell I'm doing. Fresh start will also likely be NA East. Yeah. Fresh starts being NA East will be a large thing comparatively to NA Central. But personally, I thought we were on NA East up until like last week when I learned we were on Central servers anyways. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I thought we were already on East servers. It runs real smooth. Can confirm I play from Australia and the game runs great on the NA server. Yeah, it's smooth. But yeah, in terms of like, because I was lost and didn't know what the hell I'm doing, that's Ashes, in all fairness. Like, going into Ashes in a game that has as much depth and as much kind of like, I don't know, customization to it as Ashes does. Like, take, for example, if you will, something as simple as constellations. This is something that I point out to players as just like everything in Ashes will matter. There are constellations and multiple moons in the night sky of Vera. Constellations and moons rotate and change throughout the night. Constellations may only be seen at certain times at specific locations. Constellations may emulate seasonal cycles. Constellations are relevant across many different game systems in Ashes. Yes, you read that correctly. Constellations, random fucking assortments of stars in the sky that you can only see from certain like locations at certain times, can impact narrative building, acquiring relics for nodes, which are extremely powerful, empowering certain items or abilities. If you're Vec role-playing, you'll be into that too, and then apparently some exploration shit. But more importantly, these fucking constellations in the night sky and having knowledge of that can give you a bonus, can give you an edge. Every single aspect of this game goes so fucking beyond what a normal MMO does of, I hit max level, I get gear, I'm done. You hit max level, you get gear, you start exploring the world to try to get relics. You compete for those relics. You try to build your node up to the highest level while sieging other nodes that are at your same level to try to force people into your node. Like, the game just starts when you get best in slot gear and you're all done gearing. That's when it begins. Gonna need to build Stonehenge in game to track this shit. Yes. Max level is where the game starts in Ashes. Yes. 1 to max level is the tutorial. That's how you should think of it. Everything in Ashes leading up to max level is a fucking tutorial, chat. I can't iterate that enough, man. 250-hour tutorial. Year. At the moment, you craft Lego weapon. Cool. Craft 100 more of them and deconstruct them to get tempering to buff 1 legendary item. Is it overkill work? Probably. But if you're insanely rich and want that advantage, is it worth it? Probably. Like, oh my god. So Ashes is like Dune. I agree. Except Ashes is good. I'm just putting that out there for your consideration. And do with that information what you will. I'm not one to... Ashes isn't good. You're not good. Ashes is great. Well, you're amazing. Crazy how we were going the same route with that. Crazy. Crazy. Okay, so this quote, by the way, from Steven about the constellation system. The constellation system is another predicate system.
Is absolutely
Yo, Sound, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. When I say it's a predicate system, It means that certain conditions will yield certain constellations being available to pursue, discover, and achieve. And they span the realm of interfacing across adventuring level, artisanship, nodes, relics, and policies. There's a lot of different things that constellations can touch because at its essence, it's a predicate system. Now, once players have achieved identifying a certain location that yields a constellation, and they've checked off that box, okay, I've achieved this thing, it can serve its purpose for kicking off a new storyline for that individual, kicking off a new storyline for that individual's micro-communities or pseudo-factions if necessary. So we'll put a marker right here for a second. Now, once players have achieved identifying a certain location that yields a constellation, replace constellation with world event. So basically, half of Vyra spent about 20 hours over the course of a few days trying to solve a world event simply because the world event starts near the statue in the desert. There's an NPC that we have to protect during the world event. Basically, it's at this set of doors that's been blocked by rubble that looks like it would be a dungeon build out. You guard an NPC, and during the event, if you talk to the NPC, they're like, oh, there are inscriptions on this door. I could decipher it if you just give me time. Okay? We did that world event because we were like, oh, this world event looks sick. Let's see what happens. Event completes. Rubble clears from the doors. Well, sorry, rubble cleared from the doors as soon as the event started. Rubble goes away, doors are closed. So we're like, oh shit, these doors might open. Nobody's opened these doors before. So event ends, doors don't open. We talk to the NPC again, and they're basically like, oh, this is where these people are buried. Like it's a tomb. Surely you could find another way around elsewhere and have better luck. And it gives some cryptic ass message. So we started digging deep into that. And while we were spreading that, like on stream and kind of like talking about that, it started to spread around. And so more people started to do some research. And it ended with multiple guilds just coming together at this one world event for multiple days, doing it on cooldown. And then as soon as we would do it, everybody would scatter to different locations, and we were scouring the desert for any hints. We had conspiracy theory boards going. We had people that were going around trying to find these Valoon orb artifacts, and like people were offering to fucking pay for information about it. Not like pay real money, but like pay gold for information about it. They were like, yo, if you have the location of this stuff, like we're looking for this. We think we got leads here. And like, bro, it was insane. Now, we had rogues. We found some tech with rogues that allowed us to shadow step through the blocked off door. 1 point for us, minus 1 point for Intrepid. So we got underneath it. There were 6 interactable tombs in a room. They're all glowing. You go up the stairs. There's a tomb that's not interactable. No other doors, no other escapes. You interact with any of the tombs in any order, and it would just teleport you back out. So clearly the build out was supposed to be there, but clearly we didn't know what the fuck to do with it. So we spent a ton of time as a community just trying to solve this event, right? You want to know what we found? Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. You want to know what else we found? That Intrepid really didn't want us shadow stepping through doors. So they had a specific patch note that was like, fixed a bug that allowed players to shadow step through unintended areas. And we're like, all right. So that's my bad. That's on me. And Colton. Constellations, religions, season, families. Families as well. Yeah, there's a ton. There is a ton. Vassaling, so you have like smaller nodes that work for the outcome of the parent node. It's actually mind-blowing how much there is. Like, legitimately fucking mind-boggling, like, ball-gargling amounts of content to think about. Thanks a lot for answering all the questions and sharing info. Yeah, of course, dude. Of course. My pleasure. My pleasure. I have to head out, but I'll definitely be hopping and stream again. I love that. You may have single-handedly just made 3 people interested in getting the game. Hey, well, my goal is to just help people understand all of what Ashes has. I came over here from New World. I played 7,000 plus hours there. I stream every day. Game isn't even up today. It's down Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So we've just been sitting here yapping all day, dude. So feel free. Come back. I start streaming at 2 p.m. EST every day. I've streamed 660, how many? 3 days in a row now, I think. But yeah, literally every day, 7 days a week. 8 to 10 hour streams. I appreciate you coming through, brother. I hope you have a great day. Yap. Listen, I love my yap. I love my yap, and you guys keep showing up and allowing me to yap, so it's partially on you as well. I'm not gonna lie. That's on you guys as much as it's on me. You allow me to yap. I thought about a certain part of me. What the fuck is wrong with me? Yeah, y'all gotta just start like muting the tab or something. How dare you listen to me? But yeah, so basically, this wasn't even a constellation. But we had the entire server out obsessing over this world event for multiple days, hours a day, entire 10-hour stream dedicated to it. We found out nothing. And it was one of the most fun things that I've done in this game. I'm not even gonna lie. It was one of the most fun things that I have done because we had so many people that were just scouring everything. We had no lead. We had no indicator that the other way was even accessible, that it even existed. And we were gonna find it. We were determined. We were working so fucking hard that we ended up finding a game-breaking exploit that allowed you to go through walls as a rogue. That is the length that we went to solve this. And we still couldn't. And let me tell you what, that still fucking consumes me to this day. Colton and I were farming something the other day, and we saw coffins, like the tombs that looked similar to the ones that were in that area. And I was like, Colton, you recognize these? And he goes, PTSD. Just instantly. Like, shit like that is just so fun. And it's not even revolving around getting gear. None of us were getting gear. None of us were PvEing. None of us were PvPing. We technically PvE'd a little bit, but like, we PvE'd to do the event and get the actual like doors available. And then it was just exploring without any indicator that we would get anything from it. We just wanted to explore it more because the chance that we could have found something. That's Ashes. No matter what you're doing, no matter how important you think that thing might be, there's always a chance that it could lead to something massive that changes the entire state of your server. I have in my inventory on my tank the item to start a relic or to like drop a relic from Befallen Forge. You kill the last boss of that dungeon, he drops like a little molten crystal thingy, and you put that molten crystal in a statue. Relics can be brought to nodes via caravan and fought over, and if it makes it to a node, it gives bonuses to the node that it's in. It's fucking insane. Socks. DustyWhy, you're correct. I am hungry. I will get food. I am a good consumer.
What are you getting for food? Did you bring enough for the class? Socks?
Do you have enough to share? All right. So we got hung up on this. But yeah, so this was basically all of this, right? This was huge. This was huge. I really agree with all of this, even past just a constellation system. So moving on. It can serve as a broader kickoff. One person discovers it. 3, 4, or 500 people get to participate now in it. Hi, chat. That's an opportunity. It can yield the location of an achievable world relic that can be brought back home to a particular node. There's a lot of different things that are possible in order to see the constellation to actually achieve that. It could just be as simple as looking at your character's viewport into the night sky at a certain location at a certain time. It could be far more in-depth, which is killing a certain raid boss for a particular number of times until it drops a particular item that yields a map that sends you to a location. There's different layers that can get added on to how we manifest a particular constellation. So the intent here is to provide an immersive system that keeps the player in the world and allows their in-world movement and interactions and immersiveness to yield a result that's unique and that I think is a fun and compelling interaction, especially as it relates to adventuring. It's nuts. It's nuts. This system is something that most people may never interact with, but it could have such a huge system, such a huge like impact on the entire server as a system. It's just, dude, it's mind-boggling. It's actually fucking mind-boggling to think about how crazy all of this is. It's not the class, but the streamer. Listen, what are we eating tonight, Socks? Because, like, dinner's on you. I'm always down for that. I'm always down for that, chat. You can buy me dinner whenever you want. All right, what else do I have to source here? Oh, we have to hit weapons. So, there are a couple weapons that we can hit. We're not going Flair's Flesh Ripper Abuse. We're not doing that. It's not going to happen. We're going Max Health. Yeah, Ash's wiki is so incredibly well done. Like, I swear to God, I get probably 20 hours of content a week just out of Ash's wiki. It's insane. All right. So we have a few options for our main hand weapon. Ideally, we'd be looking at a Beast Warden's Prod. But one thing that we need to keep in mind is that where it's dropped is very important, because this is a pocket dungeon. Is Ash's wiki made for the players? Oh yeah, like for people to use as a resource. Yeah, it's Ash's creation wiki, and this is also all community ran. So this isn't even like Intrepid updating this. One of the cool things about the wiki as well, if you're wondering like for more details about it, you'll notice that they cite all their sources. You can hover over it, you can click on this, and it will bring you to the direct timestamp. Oh, made by the players. Yeah. So this is, I don't exactly know who makes Ash's wiki, but there's Ash's wiki, and then there's also Ash's codex, and these are both community-made projects that are fucking insano style. They are massively useful resources that have pretty much anything you could be wondering about in the game, from systems to anything. So right now, what we're doing is actually using both of them to cross-reference. So Beast Warden's Prod, War Trainer Rogan, and thanks to that, we know that he's going to be in a pocket dungeon. So we see that he's in the Communion pocket dungeon, which thanks to the patch notes, we know unlocks at level 2. So we can confirm through Ash's wiki, if we go here and then we go Communion. Communion is a pocket dungeon, open world pocket dungeon at Squall's End. Cross-reference here. Communion needs level 2. That's going to take a while for the node to hit level 2. So we go back over here. Related mobs. We see War Trainer Rogan. We go back to Beast Warden's Prod. War Trainer Rogan. So, as a result, while this is going to be something good to strive for long term, what we're trying to do with this set is make the most easily achievable set possible that adds the biggest value. So, then we look down here. Igneous Striker. That's going to be from Befallen Forge. Befallen Forge is a grand dungeon build out. So, let's see what we have available through here. So, we'll go back to this and we'll see if we can find any information about when Befallen Forge is open. I don't know if Forge will be open right off rip. Let's see. Befallen Forge is a massive dungeon that pays homage to an ancient Duneskill warriors who lived during the time of King Atrax. Dungeons is higher level dungeons designed to accommodate 5 to 6 parties of 8 players. Dungeon mobs are 3 stars or higher, level 25 to 30 mobs. The original name for Befallen Forge was a Braith Reach. The forge was built to prepare for Tauren invaders from the Illyrium continent. The forge was taken over by the Taurens during the Great War of the Undying, cursing everyone inside and sealing the forge. The forge seal was only broken when people returned from Sanctus in the present day. And Befallen Forge was designed by Jessica. W. Jessica. Huge W. Jessica, great design. Okay. So, seems like it's going to be open. Based on that, because it says the forge seal was only broken when people returned from Sanctus in the present day. So, seems like Befallen Forge will be achievable. And Befallen Forge has a lot of very good drops to get early on, including relics that you can get. So, Forge is going to be massive to farm. If we can get to it, it's also going to be incredibly contested. So, one thing that we want to have for this is backups. So, let's go down one, and let's check out Ruvidium Mace. Still going to be 763 to 771. So, we'll come over here. Oh. Ruvidium Mace. So we'll see what this drops from. And if we see right here, Forsaken Blade Cleric, and you're going to see a lot of yellow. That's going to be Steel Bloom Citadel. You'll see Fire Starters, Marauders, rangers, and sergeants. And if you've been here for a little bit, you know we're farming some steel bloom, baby. So let's get that Ravidium mace in the lowest common denominator set. You do the Beast Warden's mace. Beast Wardens will go into the setup for like the next set. So basically what we have is this is the most achievable set without the server progressing at all. Technically, other than my rings. But there are alternative rings that we could rock. So what we have is hiccups. I have very severe hiccups right now. Okay, so what we have is a set that's achievable from being a Winstead citizen for a day, from getting 2 items in Grave Peak, 2 items craftable with apprentice crafting, apprentice jewel crafting, with very affordable resources from the desert. And as of right now, every other piece from boots, legs, belt, hands, wrists, shoulders, helm, both earrings, and so far the weapon, farmable from Steel Bloom. So Steel Bloom for me, we're going to post up there and just kill shit. And if we can get to Steel Bloom ahead of the curve, then we can get a very strong level 20 set very, very, very quickly. And I like that a lot. Tide Warden's Compass. That's a lot of max health. That's actually a ton of max health. Jesus fucking Christ. What the hell? That's kind of beefy. Harrowed Star's Shield. Oh. Where does Harrowed Star's Shield drop? Because that could be a good option as like a very tanky recipe breakdown. Chad, does this drop anywhere? Or nah? I don't think it does. Butt Rest Shield would probably be like, that's a Steel Bloom farm from a named mob. But I'm actually not using a max health shield at all. Funny enough, my shield is on the opposite end of the spectrum. And is a Fizz Power rating shield. Steel Shield and Iron Shield are both going to be the best options for that. So Steel Shield. Oh, I don't want to click on that. Steel Shield. We'll go over here. And we'll see what's up. Dropped by. And again, we're going to try to look for mobs that are in Steel Bloom. But it looks like these are going to be higher level mob spots. So this would be a Forge farm if we did end up going to Forge. And it definitely looks like it's possible there. But that's going to be a little bit later on. That'll probably be in the progress set, right? So let's go down to the next one. Iron Shield still gives really good Fizz Power rating. Gives strength. Gives pretty much everything, just on a lower scale. And if I had to wager where Iron Shield dropped, I'm a guess. Drops from Forsaken Blade stuff. I like this. This is very good. This is very good. Although, Steel Bloom is my nightmare. Steel Bloom's my nightmare. Now, bow-wise, in an ideal set of circumstances, we'd just be able to get one of these. I don't think we're going to be able to get one of those. Those are going to be so fucking contested off rip. So that's going to be a tough task. What we can do, maybe, is find something defensive-minded. It's your planner. I'll peep it. Let's see. So we can either go Fizz Power rating, or you can see... Uh-oh. We're lagging. We can see if there's anything that's got like significant amounts of max health on it, but I don't think there will be really anything. It's an Iron Wand that has 670. What the fuck? So like, realistically, if you didn't care about power at all, You could run an Iron Wand, and you could run that focus in your offhand that was like another 500 plus HP, and you could pull 1100 from that. You could pull like 900 from a Ruvidium Mace. What the fuck? I might make a full meme HP scaling build that does no damage but just like runs at people. What the fuck? That's a lot of health, chat. That's a lot of health. I don't even want to know what I would push up to with that. All right, so Fizz Power. What do we have that's accessible, easy? Steel is probably going to be out of the loot table, if I had to guess. That's probably going to be too high tier. I'm just typing Steel Bloom now. I hate this. I'm already conditioned. Let's see. Zammer, 15 to 25 Defector Ranger. I don't know where they are. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that would be dropping that. In this instance, it'd probably be best to try to get a long sight bow from Carfin for some Carf farm. Because, like, Carf third floor is going to be a really consistent farm. Fourth floor is going to be very good as well. And past that, you're dropping off like crazy. So, I feel like a long sight bow. And because of the Carfin event, that actually drops minimum blue rarity. So we'd be able to throw that on. What if this just wipes all of this? Okay. This is actually not bad. This is very achievable. Is this going to show, like, my stats? It'd be crazy if this could calculate stats. That would help so much. Does it? No. Someday. Someday. I call you what? Wisdom in magic crit chance rating. Fizz accuracy. So what are you trying to build around? Are you trying to base it around like set bonuses or? I typically don't build too much around set bonuses myself. The Luminon ring's interesting. Con, a little bit of health regen. Sandy Bulwark. I haven't been con stacking much, honestly, because like Constitution is a pretty poor payoff in terms of max health output. 3 cloth and 6 heavy. Oh, so you're just trying to play around like the set bonuses the most? Interesting. Yeah, personally, I try to target like these Rosarium guard bracers are nice. I just try to target more things that are like the raw like max health or fizz power rating. Because those are the two biggest things that we'll tend to benefit from. I play a lot less around the small benefits from the sets themselves. And, excuse me, a lot more around the stats from the items. But magic defense, too many mages. If you're trying to get your magic defense from, like, scaling just light pieces, I don't really think this would result in more tankiness versus magic than having like the proper HP rolls. You know what I mean? Like something like this could be a really nice piece because these are max HP. Like these are great legs. I just don't know, like, you know, stuff like this. That's probably not going to do much for magic resist. Like these aren't really bringing a ton to the table. Same thing with like these, unless you're accuracy stacking. There are just some things where even if you're going magic resist, like some of these pieces just aren't really bringing a ton of value to you. Looking at Oblivion Remaster, trying to tell myself no. It's on Game Pass, right? Yeah, and like Rosarium Guard isn't gonna give you much like magic protection anyways. So with Rosarium Guard, if you're looking for magic resistance, you may honestly be better off with something like Black Feather anyways, where it's gonna be like the magic resist, the constitution, the fizz power. That might give you a little bit more value there, and then maybe there's another heavy piece that you could switch in for one of your light pieces if you really wanted to. The bracers are nice. The bracers are pretty good, but these aren't going to give you much like magic resist or anything like that. Let's see. Fire beetles are nice. Zarin is what I use on my tank currently. A few of these things will be locked behind pocket dungeons as well, and then these will be behind crafting, of course, but this is a much like longer term. Is it? Yeah, that's what somebody was saying. Double check, but I would say with some of these pieces, maybe try to find, like in pieces like this that aren't really necessarily going to bring a ton to the board in terms of your actual magic resist, maybe try to find like high value pieces for that with the magic resist being at the forefront. Because you have to remember, like, effective health pool is a combination of like total mitigation, how much health you have, like all of that. And as tanks, we also have a lot of things that will scale off of our HP. So we have like our Indomitable Spirit, which is going to give us 20% max HP, 20% healing increase. It'll give us, we have Shake It Off, which is a minimum of 10% self-healing, like 10% max HP, a maximum of 30% self-healing from max HP. Then you have your Absorption Field, you have your Intercept. All of those things are going to be based off max HP as well. So Constitution goes on mitigation. Yeah, but Constitution is also going to be a very, like, not the craziest payoff right now. And again, all chest pieces will have Constitution on them. So from this, every chest in the game, like every like set of shoulders in the game, every helm in the game, those main stats that are up top. So like mentality on a helm, con on a chest, dex on bracers. If we go over to mine, mentality on a helm, con on a chest, dex on bracers. So those stats are assigned to the actual slot itself. So like dex, con, ment, dex. And yours is dex, con, ment, dex. So basically the actual slot itself is what controls the main stat in the top part. What you're looking to control is that kind of like light gray box underneath. So that's why with like Rosarium Guard Breastplate compared to what I use over here with Black Feather Tunic, you would get magic resist and all of that as well. No one dex, it was a bad side effect to get to the 6 bonus set. Well, you can't control the dex. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no other like glove in the game that has anything other than dex. That's what I'm saying. So this is the new gearing. So you can't find gloves that have anything other than dex underneath that like armor stat. It's just dex on gloves now. And then you have the light gray area, that second box, where you get all of those. So like, you don't really want to build around that first part, you want to build around the second part. So with things like these gloves, right? Fizz accuracy, fizz pen, fizz crit, not really doing much. So if you wanted to get to like the 6 bonus, if you're trying to get to like the 6 bonus on the Rosarium Guard gloves, 99 strength is going to give you 297 fizz power rating. And it's also going to give you a few other waterfall stats. Chili! Yo, what up, Chili? I hope you had a fantastic stream today. Thank you for the raid. Much love, much love, much love. We're sourcing gear sets and checking out other people's gear sets as well. Savo, what up, goat? I shall peep that too. So yeah, with stuff like this, you have fizz accuracy, fizz pen, and fizz crit, where I don't know what like weight I'm using. I'm wearing medium, so you would want to find something other than medium, but like these have fizz power. So that's instantly going to be like more of a benefit there for your total output. So I would look at a few of these pieces and be like, okay, I see the set, but like, are there individual pieces that will give me more of a benefit if I ignore the set, right? So another way around, give me mentality on hood. So, like, in terms of a second mentality role, Chili, what do you get up to today? Raiders, welcome in. I appreciate you coming through. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I do stream Ashes full time. Right now, we're on downtime days, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we're doing a lot of fresh start prep, getting ready for everything. But yeah, because like your helm will always have mentality in that first spot. So like mentality. Because you could also, this is light and these are heavy. So you could look for a pair of light gloves that have better stats, and then you could go like an iron helmet, and then that would give you more max HP, which would then probably give you more of like a net benefit in terms of HP pool, right? So small things like that will add up across the course of the set. So you'll notice with mine, it's every single piece is built around the direct benefit of like that light gray box. So it's max health, fizz power, fizz power, fizz power, fizz power, fizz power, max health, fizz power, fizz, max health and power, max health and power. So everything in my gear set is kind of like targeting those core two things that are going to scale us early. So that's really like where it's lining up in terms of your total scaling output. And everyone will gear differently. This is just kind of like what we're targeting as, again, like our easy set. Rank 3Bs, Academias, 4Ps, Rosarium, Black Feather Tunic, Howling Wolf Cloak, Golden Sword, Long Bow, Luminati Earrings, Desert Knight, Blade Bone Ring. Yeah, so this set is going to look a little wacky. This is I call it the lowest common denominator. And this is basically the easiest achievable set without any server progression whatsoever. So in terms of this, where I'm farming all of this, I'll run it through. Steel Bloom, Winstead Citizen, Steel Bloom, Grave Peak, Desert, which these are just going to be farmed up, and these are like apprentice, right? Steel Bloom, Carfin. So this is the target set. So once I'm level appropriate, I just have to worry about hitting Steel Bloom, Grave Peak, and Carfin, and that's it. So as we build out leveling groups, we kind of build around that. A lot of Steel Bloom, that's one of the intended things. Yeah, that's an intent here. So what we want to do is try to find POIs where we can just make our groups optimized around that. You need Steel Bloom, you need Steel Bloom, you need Steel Bloom. Boom, you're in a group. You guys are trying to go get to Steel Bloom as fast as possible. Oh, bunch of casters that need all this. Well, you're the tank that's assigned to that. We'll get you another set from our Steel Bloom group. You're going to tank for the caster group. We'll gear you out. That's how everything's going to be situated. And every group will farm in the most efficient spots for that group to get the gear for that group. Very simple setup. That's the goal. All right, what's Savo cooking up? Do you think Fizz Pen is going to be a play for Rangers? I'm trying to do a crit build with Fizz Pen, possibly. Penetration has a couple of questions that need to be answered for me. I need to test to see if penetration is going to be like on the full mitigation or if it's just going to be on the armor itself. So we'll be swapping the GS for global, but hey, who knows? Okay, true. We'll check it out. Doomore Helm. Okay, so this is going to be like your endgame target. I can tell by the rarity. So Doomore Helm, banger, highest fizz power rating. Iron Pauldrons, banger if you can get the crafts for it. Need coal for those bad bitches. Black Feather, huge if Korax spawns. Hardened Chitin Armor, going to be locked for a little bit due to the new changes, but once you're looking for endgame, Apothecarium Dreadmire is the Snake Circle dungeon, locked until stage 2. Yo, Ed, thank you for the follow. Much love, much love, much love. I don't even know if pen works. I have a theory on penetration. There are two types of penetration. There is armor pen and then there's global pen. Armor penetration is if I have 1,000 armor and then I have 30% mitigation that's outside of my armor, and basically you penetrate the armor but not the mitigation. Then there's global pen where it just penetrates the mitigation as a whole. It's just like minus this percentage to your mitigation. My theory with pen is that it is armor pen and not global pen. And through testing, we could deduce which one it is. It's just, we could also just have Intrepid clarify. But we can test for that very easily. Very easily. So, I just think back to that time you swapped to the rare bone ring and dealt the same damage. Oh, you talking about the swords? Yeah, I don't know. Like, it'll definitely take more testing to see pen-wise. Whether it's armor, whether it's mitt, I don't really know. But we'll try to get it in a controllable environment. I need to think of a replicatable test for that. So I'll probably need to find a piece that is like the exact same armor. I mean, honestly, I could just find a pure armor piece and we could see like what the damage difference is. Simply put, because we would take me wearing nothing and he would hit me for the baseline and we would figure out like what was being deducted. I'd put on the armor piece. He'd hit me again and we'd figure out the difference in that, like basically what percentage difference it is. And you could figure out whether you were penning armor or penning mitigation as a whole. You'd have to build high mitigation too, right? Nah, so I could just baseline it. So like, it would also be better, honestly, if he had two different weapons. Two different weapons, one of which having, like if they both had similar power and one had fizz pen and one didn't, he could just hit me with the fizz pen one and see what it penetrates, and then hit me with the non-pen one and see what it hits for, and then you just delta off the weapons and then you see what the percentage difference is, and then it's like, am I getting through 2% because of an armor pen or am I getting through 15% because of a global pen? Because the difference will be that large. It'd be a weapon-based test. So we would need a fizz pen weapon and a non-fizz pen weapon. Isn't that only testing for armor pen, not global? Well, it's by deduction and elimination at that point, because your penetration is either armor pen or global pen. So by figuring out which one it's not, you get the other possibility. There's no other type of penetration that it can be. It's armor pen or global pen. So essentially, by saying it's not armor pen, we determine that it's global pen. So you only have to do like one test. And essentially what you'd be doing is the weapon stat itself isn't like a physical like armor pen. It's just physical penetration. So we would test which type of pen it is. So he would essentially hit me and we would see like what the difference in penetration is essentially between the penetration weapon and the not. If it's global, it'll still do more damage compared to armor. Correct. So global pen would take the entire mitigation, which is armor plus base mitigation, and say like I'm at 30% base mit, and then I get 8% more from my armor, I'm at 30%. If you're penetrating 25% of my armor pen, of my armor, and it's an armor pen, then you would get through 2% of that mitigation. If it was global pen, it would consider the entire the entire mitigation, and at the end of the equation would be your minus like mitigation. So basically, in a damage equation, it's essentially your damage, your modifiers, and then the total damage output. So it would essentially be like raw damage minus armor mitigation, which is impacted by the penetration, that number minus remaining mitigation, which would be your base mitigation, and then that's your total outcome damage. So raw damage minus armor, parentheses, minus pen, parentheses, minus mitigation equals total damage output, if that makes sense. So I think written out, it'd be like damage minus armor mit percent minus pen percent minus base mit percent equals total damage. And that's what you'd be looking at for an armor penetration equation. Like, obviously, this isn't going to be like a perfect thing. I'm not a fucking game programmer. But just like logically, this is how it would be processed. So then on a global, it would be damage minus total mit percent, which is armor mit percent plus base mit percent. So I guess we can just do it this way. And then over here, you would have minus, wait, so this would be
I fucked this one up. Damage, armor mit plus base mit. It would be total mit, and then the total mit would be acted on by the actual armor pen. So it'd basically be like this percent minus pen percent, and then you would essentially have your outcome. So it'd be a weird thing there, but yeah, either way, you guys get the idea. There's a reason I'm not a coder. I was 1 for 1. So you get the general idea though. The global would be more at the like the end of that equation, and it would weigh on like the total like mit addition altogether from like armor and all of that shit. But yeah. So you'd get like base mit plus armor, and then that would be like impacted by the mitigation as a whole. So it'd be much stronger as a global mitigation than as an armor pen, or sorry, a global penetration versus an armor pen. 3 items you can use to test pen without changing other damage stats: zinc chain, zinc ring, and journeyman herbalism belt. Ooh, that'd be very nice then. Yeah, that'd be great. Because that would be super easy. You swing once with a weapon, you swing another time with a weapon. GG. And another easy way to test it is if I was naked, I had 0 armor, and it was just my mitigation. If he swings once without penetration, and it hits for the same amount as swinging another time without penetration, boom, armor pen. No change. Now, it would have to be enough penetration to actually like make a difference in the damage. So we'd probably have to stack it a little bit to see a difference, but that could be a general test that we do as well. That could be very good. So you'd have to build mitigation to fully test to be 100%, or it's just an assumption. I mean, there are ways that you could test it, and ruling out that it's an armor mit would be an assumption, but it would also be like more of a logical deduction than an assumption, because if it's not armor mit, then it has to be or armor pen. I'm sorry, then it would have to be a global pen. It wouldn't be penning anything else, right? Unless they just, for some reason, made a basement pen that didn't include armor, but I've never seen that in a game. So, who knows? Do we know what toughness is yet? We about to. We motherfucking about to. Toughness. Toughness are a type of combat primary stat. Toughness rating. Toughness rating is a type of combat primary stat. What? What do you mean? Toughness rating. Oh, toughness rating might be like armor and magic resist, maybe. Maybe it's like armor plus magic resist, because you have raw power, raw mitigation, and then raw toughness, which could be like armor magic, if I had to guess. Because like you have your general ones, like power rating instead of fizz power or magic power. What would be the opposite of mit to build against it? Are you talking about like pen? If pen didn't go through? You have 1 hour and 18 minutes. You have 1 hour and 18 minutes. Opposite of pen is toughness. Well, opposite of pen would be mit, right? Or just armor stacking. But the thing about armor stacking is pen would hit you harder at that point. So, if pen is actually good, then it's really good. Because pen is one of those things that scales up the more people gear up as well. Typically. It's just like what it scales off of, you know what I mean? If it's scaling off of total mit, then the more tanks tank up, the more you pen. It'll be like a tank buster stat, right? And I still think pen will be a tank buster stat. If you're looking to hit tanks, you'll probably get more value out of pen.
Unless it's a global pen, and then it would be like if you're a mage and you have 20%. I don't know though. Why that necklace instead of Eternal Sower necklace? It's Eternal Sower necklace. Oh wait, let me check it over here. What's Eternal Sower necklace have on it? Did I spell it wrong? Oh, wait. Is this one Everlasting? This one or a different one? That one? Well, this one's like double the fizz power almost. Yeah. Yeah. So level 20 gear is better than level 10 gear. Now at this point, because you're not really like just full enchant scaling, and even if you +8'd this, does strength not make up the difference? Strength is a 3-to-1 in terms of fizz power rating. So with 45 strength, you'd be looking at 135 for your fizz power. So you'd be adding at most 135, bringing you to 743. And then over here, you'd still be at 1037 without anything else. And you'd be getting more fizz crit, more everything like that. So Sowers could be another good choice depending on where it drops. Everlasting Sower's Bone Fragments drops from Everlasting Sower. Everlasting Sower's there. Yeah, that should be open. That should be open. But yeah. So this is probably going to be like the best fizz power scaling option. Drops in Darigal Estates. Yeah, Darigal should be open. This is going to be the best fizz power scaling. Then you have Black and Chain. If you want like a raw HP scale, that drops from Forge though. And I don't have anything else in this gear set that's bringing me to Forge early because I figure Forge is going to be insanely populated. So this set's like the budget in bougie, right? This is the lowest common denominator. This is what I'll be able to function on as early as possible in the actual like in the launch, right? That's the entire goal with this. That's why it's all green. That's why it's all like super achievable. Tarvo, have a great night, my friend. If it works like armor reduction in Dota, it would be the opposite that way. The lower the armor, the higher the damage. Yeah, because armor reduction in Dota's flat still, yeah? I don't know how it is currently, but there was a lot of flat reduc when I played. Because it wasn't like a percent reduc, so it scaled up higher on like trying to get people closer to base. What up, Akali? Just got back with an injured knee from football. Soccer? Oh, true. Football. Nice. I hope it went well. I hope you're not too fucked up. Yeah. Armor pen and mitigation is always... Can I get this to go away? Nope. Fuck. We're cooked. I don't want to refresh. Like, what if I break this? I think I broke it. I think it's cooked. Oh, no. Chat, are we cooked? Porked it. That's so sad. It's okay. We can go fast. We can go fast. Fuck. That's so sad. Iron helmet. Uncommon. We know what it is at least. Iron pauldrons. Winstead Citizen Cape. Rarity rare. Black feather tunic. Uncommon. God damn it, man. This was excuse me. Which fucking bracers were these? Oh god fucking damn it. Rosarium guards. Thank you, replicatable. And then here. God damn it, I hate this game. Why did it have to bug? Should have copied the share link. I couldn't get to the share link because it was underneath this. Yeah, I had to try to refresh it. I had to try. I couldn't. My fall was terrible. Everybody left. The ascendance will be glorious. You must rest. You must rest and come back stronger. Bear hide gloves. That's what we're using there. Okay. Bear hide gloves and polished tin can both drop from the same place. So I rocked either of those. This is going to be the Bearmaster's girdle. These, we were going with the max HP ones. So you're hitting DR, but what's your total power rating about? With this set, probably gonna be like in the 210 to 220 gap. Right now, with a very similar set, but like a better weapon, right? Because I use I have a Lego long sight +6. I'm at like 230 plus, so I'm like 232-ish, which is a little bit higher than I originally wanted to be. So I've switched a couple pieces around in this to accommodate for like the early change in what'll actually be happening to my power scaling. So Rosarium guard leggings, since these are a super easy farm. Polished tin leggings are also acceptable here. So I have a few spots that could bounce back and forth between like health or fizz power, right? So that's what we're trying to really play around. God, Dealer's Tooth, if we can get to it. There are other options as well. So Fishbone and Everlasting Sowers are both good options too. And then over here, we just remove the filters there. And we go Obsidian. So the only thing that is like a predicate piece here, or like actually needs precursors, is Obsidian Ring. And that's going to be desert mining, which is super easy. It's just obsidian and sandstone. We'll have people doing desert mining right off rip. We'll need an apprentice jewel crafter. And we will need apprentice jewel crafting. That is the only thing that we need to worry about. There are other drops as well for the ring spot that are very farmable and very usable, including Iron Ring. Now, I don't know exactly where Iron Ring drops, but that's also going to be an extremely good piece. If it can drop in Flame Forge for Sigma Blades. Okay, true. So Iron Rings can drop in whatchamahoo's-it as well. So realistically, we can just throw one of each of these just as placeholder here to show that either of these are good. Like, they're both perfectly fine. But honestly, I'm just going to throw 2 Iron Rings on. So, might have been worth us redoing this. So, here we're going to go for our max health again. Ah! I'm throwing! Max health here. We'll go max health. And then we're going to go Ruvidium Mace because this is farmable and you guessed it, Steel Bloom. We're going to go with an Iron Shield. And then that's going to give us budget fizz power scaling. And then we're going to go with Long Sight, which we can get in a blue very easily from the Carfin event. And then we have Tank. And we're good. Okay. Yeah, so I shouldn't be hitting diminishing returns or even anywhere near diminishing returns. Like, I don't think we're anywhere near that ballpark. I would say probably 210-ish, maybe 215-ish. 210, 215 is going to be like the power rating goal. I might end up close to 220 if I do end up with like Iron Rings and Grizzler Tooth and shit like that. Because I am using a mitigation neck. I'm using Amulet of Zarin on my tank currently. So I could end up 220, 225 early on and switch out a couple more like health pieces or switch in a couple more health pieces. Everything will be like relative, but this is going to be a good way to make sure that I'm hitting hard enough to nuke people in bad gear and I'm tanky enough to survive people in good gear. That's the goal as a tank. You want to be able to absolutely destroy people that are worse geared than you, and you want to be able to survive long enough and do enough damage against people that are better geared than you. And then if you can outplay them, then you ball. All that stuff dropped from the sewers and Steel Bloom. Steel Bloom sewers are still blocked off to our knowledge. As far as we know, they're still borked. So
All right, this is sourced. Let's check the rest of Savo's gear. Hold on, I'll be right back. One sec. Let me smoke and then we're checking Savo's gear. Okay, I figured it out. Yeah, it's literally this. Equals. Hold on. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. That's correct. These should be how the equations work. I was thinking about this. I was racking my brain on this. And I was like, yeah, this makes sense. Because this is raw damage. Yeah, these make sense. These make sense. Excuse me. Felt level 20 stuff only drops from the sewers mobs, which drops the good armor and steel. So there are farms that will get you there. Let's double check everything though, just to be safe. So let's give it a look-see on, for example, our iron rings. So Forsaken Blades, clerics, fire starters, marauders, and rangers. So all of these will spawn in Steel Bloom. And to my knowledge, you don't need the specific 20 plus mobs to have it in the loot table. I think you just need like the higher level mobs, because we've found a lot of these things in Steel Bloom since the like sewers have been closed. So we can't source exactly like what levels are needed to drop, but there are a lot of mobs that are like 18 plus that are outside of the sewers that should be dropping these, as far as we know. All of this should be extremely sourceable from most of these areas. At least we hope. Because if not, it's going to get a little bit wacky. But I'm quite certain that I've found a lot of this stuff from Steel Bloom Farm itself. Which, yeah, I actually have a ton of extras of these. Well, not those, of course. Well, these, but some of it's level 10 too. So we have 2 pieces of bear hide. We have the Rosarium Guard Set Bearmaster's Girdle. Those are 20 pieces. That's 20, that's 20. But we should be fine. Let's double check. Maybe. Oh. Those are the flame forged. Drop by. Forsaken blades. Yeah, this is saying it's just the 20s. That could throw a wrench in things. Genuinely. Let's give it a look-see. This is all going to be... that. This isn't even populated, is it? 18 and 19. 15 to 20 here. What about up in the center? I could have swore these were dropping. Maybe I'm tripping. No, maybe you're right there. Could very well throw a wrench in it, but that's going to make gearing fucking miserable. Nothing exists in the game if that isn't viable. Literally nothing. I want to go back in my VOD now. Because I'm 99.999% certain that we've had these drop. Especially in, like, this top area. Well, now I'm wondering. The tabs are starting to get out of control. No, I know where everything is. Codex could be wrong. I could be wrong. And I don't like that. Like, I'm not an egotistical enough person to be like, fuck, Codex is wrong. Shit. Oh God, now I'm like racking my brain because it's a good comm. Because according to Codex, you could be entirely right. Ah, shit, we're gonna need alternatives. Ah, it's getting deeper. Solo farming, for making, or Guild of Science. Oh, are you talking for this stuff? Also, I think the ones closer to Halcyon are 20s. Let's check it out. Yeah, the tabs are fine. Tabs are fine. The ones closer to Halcyon. So you're saying over here? 17 to 18, 17 to 18, 17 to 18. I mean, I'm sure they exist. They wouldn't just cook it. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Wait a second, boys. Grave Peak. Oh, shit. The loop gets even more efficient, chat. The Grave Peak 20 spawns. Because hear me out. Then it goes from a split of Steel Bloom and Grave Peak to, ready? Ready? Grave Peak, Grave Peak, Grave Peak, Grave Peak, Grave Peak, Grave Peak, Grave Peak. Well, actually, Steel Bloom, Grave Peak, Steel Bloom. I need to switch these out now for Grave Peak pieces. These are Steel Bloom pieces. Damn. Okay. Well, I know where we're prioing, and it's going to be Grave Peak. No one will contest that. See, I kind of think a lot of people will contest Grave Peak. It's got Black Feather Tunic. It's got Grizzler Tooth. Like, it's Grizzler has Grizzler Hide Bracers as well. I'll need to switch out my Rosarium Guard, won't I? No, because that's going to be the level 20s as well. Yeah, that's actually really solid. That's a good area if we can get to it. What level would we be able to go Grave Peak at? So let's wiki check Grave Peak real quick. Never did go to Grave Peak. Wait, what? You've never been to Grave Peak? Say cap. You've never been to Grave Peak? Bitch, be for fucking real. How have you never been to Grave Peak? No one ever went there. What? I've done Grave Peak so many times. That's got the best dwarf launcher spots in the game. Oh fuck, I've got so much to show you. You might find this useful. If you want to know how long it'll take to get all the armor you want, it's the expectation value of the coupon collector's problem. This can be used to estimate how long it'll take to farm. Wait. The expectation value of the coupon collector's problem. Brother, I just smoked a bowl way too recently. What the fuck does that mean? There's some Rain Man shit. What is the coupon collector's problem?
Like, if I collect all of the gear that's easily accessible and then it's contested by everybody because it's easily accessible, it's no longer easily accessible. Like, if you collect coupons for a bunch of stuff and then everybody else has the coupons for the stuff and the stuff's not there, you can't use your coupons like that? Or am I cooking? Am I cooking or am I cooked? It's like you have to collect all the coupons to get a prize. Oh!
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
You shut your fucking yapper. So, personally, in terms of time investment, all I have is time. That's why I like Ashes. It rewards time and not money. And I stream full time, so I have time and not money. What's the cloak again? Winstead Citizen's Cloak. It's absolutely juiced. The probability of getting all the coupons you want is the coupon collector's problem. Oh, yeah, the good news is we also have a lot of alternatives. What we're trying to do is source something that's like relatively in one place. John, what up, goat? How you doing tonight? All I've done is Seth. All I've done is Seth. I spent hundreds of hours in Seth. Thought we're trying to save on chicken. Chimkin. Yo, I gotta meal prep soon. I gotta see what's in the grocery store app. Either way, I am a couponer. I will say. The thing is the analogy that doesn't work because every coupon is a prize in this case. Yeah. And I feel like there are a lot of things that are interchangeable as well. So there are pieces that'll pop up that are still like upgrades. This is just like the ideal scenario, right? Like, I'll build on the way to this. It's just like, this is what I try to target, right? So let's make sure at this point. Burr hide gloves. Because these are going to be the lower levels, right? Or does this drop from the 20s? Forsaken Blades 15 to 19. So if we're doing Grave Peak Farm, then I won't be able to get those gloves. So let's check Fizz Power. Ow. Okay. There's nothing crazy there. I don't think there's going to be much max health either, right? Oh, suck my fucking cock. 8 to 16? What the fuck do you mean 8 to 16 max health? What the fuck? Why? Why are there 2 pairs of fucking gloves in the game, Intrepid Studios? Give me more gloves in the JUNDARK or give me death! God damn. Got 2 fucking options in this bitch. Well, I guess we're farming fucking level 10 gloves anyways. If the probability is different, it's McDonald's Monopoly. I hate this. McDonald's Monopoly slaps. What the fuck do you mean? McDonald's Monopoly is so good. Could I reasonably make money selling gear at the start? Yes, but you would very quickly need to convert that money into something else. Because if you're trying to sell gear early on, you're also going to have to sell pieces for less. So what you'll try to do is sell gear for a reasonable price based on what people have, accumulate what's a relatively large amount, buy materials cheap for the people that are selling them cheap, sit on those materials, and then sell the materials once the crafting wave hits. That's going to be your economic duping gold strat without actually duping gold. But yes, if you're a big farmer, if you're a big grinder, if you're ahead of the curve and you're farming everything up, right? If you have multiple like copies of everything and you sell the extras, you'll absolutely be able to make a fuckload of money. Absolutely. Just pulled myself out 2 cans of DP straight from the trunk of the car, then poured them over ice because I'm not a monster like someone you know. Man, your cold Dr. Pepper is fucking inferior. Warm Dr. Pepper, a nice room temp Dr. Peppy, where the can is nice and like hard and you can't really squish the sides in at all. That is the best Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is meant to be served at room temperature, and I'm not going to stand any slander. Like it's just simply better. I don't understand. I don't get what the problem is. It's just so good. Dr. Pepper at room temperature is the best soda in the world. 2 kids during a DP sounds painful. Are they going the long way or the wide way? Do you just keep Dr. Pepper in your car? Like, are the cans of Dr. Pepper still in, like, the remainder of the cans still in the trunk of the car? Like, is that just like the storage place for the Dr. Pepper? No Moxie for Dusty? Oh, dude. Oh, Moxie sucks. Yeah, Moxie's ass. Moxie has always been bad. I don't know, dude. Moxie has legitimately always fucking sucked. It is bad, it's been bad, it will always be bad. Just constantly. Moxie tastes like fucking medicine. Literal medicine. I have 4 boxes of soda and a case of Monsters in my trunk, along with a bunch of canned chicken and ramen. Are you prepping for like the zombie apocalypse? What are you on? Drugs are just bad, it's not cool anymore. Nobody here is on drugs, you're just being a bitch. Here, just smoke a doink and relax, dude. What's a Moxie? Moxie is like a local Maine soda, and it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. People up here will be like, oh, it's so good, it's so yummy, it's so delicious. Dude, it's fucking awful. It is so fucking gross. It is a goddamn mistake of a soda. It shouldn't exist. I would rather have the coldest Dr. Pepper in existence than a singular Moxie. You talking about a soda called Moxie? Were you talking about a drug called Moxie? I didn't know there was a drug called Moxie. I don't really do drugs. Oh, no, I don't do drugs. No, I just smoke weed. Yeah, no, I've never done anything other than smoke weed. Jeez, Moxie Codone. Molly and Oxy mixed. Maybe it's like a Mentos and a Coke, except it's like Molly and Oxy. Who knows? Who knows, man? Molly and Moxie? Wait, it's like cherry wine, cheer wine? Local North Carolina drink that tastes like cherry medicine. Oh, God. Yeah, that's gross. Sounds like a new Schedule 1 blend. Yeah, I didn't know there was a fucking drug called Moxie. Yeah, we were talking about a soda. Oh, God. Yeah, no, I thought we were talking about the taste of Moxie, and I was so confused. Is Moxie like amoxicillin? Isn't that like a thing that you get for like STDs or something? I'm not a pharmacist. Why do I feel like you get amoxicillin when you have like STDs or something? I don't. What's amoxicillin for? Or is that penicillin? So innocent, dude. I've never had any like. How do you know that? I took an introduction to health occupations class my junior year of high school, and we watched a recording of a birth and learned a lot about STDs and Latin root words. Yeah, it was a fucking weird class. It was a gross class. It was a really gross class. I didn't like that class. I wanted to go to school for physical therapy originally, and so like the odds of me, if I had followed through with that degree, like seeing a live birth, were gonna be very, very low. And like as part of that class, they were just like, oh, we have a lot of nursing people in here. You guys are gonna watch a birth. And I'm sitting there and like, dude, I don't want to fucking watch this. I don't want to fucking watch this. I don't want to fucking watch this. I don't want to be here. I don't want to see this. And like everyone else in the class was just like, wow. And I'm like, oh God, no. I once was prescribed amoxicillin chewables as a kid, and they tasted so bad I threw them out when I had to take them. It got better without them. Did you have an STD, or what was amoxicillin for? What's amoxicillin do? Bacterial infections. Amoxicillin is for bacterial infections. Are STDs bacterial infections? I was a sick kid. What were you doing? How'd you get sick? Some are, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm right. DustyWhy the doctor. Cheers to that, chat. They can be. Yeah, you got a lot of crazy shit. Let's see. I'm very well versed in medicine. I do have the albuterol sulfate inhaler on my desk at all times, as well as, what's this? Fluticasone propionate. It's an anti-allergy nasal spray in case I get the sniffles too hard. So I do keep that hard shit on me at all times. Huffing, inhaling. Only when I need it, though. Only when I need it. It's like it's my last ditch effort. Flonase, it's prescription Flonase. It's prescription strength Flonase. I have really bad seasonal allergies you don't understand. Dude, when I sneeze, you guys have seen it. I have debilitating sneezes because of my allergies. Like, I have debilitating sneezes because of my allergies. I get chain comboed by sneezes. Yo, Dusty, did you argue with Dank or something, or was it just fun and memes at the clip? I don't know what clip you're talking about, but the entire Ashes community was basically flaming him because he was just trying to shit on every update that had come in and say that it was a terrible thing. So yeah, he brought up concurrent viewership and then got absolutely roasted. Just, yeah, it was a violent scene. Everyone in chat was going at him. It was rough. It was rough. He was just like blindly throwing punches. He was like saying fucking Trepid. He was like saying fuck TMX. TMX was in here yelling at him saying that he got farmed off the game by them. So yeah, it wasn't a good scene. It wasn't a good scene for Dank. So he was trying to shit on the entire game, and I was explaining at first that like every update that we had from this delay was a net positive and nobody lost anything. And he was just yapping, being super doomery. And I was like, brother. And I mentioned, like, I said that he was in TNL struggling. And I meant nothing of viewership. I just meant mentally because he's playing TNL, right? And I made a joke about how I was playing New World. And so basically, he took it as a shot at his viewership or something like that. And so he tried to say something about, like, how I'm bringing up concurrent viewership and he has more viewers than me, which, by the way, he doesn't. I'm just putting that out there. Anyways, his concurrent viewership is lower than mine, even in TNL with the TNL expansion. Just putting that out there. You can check his recent streams on twitchtracker.com. So he brought that up and tried to throw it as an insult, and I was like, brother, I don't know what you're bringing up like numbers for. And I was like, but if you want to look at numbers, and I just like looked up, and so yeah, he kept yapping, and I was basically like, just it devolved to everyone just making fun of him. I won't even lie. It started out as me trying to get him to understand that it was like a net positive for the entirety of the game, right? And it devolved to everybody in chat just like making fun of him for getting farmed off the game, making fun of him for having terrible takes and not knowing like or being informed about anything and trying to act like he was. It was rough for him. It was so fun for me. Hi Max, who are making fun of? Oh, it was an old Ashes content creator that streamed it for a few weeks and then like went back over to Throne and Liberty and then came back in like after the announcement that that they were like delaying phase 3 and tried to have this super doomery take and then brought up like concurrent viewership and was trying to like personally attack me and shit. Oh, and then he also got really mad when we were farming him. And you know that one dude that came in and was calling me like little man? He started calling me like kid and stuff. Yeah, he was fucking fuming. He was actually like misspelling everything and like just typo slurring basically his words, not like slurs, but like drunk slurring his words basically, but typoing because he was so angry. It was fucking hilarious. It got to a point where like I had just moved on to talking about other stuff and my chat was just brrr, and it was all people roasting him. But yeah, he was just basically like spinning in a circle, swinging at everybody related to Ashes, saying that like all the updates were shit, nothing had changed, like it wasn't coming out, everything was getting delayed, Intrepid did this, Intrepid did that. And like this was right after the announcement came out, by the way. The day of the announcement, the day we covered the announcement. It's like the stream that was titled Phase 3 News or something like that. And yeah, it was all in that. So he was literally like, he was saying like, fuck Dusty, like for my takes and for being me. Oh, he was saying that I had like a super fucking fake personality, and like he was literally like, he was saying that I was like dick riding Ashes and like dick riding Intrepid, and I was like, brother, I voice my criticisms, it's just I voice them in a way where I'm not being an entitled bitch. That dude kept saying good luck and see ya, and then coming back. Yeah, it was like fucking Kenko when he says he's going to bed. He just kept coming back every time he said he was fucking leaving. Everyone just kept telling him to fucking leave, and he just kept coming back and getting made fun of more. I didn't understand it. Dusty faking his personality for 10 hours straight on stream. Yeah, he came in way too hot and arrogant, got called out, then had a hissy fit, and chat wrecked him. Yeah. Yo, Rocksack, just got off PTR, and man, tank feels so much better in larger combat. Did you get to try tanking the fucking node siege, you goddamn rat bastard? You lucky little fuck. Oh, you sick fuck. How good is it? How good are we? Tell me. Oh, fuck, I'm so jealous. You goddamn rat. Fuck. Oh, I bet it's so fun. I bet you were able to actually initiate. Feels so much better. You'll love it. Dude, I'm so jealous of you. Fuck. You're the coolest tank in the room right now. Oh my God. So give me 3 good things that you noticed, and give me a couple of things that you would do differently, or things that you noticed were still weaknesses. I'd love to hear them. I'm always here for good and bad feedback, things that can, like, I can kind of be aware of as well. I love that. I'm glad to hear you had fun. Dude, that literally makes me like tear up that tanks are that good. I love it. That's huge. That's so huge. You're really talking about how fresh start would be good for May 1st, and chat told you to refresh, and fresh start was added to the page. So yeah, that was kind of funny. So it was like announcement hits, viewership spikes, of course, because we're looking at the announcement. I was disappointed that no fresh start, and was talking about how the new players coming in would really benefit from having a fresh start and the opportunity to not go onto a server where they're behind the power scaling. And then out of nowhere, straw poll that's made, and it's like, would you guys like a fresh start? I tell everyone in chat to go vote on the straw poll. Everyone just pounds yes on the fresh start button, and then you tell me to refresh, and bam, fresh starts were up. Dude, it was so sick. Like, I'm just a small content creator. I'm not like important or anything like that, but I feel like this community's input, like not just mine, but the Ashes community as a whole, is so valued, and it makes me feel so good and so happy to be a part of this whole thing. Genuinely. You're over 200 concurrent viewers during the announcement. I know, dude, and everyone was going crazy. It was so hype. Like, stuff like that is insane. And we've had multiple streams this week, by the way, averaging over 100 viewers. Yesterday, before servers went down, yesterday's stream was, I think we averaged 113 viewers, but multiple streams this week were averaging over 100 viewers. So thank you guys, man. That's literally all you guys. And again, this is a goddamn downtime day, man. Yo, Krug, put the IP for the Minecraft server in the public chat. So we got a game. We can chill together on them 2 days off. Yo, thank you for putting that together, dude. And did you mention you were doing some server text so people can join from any version as well? You were saying you were cooking up something with that too. Like, you know your shit with that, right? Yo, Saint, thank you for the hydrate. I love that. If it's not over 100, down bad. Listen, it's never about the average viewers for me. I always say that. Like, I came over to Ashes streaming to 30, 40 viewers, man. Like, I just believed in this game and this community. I was fully prepared to have to get a job. This is fucking surreal to me. I'm so unbelievably thankful for everything that the Ashes community has given me already. Like, the numbers themselves, nothing like that ever matters to me. And I don't know, man. I like it a lot. It's very fun. It's very fun to be a part of. For me as a content creator, it's something that, I mean, shit, we broke 2,000 subs today, man. In a game that doesn't exist yet and is down 2 days a week. Like, that's fucking insane to me. So just thank you guys, man. This is something like we have surpassed any point that this channel was ever at in New World. This, after 4.5 months of being here, is the largest that this channel's ever been, and it's only going to keep growing. So like, that's all of you guys that show up every single day, that keep a tab up, that lurk. Like, dude, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, literally, like, Anonymous, thank you. Thank you for the 5. You guys are genuinely so insanely good to me, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, nobody has any reason to show up here and just listen to me yap for 10 hours a day, every day, man. You guys have been here for 7 hours, and the servers aren't up. The game doesn't exist. We've been chilling just talking about, like, what's coming in over a week. We've been looking at fucking patch notes all day. We just been like talking about shit. And because of you guys showing up, I'm able to do this, man. And you guys are genuinely changing my life. So thank you. And as we get closer to the launch, as everything continues to ramp up, man, I'm still going to be here. So I really appreciate it. Genuinely. I do. So we need to make sure the gear set's good. I'm here for the apps. I appreciate you, Steez. I appreciate you, Steez. I hope you're good, Goat. Oh, someone had asked, by the way. Someone had asked if we had a magic scaling set ready to go for this. Depending on which class you're looking for, we have a few sets that are being put together. So if you guys haven't heard, we did move to our standalone community Discord. Not community, but guild Discord. If you're interested in joining that, as well as the community Discord, which will be focused more on the stream side of things now, and just like general stuff, right? For the Ashes Guild in particular, we do have our standalone Cats with Abs official Discord. That is up and running. As of right now, roles are just going out to the people that are actively in the guild. Friends roles will be given out very soon. Carla's been working hard to get that all situated, so thank you very much, Carla. We all love her. So that's pinned up at the top of the chat. Make sure you guys hop in there. Make sure you get your roles if you do need them, and join up. We will be actively looking for class leads, crafting leads, people that are interested in putting together guide type content that'll be shared publicly with the community and really help build the entire knowledge base of the Ashes community as a whole. So our goal is to have so much knowledge available here within the community that every player, whether it's me, whether it's someone in chat, whether it's somebody that pops into chat every once in a while, knows exactly where all the resources are for any player to get the knowledge that they need. From build guides to like, oh, what's my rotation on this class? Oh, what should I level up in what order? Oh, well, our class leads have this written up. Here you go. Here's a command in chat for it. That's our goal for every bit of information that we can get in Ashes. And it just keeps compiling. We keep adding more. And that way, whenever a new player comes in, we have like that Library of fucking Alexandria level of information. Like, we have everything. That's our goal. We just keep building towards that. And we've already got the ball rolling. We've already got so much info going. So just in terms of my tank set, like we're looking at Savo's set right now. And that's where Savo's going to be trying to go. So we'll check the rest of this real quick in a sec. And this is where I'm going for like my first setup. So this is going to be kind of like my budget set. I call it the least common denominator. So it's huge. Yo, let's rock. New jungle nodes looking very nice. Ooh. Ooh. How are the trees looking? Just for it to burn down. Oh God. Oh God. Listen, we're just a streamer community. We're just a streamer community. Streamer communities are detrimental to the game. It's all just super fans and parasocial relationships and big titties. And they all just, they come into our servers and they ruin our servers and they leave. DustyWhy is terrible for the game. Our guild also has that. Got a whole library on info, mobs, quests. I love that. I love that. Exclamation hello builds. Exclamation hello Victor. How are you? I heard from another video that the PTR has some node guard changes. Do you think they'll actually attack during node wars now? I got killed by the guard in a node I'm a citizen in while I was AFK. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's so unfortunate. The auto attack downfall. Oh, that's crazy. So, excuse me. In the actual notes, they talked about more node guards will now use ranged attacks to hit targets they can't hit with melee attacks. So I don't necessarily think that might have been me. Oh no. So I don't necessarily think like the guards would only hit people in the like on the enemy side. I think that would be nice personally and not hit the citizens like of the town itself. But what it's looking like is more so the roof camping and just sniping people from the roofs is going to be a little bit more difficult, thankfully. Just in terms of auto attacking and stuff, I would check the auto attack settings and make sure that you have a few things enabled. Although I guess with wars it'd be tough, but yeah, auto attack's tricky. I don't use auto attack for many reasons. Talking about this exact thing last night with y'all. Was that, wait, did you lose, Encon, did you lose a Forsaken Blade fragment by chance? When you died? Someone got killed by a guard for casting Arcane Eye on the PTR today. Do you remember when the guards were slaughtering bards just for living their lives? Like, bards that weren't even doing anything wrong. It wasn't even anything PvP. It was legitimately just like they were buffing their groups and got fucking slaughtered. I'm a rogue on the roof and just toss caltrips and diddy darts. Yo, caltrips and diddy darts with mana burn. You throw, you caltrip, you mini dart, you diddy dart. That's it. That's it. And then you stealth. Yeah, that's all you need to do. You throw caltrip, diddy dart, mana drain. It's so fucking toxic. It's so fucking toxic. Man, I hate the goddamn diddy dart. I really do. Also, if they don't nerf evasion, we're trying to Ayo Savo. Much love. Much love. I appreciate you, brother.
Gotta keep the Prime sub going. Wish we crossed paths more in New World.
I feel
but
that.
Happy to be with you on this Ashes adventure.
Yes, Sirski. Yes, Sirski. Bigger and better things. Bigger and better things. And honestly, it might be meant to be over here. I'm not gonna lie. So, New World, I almost felt limited in how much I could theory craft and stuff. And like, how much we could actually delve into systems was always extremely limited, right? The most in-depth stuff that I could customize was macro. Over here, Savo, it's just a start, dog. We're people who really like to break things down and provide the content. And we have a lot of people in the community who also like that. It's just a start. It's just a start. Whole Ashes Calm go crazy. The other day, I lost 5 gold of copper and zinc to the guards. Oh, no. He held my loot, but it was right after I bought stuff in the market. That's so sad. Was it Savo? It was epic gear. TTK feels good for us. Our MIT feels good. At one point, I went 1v3 and lasted until some friends showed up. Was rarely insta-death. Even when I dove in a few times, it wasn't a quick death. Our wall can turn the tide in a battle. Felt like banner made a difference when stacked. Our chain still isn't reliable. Melee still feels meh. I use a short bow the entire time. Really good feedback. Really good feedback. So, epic gear. TTK feels good. MIT feels good. I liked that. Diving in and actually having wall impact things is massive. With how I was playing in the other node sieges, I'm gonna go fucking crazy with that. I will love that so much. Banner is so sick. Yep, I like absorption field. I love banner. Intercepts will be some nice plays too. So, have you heard my recommendation for grapple? I have a way that I would actually change the build, just in terms of my personal opinion. I have a serious question. If you kill someone by diddy darting them while fighting a mob, is that illegal? No. But like, it's an in cap, so they would pop out of the diddy dart as soon as they took damage. If I sleep a cleric while they're trying to heal the tank on a mob grind, is that fair game or no? Yeah, you're kind of being a dick, but it's fair game because you'd have to flag. Yeah, it's not like mob training. You're just kind of like being a douche. But like it's within the realm of gameplay. Like if we wanted to, we would have to like go hunt you down and be like, hey, stop diddy darting my fucking healer. No mounts during siege. No mounts during siege is going to be so fucking good. You wouldn't get corrupt? Correct. Yeah, so that would be the same thing. Gary, I hope you're having a great night, brother. Why so many tabs? This isn't even bad. We're just researching. I've been recycling many tabs. This is just research, brother. I just don't know if it's circumnavigating the system. No. So that's what's called emergent gameplay. So basically, an intent can be maybe something that's called into it. But like, for example, when mob training was a really bad thing, people would try to mob train onto my group, and I would tell everybody to stop attacking. And once I told everybody to stop attacking, and there was no chance we would pull the mobs accidentally, I would flag up, and I would trip the person that was mob training, and they would die to the mobs. There were also times where somebody was mob training, and I would just so happen to Carfin 4th floor, for instance. You have the Sight Seekers who cast Fulminate, right? So Fulminate is the red smoke that detonates. And when it detonates, it does a lot of damage. Sometimes, if people would mob train onto me, I would grab the aggro that I knew I could take. I would just so happen to follow them around, trying to grab the rest of the mobs off of them to help them out. And sometimes, when Fulminate was about to cast, I would just so happen to misclick and trip them in the Fulminate after I kited the Fulminate onto them. Intense everything. I done that shit in front of GMs. So, another one is Seth Balcony. There's the Aberrant that spawns outside, and people used to mob train that up like to the balcony area and kind of like use that, right? And so the Aberrant got pulled up one time, and when the Aberrant got pulled up, they were coming through the archway onto the balcony, and they were about to come through, and I walled the archway, and the person mob training ran into my wall face first, and then they died. Yep. Yeah, I love Ashes. I love Ashes. You got an answer to everything, dog. You got an answer to everything. Emerging gameplay. No mounts. Felt a little slow to get from point A to point B, but that benefits the defenders. I was defender. So, with that benefiting the defenders, I was actually talking about this earlier, because this now very closely replicates a New World War. So, say for example, you have, we'll say like a square, right? And in that square, you have your gates, which are going to be like here, 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 and here, just as a fucking general, right? So, with no mounts, what I could see, and say you have respawn points out here, so you've got like respawn point, and then like respawn point, right? So, say you as an attacker have control of multiple respawns, right? You can select which respawn you're at. So, without mounts being present, especially flyers that will instantly be able to see rotates happening, you have what we had in New World a lot of the time. So in New World, the format of a war was 3 points outside of the fort, and then you attacked a fort that had 5 gates. So if I was defending, very frequently, we would sack one of the points outside, one of the side points. We would defend middle and one of the other side points, because the attacker, they would basically establish some momentum in the middle, and then they would split off, and I can actually demonstrate this. Hold on. Let me pull this up. So, with this, you'd basically have A, B, and C. So attacker camp was here. Defender fort was here. So with attacking, we would, as the defenders, just give one of these points. So you end up capturing A, right? So we give you that. You've got that taken, okay? That's all yours. So now we as the defenders are defending B and C. So wars were 50 versus 50, 10 groups of 5. So as an attacker, you would basically send your army here and try to get like momentum in this area. And if you stalled out to a certain extent and you were like, we're not able to brute force this, you would then take like, say, you just had your groups here playing around here, right? You have these guys just balling around point. You would then throw a split where you would send some of your groups, and this is the attacker, over to this side point to try to control the far side of this objective, right? And that would force the defense to respond because you have to either respond here to stop this momentum or wipe this entirely and then full rotate. So you would typically, as a defender, have to match numbers. So the applicability of this, say you're on defense. You have people on the attacking end that are spawning here, here, and here. And instead of just one gate flooding in like the attacks have been in trying to rush through that, you see 20 here, 20 here, 20 here, and 20 here. And then out of nowhere, you're moving to rotate 20 over here, and they're like, okay, back gate, swing over to left gate. 40 on this gate that you don't see the rotation until your groups actually get to back gate. So then you have to match this rotation, and you don't just have mounts and you don't have flying mounts to call all of that. As a result, you're going to have people that are scouting out those rotations, people that are actually on the ground. So we would basically, in New World, have people that were calming for the side point. So it would basically turn into 2 callers as soon as someone would rotate. So like in this instance, for Ashes, it'd be like you go from having groups back at this gate to having all of your groups over here. So you'd have one of your callers over here at this gate, relaying to your main caller who's running around everywhere, checking on everything, on foot, on ground, checking on all of this and coordinating the macro of like, we need these groups here, we need these groups here. You have people at each gate who are simultaneously saying, left gate is winning, top gate is winning, right gate is losing, we're down 2 groups, we just got rotated on. Okay, where'd those rotates come from? Bottom gate? Why the fuck did bottom gate not tell me that you got rotated off of? Why are you just sitting there with 20 people? I need people from bottom gate to rotate over to right gate. And numbers match that. So, you have a lot of those like rotational plays that come in a lot more decisively. And if you miss them right now as a defender, you can just mount up, sprint on your mount, get over there quickly. If you miss a rotate as a defender without mounts and they're already in the gate, you're not just going to be able to full mount over there with your entire raid. That's going to take longer to respond. If you find that someone just backdoored your objective, right, and they're starting a channel, you're just like, oh shit, now we have to run over. On top of that, by the way, no mounts means that the game will be insanely smooth comparatively, because mounts take like server time, like server, like memory, server usage, all of that. So having no mounts available means that they will run way smoother. So speaking of which, how did it run? Fluidity wise, was it smooth? Because if that is, that's the biggest thing. But yeah, so I have a chain proposition as well. With tank grapple, I want to change the ability just a little bit. I would love to be able to, instead of have it be a 25 meter range on a 20-second cooldown and a targeted single target pull, I would love to have an augment option right over here that makes it a 5 meter range on a 35-second cooldown. But instead of being a targeted, it's an AoE. I send out 5 meter grapples. Boop, 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 boop. All at the same time. It can snatch up to 5 targets and pull them in front of me. It puts them in front of me in a circle. Longer cooldown, lower range, so the grapple would work better, more consistently, And it would also give us a clump buster ability. Plus, if it pulled them in front of us, I shield assault, I ground pound, I frontal cone trip. We have AoE initiate. I think that'd be fire. I'm just saying. We only had 40 or so on each side, but fell smoother than any of the others have done. We'd love to do another 100 versus 100 with the setup. I think we'll probably get a node siege test this week, if I had to guess. Mr. Perry. Saw a forum post that said you can cancel grapple by active blocking. What do you mean cancel grapple by active blocking? Like if you get grappled, you can just block out of it? Interesting. Interesting. Chat, make a mental note of that. Remind me, 2 days from now. Blocking out of grapple. Somebody write that down. That's in the testing for Thursday. But I get another award-winning groundbreaking piece of art from Dusty. I mean, we do have a couple pieces, but... Okay, yeah, we have to test that on Thursday. Having war prep flashbacks is crazy, by the way.
We got 42 people in here. I only have 22 in the raid plan. Can I get a lot more people to tune in, please?
Yeah, I have a theory that we'll get another node siege test this week. Because we still have the Sunhaven siege test that was supposed to be... I don't know, back when Grapply was exploiting. It was supposed to be a while ago. So, I need the streets for the respawns, please. Oh, fuck.
AoE healer crashed.
Can I get a pull out? That was the best part. You remember that like 3-month period where every war was just decided by who had more crashes? Wow, New World was great. There are so many things that we forget about because like the peak moments of war were so good, but there were so many moments during wars where we were just like, oh my fucking God, this is awful. So many wars that were just like, it starts and then 20 people crash instantly. Yep. Yep.
Looks like a clown's face. You look like a clown's face, by the way, Meta.
Hi, Meta. Hope you're having a good night, dude.
Yeah, the crashes were terrible.
So, did anybody... I'm assuming PTR's down for the night, right? Or is it still up by chance? Because if PTR is still up... Down? Fuck. What I wanted to know... was right up in this area. What the mob spawns are. Because... leveling on May 1st, 1 to about 8 is going to be horrendous. Ads? Okay, hold on. I'll get water. Will the ads run? Bear back 1 sec. Is the ad done? All right. We're back. Do you guys hear anything a minute ago? You guys didn't hear anything, right? No, nothing out of the ordinary, right? So anyways, maybe just a little crash and a squeal. I would call it a squeal. It was probably like a manly battle cry, right? I heard some woman scream. I definitely didn't like trip over my door coming into the stream room. No, that's fine. That's fine. I definitely did not almost eat shit coming into the stream room. I went to like skip around the corner and I was like trying to turn midair like I was my fucking dwarf mid-charge for some goddamn accursed reason. I thought I was more athletic at this late dying age than I actually am. I almost paid for it with my fucking nose. All is well though. All is well though. Don't even worry about it. At least nobody's shooting a gun on my road tonight. It has been one night since the last shooting. Nobody got hit, so we're good. We're good. They're shooting away from my house, so that's nice. That's a benefit. As long as it's just, yeah, just we're good. We're good. Balloons. Hi. Wellness check on Dusty. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. This smile is excitement. This smile isn't pain. It's not being scared. This isn't anxiety. No, it's fine. Balloons, everything's fine. Everything's great, dude. You should see how great it is. Everything's fucking awesome, Balloons. Why wouldn't things be awesome, Balloons? Why wouldn't they? Everything's great. It's a great day. Nobody on the PTR went up and checked the mobs in the tropics for me. It was fucking awesome. So I'm gonna have to do that on Thursday. So what I was saying, by the way, which tab is it? We are looking for the map tab, which is gonna be right here. You guys don't understand. I know exactly what every one of these tabs are. Like, you want to see a great sword that's not in the game yet? You're gonna want this great sword when it's in the game. You want to know why you're gonna want this great sword in the game? Oh, that's Birdman Necromancer. What was it? Was it Flayer's Flesh Ripper? Yeah, this one. So, Zine, what up, brother? Been mad busy. How's it going? It's going insano style. We got huge PTR patch notes today. Massive for literally everything. We are in the guild Discord now as well. That's up and running. Everything's going beautifully. We've been sourcing a lot of gear today, so I'm making what I call the least common denominator gear set right now. That's what I've been working on a lot of today. So we're looking into every single gear drop, seeing where it drops, and trying to consolidate it down to the most efficient kind of like route possible. Also, yes. So if you do look at the end of all of these insane patch notes, the Icon team has been fucking cooking. In a very iconic way, they've included through 2 pages of wacky patch notes. Ready? Updated some icons. It moves me to tears and simultaneously makes me come through my pants uncontrollably. This is the wildest change that we have ever seen. Absolutely fucking nuts. Like, to put something like this on the private test realm and take a chance like that, it's just remarkable. Intrepid is doing the things that other developers just aren't willing to fucking do for the future of this game. Like, some icons. This is huge. I bet Narc's eating a shoe right now seeing this. Like, it's truly sicko mode, no Travis Scott. I don't know how to feel. So I've cried twice about it today. But yeah, it's just submitted out 560 or so bug reports about some icons. Yeah, exactly. And like, I'm glad that some icons are getting fixed. Like, I've interacted with some icons that haven't been fixed. So it's like, to know that they are paying attention to those key things and not just continuing on their path of like content deployments and I hit my mic. Map and biome expansions. Like, who the fuck cares? We need fucking icons. And we're getting them. The important shit. This is why phase 3 was delayed until August 4th. By the way, I'm just saying, if we get a patch note tomorrow that says updated the rest of the icons, I will actually piss my fucking pants. If we get a self-aware patch note, I will piss my fucking pants on stream. Unironically. I would probably have to hit my inhaler. I'd be wheezing so hard. If they are aware of this, I love it. So I also got them with a shit post. Some more icons. Some more icons would be even better. And then every patch is just a few more icons. That being an ongoing thing would be fucking ridiculous. So I also caught the Ashes team in a shit post that they couldn't escape. So on Twitter, they said, "This Earth Day, we're grateful for the wonderful landscapes of Vera and all the incredible testers exploring them. Thank you all for breathing life into our world and helping make it as glorious as possible." And I replied, because it's Earth Day. And I said, launching Dunir and Nakua from ships would be better for the environment than launching potions filled with alchemical concoctions into the ocean. Please consider a dwarf launcher for future naval combat to save not only potions, but all of Vera's beauty. And all they could say is you make a compelling argument. Guys, dwarf launchers are on the fucking menu, and it's because of me. It's because of us, chat. We do it together. Tough. Thank you for the 2 months stuff.
Less than 3.
Less than 3 to you. Duffels, I appreciate you. Here's so many more months, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I caught him in a little logic loop. If Intrepid does not add a dwarf launcher, they do not care about sustainable organic warfare, and they are the reason that Vera will die. Not in terms of player base, but like the water itself will become really polluted and gross. As a long legger, I would gladly man the dwarf launchers. Yeah, like, can you imagine the anchor pulls from tanks with walls? You have a raid, like a 40-man boat, right? And you load up your dwarves. You have like fucking 5 launchers on one side, and all of your tanks are just ready, like legs tucked behind their fucking head and shit, like both of them. And like, oh, I just think I tore my hip. Anyways, I'll get that looked at later. But like, you just launch the dwarves, and all of them are just like cannonballs, and then they land on their shields. And they skip across the water because of the shields onto the enemy boat, and they get the anchor. Think of the gameplay. Think of the fucking gameplay, chat. Dwarf launcher on top. And you know what the best part is? No contaminants are left in the ocean. Happy Earth Day. I'm here for the people of Vera and the environment of Vera. Ashes, it needs protection. I'm here to protect it, chat. I'm gonna tell Dunehold you said that. Dunehold will probably be down. I bet Dunehold will be down as fuck. I won't lie. Dunehold will probably be down as shit to get launched off of a ship. I'd be willing to bet they'd volunteer. Me personally, I would also volunteer. I would try to hit the craziest anchors. The one saying they had to recall some icons because of some background issues. Oh no. Oh no. Reverted updates on certain icons. Oh no. That would be the worst, balloons. They just start this like cryptic thing. The scorpion isn't a wolf anymore. Wait, what do you mean the scorpion isn't a wolf anymore? That's like saying red isn't blue anymore. What the fuck do you mean the scorpion isn't a wolf anymore? I smoked a bowl recently, but you're on fucking Galaxy Gas Gallery. What does that mean? Oh, the Scorp icon was buggy. Oh my god, that sentence fucked with me. Oh, holy shit. Oh, that took me for a loop. I thought there was like a mount that was like a scorpion that was bugged as a wolf or something that was like fucking howling or some shit. Oh my god. Oh, fuck.
Whew. Oh, that was scary. What if they make some kind of Wilhelm type screen as you go through the air? JUNDARK isn't ready for live though. IMO. Lots of messed up things I found in just a bit. I was down there. It looked good, but didn't look like a jungle. What didn't look jungly about it? Like, I know that's a weird question, but like, what? Because I also feel like Ash's desert also isn't like a traditional desert, right? It's very mountainous. It's very like watery. You know what I mean? It looked more like the tropics. Interesting. I mean, would that make sense though? The JUNDARK looking very tropical because it's right next to the tropics and the riverlands. And then up here you have more of like a true forest. Cause like, it could be a rainforest. Like, wouldn't the jungle be pretty rainy? I don't know. I've never been in the jungle. I live in Maine. We call it woods up here because it's just fucking trees. Like, we don't have like gorillas and shit. And from what I've been told, it's like elephants and gorillas and raptors, which is a crazy melting pot of culture. But I hear jungle and I think tree canopy and lots of trees. Yeah. Yeah, same. Is it not? Let's go back to the map. Oh, by the way, before we get distracted, Stranglethorn Vale. Oh, it's like STV vibes, like very open in like, okay. Very open and tree and kind of like humid air, right? Okay, that checks out. When I think STV, I think humidity, viney, right? Like rope bridges over canyons and shit. Let's give it a look. Not as Zanger Marsh as I had hoped. Interesting. Now, do we think that maybe this is the old map, by the way, because this just has the starter points for reference. None of that looks very jungly and tree canopy-y. Huh. Yeah, I guess we'll feel it out. It was missing a lot of trees and foliage when I looked around. Now, did it have its own gatherables already? Some, but not all, maybe? Because there could just be trees that are missing. Yes? Okay. Maybe it was like a some but not all scenario and like more clutter would be there. Also, another question. Did it seem like it had its nodes, its biome staging? Because in the tropics, there is not like the shipwrecks and, you know, all of that, right? So the tropics is still, even in like the tropic sense, not really what the tropics will be. Do you think there's a chance that it could have just been a, like, part of the biome staging being missed? Or not missed, but like not implemented yet? Or is it just more of like more environmental clutter needed type thing? I'll definitely check it out. I look forward to checking it out either way. It looks very watery. Very watery. Which would make sense because you'd have like fucking water coming down from here, I guess. Fucking air temple looking ass shit. And this area is inaccessible, correct, chat? I heard this area was not gettable, toable. Tropics were full on nodes now. JUNDARK felt bare bones. Yeah, so Tropics has 2 of the new circular nodes, 1 coastal node, and 1 square node. Forever or for now? I think just for now. Because, like, there's an entrance here. But I don't think this is, like, large enough to be a biome, right? Most of the center of JUNDARK had the swimming where water doesn't exist bug for me. Center of JUNDARK being, like, this area?
Like in the thick of it, no KSI. This area is interesting because I don't think it's large enough to be a standalone biome. Unless this is just like a lawless transition area. But like, what the fuck could be the purpose of this? Because this is on the large map too. It's right down here. But yeah, so part of the reason why I want us to test this, right, and see what's up here. On May 1st, everyone will be starting in the Riverlands. Everybody will be trying to kind of like spread throughout the Riverlands. Rock's getting cooked by the ads, poor Rock. I framed so many gifties earlier. Oh my god. When I see you get him 100% going corrupted, I'll be right there to loot your shit. I counter you. So, everyone's going to be shotgun starting in the Riverlands, right? So, trying to spread out anywhere in the Riverlands, even if you jump ahead with a juicer group and try to go to church, you're going to be contested. Everything's going to be contested here because that's what people are going to be comfortable with. Competitive players and new players alike are all going to be comfortable here. So we have to think in terms of diversification. So what we look into then are the original proposed starting areas. So keep in mind, each of the starting areas are for the divine races. What up, Clubs? How you doing, brother? So with the divine race starting areas, you have the divine race of humans. Then you have the Kalar. And you have the Valoon, who split off into different areas. Likewise, due to this, we know that the second starting area is in the Anvils. Through deduction, we see that you have the Anvils up here with a starting area. So, the Anvils will be the dwarf starting area. You have two different types of dwarves. You have the Dunir. This is the Dunes and Kel Mountain range. And then you have the Nakua, who are your island dwarves. Diamond Island dwarf. Sorry. Yeah, that's going to be an intrusive thought constantly. So basically, this area, and in theory, this area, may be viable starting areas. Chrome is def cooking Dusty's PC? No, we're running cool. This is the benefit of a dual PC setup. Currently, I have Chrome and OBS on this PC, and then on my gaming PC, I have the Ashes launcher ready just in case anything happens. The many benefits of dual PC. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, I probably could have just opened all this on the main PC, but I don't know. I just always do it over here. It's just like foreign for me to open up any other like program on my gaming PC. So what I'm thinking is leveling wise, we may see a restructuring of mobs to kind of like alleviate some of the early grind through the top of Sunhaven area. And then also this part of the Trops. That's what I'm thinking. Map looks different. So, map's expanding. This is still like the map, right? But we are getting the JUNDARK on Thursday. It's only the start. It's only the start, brother. We are up tremendous. It's truly a beautiful time for us. It is amazing. So we're getting a huge patch this week. All of these changes. All of these changes. We have a ton of long-term upcoming changes as well in between May 1st and August 4th, including dynamic gridding. Now, chat. Dynamic gridding, if you are not aware, is quite possibly some of the biggest server technology that could land in MMOs. Now, ironically enough, Star Citizen is the other title that's working on something similar to this. But because of the aspirations of an incredibly large, seamless world, where you have no load screens, no transitions, no anything, right? You basically have different server workers that are allocated to running a part of the world. So, imagine you have this area of the Riverlands, right? And in the Riverlands, say just hypothetically, to make it easy, you had 2 main server workers. There are way more than that, by the way. But just say for ease of demonstration, there are 2. And this side of the Riverlands gets way too populated. As of right now, this server worker would start lagging. It'd be like, oh my God, I can't handle this. We're shitting out. Oh no, it may crash. So with dynamic gridding, the second that more resources are needed to keep this part of the Riverlands running smooth, the server worker would be able to basically reallocate boundaries. Kydra, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Reallocate where the boundaries are. Call in other server workers and basically like dynamically without any intervention from humans, devs, anything. Spin up the necessary amount of server workers and allocate the necessary amount of resources where they need to be to keep everything in the biome or that area running smooth. So dynamic gridding would basically allow every part of this world to have the resources allocated as it needs it. Well, technically, this world. To have the resources allocated as needed. Where's in-game marketplace? Are you talking like in the towns? Like the player marketplace? That's gonna be in any of the nodes. The JUNDARK is crazy, Fat Dad. It's officially 25% of the map. This is just the overworld. So this is gonna be like 1,200 square kilometers. And then it will be 800 square kilometers for the underworld. So it'll be like 2,000 square kilometers total. And keep in mind, there's also like the entire ocean, all of that shit. So this entire area is interactable. Ni hao clips. Cash? There is currently no in-game cash shop. If you're talking about like for packs and stuff like that, exclamation ashes to make your account. If you haven't purchased your pack, but you purchased your pack. So yeah, there's no like in-game cash store or anything like that for transmogs or shit yet. That'll be launch, I'd have to assume. I would have to assume. But yeah, so maps expanding like crazy. JUNDARK's gonna be interesting to check out. Ni hao motherfucker is crazy. So patch-wise, we're getting a fucking ton. Dynamic gridding would allow the entire map to run smooth at all times, especially in larger scale gameplay modes, like our node sieges, which they're also taking steps to improve the performance of. So with node sieges, your mounts can no longer be summoned during node sieges. No more just instantly mount sprinting to where you need to go. You actually have to anticipate and react to rotates and adjustments from the attacker. I love it. I think it's so good. I think that's such a good change. And on the performance end, it's going to make everything run way smoother. Way smoother. So I see no problem with this. I see no loss on my end. I'm pretty fucking happy about it. So we have a really big patch coming Thursday. I still need to do the sign up. Oh, fuck. We've been yapping all day and haven't had a chance to do the sign up at all. So I was supposed to go through and on the like raid plan bot thing, I was supposed to make a custom little interface for our sign up, like a custom sign up. So that might have to be tomorrow because that might take me a long time. I don't know. But we got to get a sign up in Discord because it occurred to me that the sign up bot that we were using probably doesn't have any Ashes stuff because Ashes is in an alpha. So we might have to go through and make all of that ourselves for signups. Saying, what are you trying to get at the... No Mountain Siege, doesn't change a mage, snowball, the whole blob. Anyway, tank with area dispersion. Were you in the PTR? Raid organizer with Ashes class emblems works well. Do you guys have that all set up? Because like we use... What the fuck is the bot that we use? It's just a sign up bot that we use for like New World Wars and shit. I don't remember the exact name of the bot, but I have the icons. Carla also sent them. But yeah. Should be pretty straightforward. I made them for the Ethereum Discord. Ooh. You should link up with Carla, because that might be easy to implement then. Yo, Crow. Have a great night, brother. I appreciate you. Hope you all know the servers are up to check things out. That's Thursday. You got all day tomorrow. You don't have to worry. Yo, sleep well, brother. Oh, work is good. So, like, Mage Snowball, the blob itself, and tank area dispersion if you weren't on the PTR or haven't necessarily been like playing a lot lately. All of that is way better with the time to kill changes and stuff. It's been much better. And we actually had someone that came in that played like in the, granted it was a PTR node siege test. So it's not like everybody was super hyper organized there. But they were saying they were able to hold like 1v3s and stuff in a tanky set. So I do think the time to kill changes and actually allowing melees to initiate, get value out of their initiates, and then make space is a very good step. I think mage, like the mage death ball and everything like that, it's just because it was the most convenient thing. And funny enough, you say that it wouldn't stop like the death ball, but we went over specifically why it would a little earlier. So from an attacker standpoint, you can now catch the defender sleeping at certain gates. So you could show at gates, you can rotate a group off of each gate or a few people off of each gate, overload a gate while hitting every gate at the same time, cause the defender to have to split, and if they don't react to your rotate, then boom. This is now more prone to people playing in splits, approaching attacks, and forcing like responses in different areas, rotating groups around different areas, and respawning in different places, redistributing where they're attacking from, and breaking up that ball than anything else. So, yeah, I think like mounts are a lot of what was facilitating that. Because you would also see, from a flying standpoint, every single rotate that was shaping up instantaneously. So the second there was a group that broke off that was like small numbers, you'd send your entire raid over there. You'd wipe them before the main group could actually get over and have any impact. Then you'd go wipe the main group with your numbers advantage. Now, you might not have the flyers seeing everything. Everything in sieges should be better because of this, in my opinion. Especially like the issues that you were saying. Like, mage deathball, like the blob, all of that. That's better with no mounts. I really do think. In the sauna? Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, is that okay for your phone, or do you have me in like a bag or something? Make sure you keep the bag like slightly vented so I can breathe if I'm in a bag. Yo, Toke. It's been a fantastic stream, brother. I appreciate you, dude. What do you have for dinner tonight? We've been covering so many things. It's a real good time to be at Ashes. I know I say this a lot, dude, but I'm fucking hype. Chorizo burrito. Oh, fuck you. Oh, I hate you so fucking much. Oh, that sounds so good. Man, fuck. I hope it sucked. Oh, I hope you ate it and you were like, man, this was way worse than I thought it was. Like, fuck. Oh, that sounds so good. God damn it. Oh, that was delicious, dude. Oh, that sounds so good. Fuck. It's great with fresh cilantro. It's also... Oh, you're so mean. You're such a horrible person at your core. Oh, like I know you support the channel, but fuck, it hurts. I didn't know I had a chat built on hatred. Fuck. Oh my god, there's some things that's just like, oh my god. I got to fly in one of the few sieges. So, Sulos, your take on this, by the way. I was actually just talking about this. So, these changes remind me a lot of how New World Wars are structured now. Because in Wars, we didn't have any mounts. So, you would see a lot of, instead of kind of like attacking all one gate and trying to flood in, because that was the only thing that you could do, you would kind of like split groups on certain gates, right? So, throughout your gates, you'd have like these groups, these groups, these groups, these groups, right? And with flyers not being present to see every single rotation, every single numbers advantage, and mounts not being present to instantly snap to a place, overwhelm it, get back and forth, right? So in New World, you would see a lot of splits. Without flyers, I feel like you're actually a lot more likely to see instances where like they're attacking gates evenly, trying to get in through each point at the same time, forcing the defender to evenly match, right? And from there, you would have even groups, and you would have your caller kind of like in the middle going throughout. Then you'd have your enemy caller running around trying to get all of this information. But you would also have at each gate different group leads. Whoops, you're out here. So at each gate, you have a lead. And these leads are talking to your main caller constantly, right? So you're defending all of these evenly. And then, I made this one blue, god damn it. You're defending this evenly. And then, as an attacker, you recognize their numbers matching everything. You hear this gate. Hey, TGFT, what up, baby? We're talking about all of these PTR changes. We're talking a lot about how the mount changes in sieges are bringing me to a very familiar place that's right in my wheelhouse of expertise with New World Wars. So we're talking about right now how not having flyers will impact how people on the attack actually go about distributing their pressure in towns. Right now, we've been seeing a lot about, like in our node siege test previously, the attacker would be forced to just deathball because with eyes in the sky and mounts responding so quickly to everything from a defender standpoint, allowing super fast rotations, cutting through the town insanely quickly, right? The second a group would start to split off from the attacker standpoint, you had eyes in the sky and you saw, oh, this is a group of 15. I need 25 people, or I need everybody. Go over here, wipe this 15 really quick at this gate, then rotate back to this gate because this is where they're rotating. You see all of that instantaneously breaking out, thus forcing a complete deathball meta where everybody just goes Zerg versus Zerg. You regroup your entire Zerg. You say, okay, they're regrouping, and you say, okay, they're Zerging. And that was literally how most of our sieges were, at least in the testing that we did. Granted, we only tested 2, but that was pretty much the entire time. So, without flyers, we're actually discussing right now how in New World, you would have 2 different like phases to the war, essentially. You would have your points phase where it was 3 points outside the fort that you had to capture, and then you attacked a fort that had 5 gates. You broke the gates down, you tried to get inside, hold the point, capture the point in the fort. That's how you won. 30-minute mode, longer respawns as it went on, shit like that. Essentially the exact same mode, just with different steps. I did thousands of these. It's the same concept. You hold points outside, you break into the gates, through the gates, you capture a point inside the town. GG. It's New World Wars, just slightly different. So, right now, without flyers in the sky, with these changes, and without mounts to instantly snap everybody to the same place, with a ton of movement to cover a lot of ground very quickly for the area. Say, you're an attacker, and you're like, okay, we're gonna numbers match, right? And we're gonna get them to numbers match and see how they respond to this. You're just kind of like trading for a little bit, and you're seeing if you can get an advantage. So say one of your gates is really stacked, like you've got all of your heavy hitters at left gate, and you're like, okay, I want all gates to push in 3, 2, 1. And then everyone just starts pushing in simultaneously for the numbers match, and you just try to win the brute force, right? Say this gate gets in, and these gates are still held out. This gate wins, kills a few people, or just pushes in. You then have plays where it's like, okay, we're going to wrap in, we're going to crash this gate, take this engagement from behind, which is also aided by the slower time to kill, right? So you can actually have that like uptime to get there. You're rotating through. These guys know that they have a crash coming on them, so they've got to pull in a little bit. But say the push doesn't go well. Say you try to push, everyone gets stonewalled. And you say, oh fuck, where did we lose this? Right? Like which gate lost? You as an attacker hear from one of your group leads, like attacker main caller hears from left gate, hey, left gate just lost 2 groups. We got fucked on that push. You're going to say, all right, regroup on respawns. I need everybody to defaults, which is the gate that you're assigned with your group. But I need groups 3, 5, and 6 to rotate. 3, 5, 6. Rotate off of your gates to left gate. We're going to flood left, right? So you recognize your left gate loses. As an attacker, you're able to still show presence on each gate, forcing the defender to allocate numbers to each gate. And if this group lead from bottom gate, from right gate, and from top gate don't communicate with the main caller that one group from each gate is missing, they'll be farming on defense and be like, oh, everything's great. Everything's awesome, right? Everything's chilling. We don't need to calm anything. We're in control of this. And then out of nowhere, you hear, yo, left gate's wiped. And you're like, what do you mean left gate's wiped? And you look in and 6 groups are now flooding in left gate because you don't have the eyes in the sky to instantly see that. Your group leads at each gate didn't communicate that to you instantly, and you can no longer see everything as soon as it happens. People make scouts. Scout doesn't matter unless you communicate. The group lead can be anything. This is just a symbolic like positioning. Your group lead could be here, 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 here. It could be anywhere. But if your group lead doesn't catch up on that, doesn't pick up on that, and if you have 5 people dedicated to simply being scouts on the defense, that's 5 fewer people that are actually fighting. You're now down 5 people. There's a trade-off to everything. There's a trade-off to everything. And even if you have scouts, you've got to have those scouts getting like proper information and relaying that in time. So if your scouts out and they see a group splitting off and they're like, oh, that'll be fine. You know what I mean? This adds so much. So like rotations, push outs, everything. And I think that we'll see, instead of just the full flooding, we'll see a lot of this start to shape up. It's going to be very nice. And you won't instantly just be like, oh, like they're respawning here. The attacker's respawning here. You see them leave and you're like, okay, send the back cap group. They're all cleared out of there. And then you just have your back cap group mount up, go capture this. Like if the attacker controls all 3 of these, like all of these outside points, and they're also pressuring all of your gates, the attacker is going to hold this unless you send somebody to spend time running to these outside points and recapture them. It's a longer commitment. It's a higher risk reward to recap the points. Like, this is so big. Outside of just the performance changes. This is massive, in my opinion. This is like, this entire thing, I did like fucking TED Talks that are up on my YouTube still of war-based macro and how like fighting outside of the fort, fighting inside of the fort. So in these pushes, again, this is exactly what I did in New World. Thousands of these modes. It's just slightly different here versus New World, right? So what you're going to run into with these pushes is you're going to have kind of 2 neutral zones. So 2 funnels. So here, you basically have, that kind of sucks. You'll basically have this off of the gate in every area. And in this, these are going to be your kill zones for these gates, for these pushes. So this is all stuff that guilds are probably going to be reviewing 2 years from now when they're coming in, trying to do sieges. Macro and micro, are you talking about meta? Yes. So basically, micro is like personal player management. Like you use your abilities, you do this, you do that. Macro is we do this, we do that. In the simplest way. Because there are 2 different ways to be a very good player. And that's microing and macroing. And the way to be the best player is to combine micro and macro in the best way. So that's where your top players are. If you take mechanically insane people that have this level of knowledge, that bring in literal mode changing tech and strats and everything, that's where you have that game changing like shift. So essentially with even gates and numbers match gates, you're going to run into a couple of different funnels. And this is all stuff that the New World scene took years and years and years to understand. And I'm going to make you guys understand it in 10 minutes. And you're going to understand how to actually fight at gates. And it's going to make your life easier. It's going to make your healer's life easier. And it's going to make every single person in your army's life easier. So what you see here are not just weird illustrations. These are line of sight funnels. And as a melee or anybody that is pushing into a gate at any point in time, you always need to be aware of line of sight funnels. Basically, when you're pushing through a doorway, whether it is large, small, or in between, any numbers, anything, you must realize that the second you step in to basically the kill zone, which is going to be just inside of this gate. So if you, the attacker, step into this blue area, you are now in the defender kill zone. Because the defender is able to get you in where all of your line of sight goes from here looking into the funnel to the straight line where everything is condensed, everything is hittable, right? So you force a straight line, you force a consolidation, and you force them to group up. Guess what happens when people group up? They get comboed. It's all about staggering. So if you are defending, and even if you think you have momentum, this works both ways. Say you're defending, you're cooking. You think that you can just run out and wipe them. Guess what? You push out too far, your healer who's standing back here, your clerics, your bards who are supporting you, they say, yo, I don't have LOS of you. I can't heal you out there. I can't heal you. You went too far. And you're like, no, wait, I'm about to die. You die. Your gate pushes in because you pushed out too far and your healer couldn't heal you. You lose. You could potentially be the reason that you lose all of your in-town, in-fort autonomy. All of that control. So this funnel is make or break. So a couple of things that you can do is, as a defender, you sense that they're getting ready to push in. You stuff your gate as much as possible. So right now with TTK being, well, previously with time to kill being as fast as it was, you would just send somebody in to die, but also get a big stun off. Yo, that's me, right? So I would just say, I'm gonna die, I'm not making it out, I'm gonna hit my combo, and then we win, right? You go in, you do that, time to kill is instant, so you just win the fight. With longer drawn out fights, you see the push coming and it turns into a body block at the gate itself. And if they start to push too hard, you play soft and you let them in. And you bait them into this area where then their healers have to push up as well. And then boom, you drop a bunch of cooldowns and you tell that they're going, like you basically like feel that they're playing too aggressive. You bait them inside here and then you can kill them in these pushes. Then there's a level of like, okay, as an attacker, if we decide that we're going to push, we do not fight here at the gate. If we call a push, if I am an attacker and I say everybody needs to push and the objective is like here, right? And everybody just fights at their gates and they're like, well, I'm killing all of the people at my gate. We're going crazy. Yeah, but where's our objective pressure? Respawns happen and respawns favor defenders because defenders respawn closer to the gates and just push outward, right? And they force you out of the town. So you need to, as an attacker, push in through. You need to establish control inside, and then you need to start playing inside out and try to basically secure a perimeter around the point because of this. So then you need to play around respawn times. You play your life, respawns come in, you try to secure kills and stagger. This is all very, very, very basic to us as New World players coming over. Information with this mode that will literally take people years and years and years to actually get good at. And again, this is all just macro. Micro is individual to the group. You're in Zine where macro is a whole raid army. I would say micros are like, what am I, Zine, Dusty, or anything like that doing? So like, what am I, Dusty, doing with my wall? Did I cast my wall properly here? Am I using my abilities properly? Am I in the right place, right? So essentially, want to know the best part about all the Dusty mechanics? Analytics from this node seeds change. None of it matters because the Penvius will just have Grapply walk under the rock and cap the fight. So you were getting to my tech if all else fails. If you can't get in the gates at all, exploit. That's where we call in the anchor. And then we get 2 bonus days of uptime. We're up tremendous. Someone just get Grapply and a goddamn rock so we don't have downtime anymore, guys. For the love of God. Poor Grapply. He was just trying to get out the goddamn rock and he was the villain of Ashes of Creation for like 46 minutes. Holy fuck. Dude, people wanted his head on a platter and he was just trying to get out the fucking rock. Poor Grap. Poor Grap. But yeah, so like micro is what am I doing with myself? Am I using my abilities right? Am I positioned right? Like, am I too overextended? Like, what am I doing with my actions that I could do better? How can I get more value out of this combo that I used on one person? Is there an area near me where, like, you know, I use my wall before they start pushing into the gate, so then they push in and I don't have my wall up? I use my AoE trip when they start to push in at a gate, but I use it too early. Instead of baiting them in here, I use it out here and don't get any value out of it, right? Small things like that. Then you have macro. Macro is like, what is my entire group doing relative to the army? Macro is like, are we recognizing and rotating properly? Are we playing properly as an entire gate? Like, it's a lot more of the, like, bigger picture. So micro is if you were watching one player. Macro is if you were, like, watching from a spectator POV, right? Like, just kind of showing everything. And macro is how the entire gear, like, all of the gears come together. Micro is the individual gear, and then the macro is like the entire thing. And if every player refines their micro, every group and every part of the raid and every role refines their macro, then you have the right players doing the right things in the right places at the right times, and you don't lose. And if one of those pieces is fucked up, then you have cooldowns going in the wrong places. You have pressure going in the wrong places. It changes everything. And you're going to see a lot more of that with this and with the potential for people to not be able to cover everything. Fupo, yes, the fire is warm and it makes the void stronger. Exactly. Somebody's got to test them to make sure the damage is good. Yes. Get some guild spies and pay them with cat gear. It's actually to push all outside point and then move to around inside defender spawn. You get that lockdown, then game over. 100 but basic idea to win as attackers. Yup, and then every respawn, you're also basically going to be trying to, like, stagger. So you get kills in between the respawns, and then as that respawn wave is about to hit, respawn wave hits, and you get any kills on stragglers when you have a numbers advantage. So this will be the same thing. Like, once... So I'm gonna reveal some tech. Any mode that has stagnant respawn timers where it's wave-based respawns, you're gonna have a respawn caller. We're already planning it. I hate to tell you guys, but if Castle Sieges have them, we're gonna have them for Castle Sieges. If Node Sieges have them, we'll have them ready for Node Sieges. Respawn callers are very important. Respawn callers will watch people's POVs, and there will be a few POVs pulled up that they'll have up simultaneously. They'll watch all of that, and when respawns are about to hit, they will have all of the timers, and they will say respawns in 3, 2, 1, respawns now. And you will literally have people in your Discord that their entire job is not to be in the mode, but it is to watch respawns and call out the respawns when they're happening. So, as respawns are happening, you know that within the 10 seconds leading up to the respawn, I need everybody to hold coolies, hold combos, hold this, hold that. We're getting ready for a burst. We're getting ready for a collapse. We're getting ready for a gate push. Respawns in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I need everybody to push gates now. Everybody push gates now. Dump everything you have at your gates. You get kills at the gates, perma respawn timer. Not perma, but the longest respawn timer. Then you as an attacker push in off of that snowball, off of that initial hit. That's when you get your agency. That's when you get your snowball. That's when you get your momentum. So you try to get straggler kills. You try to push the agency. You try to push the numbers advantage while you're simultaneously playing your life. The biggest thing is don't die, don't lose numbers advantage because it's an objective. So then you get close to respawns again. Respawns in 10. Everybody save cooldowns, save cooldowns. Whole group, save coolies. Mages, we good? All right, everybody good? All right, cool. Respawns in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burst the biggest clump that you know you can kill. Stagger the respawns. You instantly have defender respawns come out with the last wave that died in the first collapse. And then that wave that you just killed, perma load screen. You're now staggering them. As long as you don't die, stagger, 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 you win the war. You win the siege. GG. That's how you win sieges. You're welcome. You just play around respawn timers. It's the entire thing. You just figure out when respawn timers are with wave-based respawns. So you play around respawn timers and you coordinate collapses around respawn timers. Happy to help. Free tips and tricks with DustyWhy. That's literally it. If you guys are curious about this, I have an entire New World War macro video on my YouTube. The same concepts apply. You literally just replace New World with Ashes of Creation. It's the same concepts. It's literally just, it's the same game mode, just with different steps. Dusty ruined it. Sieges are done. Wrap them up. No, sieges won't respawn in waves anymore. Oh no, that's the best part about it. Because as a defender, that's how you counter it. Yeah. So you're a defender, right? And you know, hear me out. You think that's attacker based. As a defender, you have a respawn caller too, and you know, okay, the attacker doesn't have any agency, right? So if the attacker doesn't have agency or momentum, we're holding it out, we're forcing them to collapse, right? So if the attacker needs to get momentum and they need to get going, they need to collapse us on respawn. If we're losing, we need to collapse them first. But as a defender, you know that collapse is coming. You say, Dusty, bait. Dusty, be up there. Be in the front line. Respawn's hit. I know it's coming. I-frame. Dodge out. Everybody's healing. Everybody's pumping. We bait their collapse. Guess what we have? Cooldowns. Defender recollapses on the respawn timer, and then defender spins it back. Welcome to the give and take of wave-based respawns, baby. It's predictability, but that predictability means that plays are fucking insane because it's all momentum-based. If you're attacking and you are holding positive momentum on the objective, that's entirely different than if you need to get positive momentum on the objective. Completely different. I just want to be better and make them respawn one by one. So you are making them respawn kind of like one by one, but you're also staggering it in a wave. And then you get bigger collapses because of that. Like wave-based respawns, I think, are much more like punishing to the entire army. I think eventually they'll have to force shorter timers and other things that make it harder to do that type of thing. So the way that New World has it is escalating respawns throughout the game, throughout the duration. That's the word. So Nelly has the exact numbers on this. Did we already determine that the respawns are static? Yeah, it's just 45-second respawn waves. So basically, a New World War is 30 minutes. There are 6 waves every 5 minutes where the respawn gets longer. It starts out, like Nelly said, at 20 seconds for the first 5 minutes. Then it goes 28, 36, 44, 52, and 1 minute. So at 5 minutes or less, so it'd be the equivalent of 10 minutes or less in the Node Siege, you have a full 1 minute respawn wave where either the attacker or the defender, if they die, it is at 454, 354, 254, 154, and 54 when the respawns are. So those are your timers on those 1 minute res. So everybody knows when it's 0-0, you're holding your collapses, you're getting ready for 54, and 54 is when the big collapse is going to happen, or right around there, because you know that that's the highest risk. So even if no collapse happens, the second that timer hits and you know the respawns are coming, you're tensed up, you're ready, you're looking for everything, you're literally like on the edge of your seat because you know the collapse is coming as a defender, and you see the collapse and you avoid it. Or you don't see it, you get hit by it, and then you're long respawn. As an attacker, you know that you guys are waiting to collapse. So your shot caller's like, I don't see it. Okay, we're gonna go on the left side of Flag and Marketplace in 3, 2, 1, everybody here. And then you finally find it. It's huge. It's huge. I should be every another year changes your respawn by 2 seconds up to like 45 seconds. I don't think individual respawn and filtering in modes like this, I think it degrades the quality of the game and honestly lowers a lot of watchability of it, lowers a lot of playability, and reduces a lot of the hype moments. With this, every single dedicated respawn wave is a risk-reward moment that is deterministic of forced high-opportunity gameplay, where if you successfully execute a collapse at the right time, or a big burst at the right time, or a push at the right time, you're rewarded. With stagnated spawns like that, and especially if you're punished for every single death, you won't have people fight, you'll just have people play incredibly soft. So, like with respawn waves, you're in a spot where like, I'm playing my life like crazy, I know there's a respawn in 5 seconds. There are times in New World where you literally will just take the respawn so you can go reset with your group. Like, there are literally times where it's like, you got 10 seconds. If you're gonna die, die. And you would just take your hands off your keyboard and be like, hey, please come get me, free kill, whoever wants it. And you would willingly take that respawn to group up in the wave with your group on a reset. So, yeah, I just think it encourages more macro, also more risk reward. I love it, personally. It'll take a lot of getting used to, but it'll be nice. I also think that's a stupid mechanic too. Well, you don't have to like it. I'm just explaining how it is. I personally, it's the entire thing that made New World Wars good, and that war was insane, or that mode was insane. Like, I thought it was dumb in New World and still think it is. Well, you think it's dumb because you don't know how to use it. Like, it's a mechanic that adds a lot more skill and a lot more coordination and a lot more, like, cohesion to the mode. Instead of just people randomly dying and sporadically respawning in a constant trickle where it's just skirmish constantly. It's these big buildups where, like, picks matter in the wrong time. You get picked off before a collapse. You know you're not going to be a part of that, so you're at a disadvantage now. Like, everything is more organized, more skill-based, more everything because of this, instead of just like a TDM. A little trickling rather than dying, spawning together is what kills pirates every time. Pirates still catching strays is crazy. Doesn't mean I liked it. Fair. Yeah, not everyone will like it. Not everyone will like it. I don't think 100% of people like 100% of anything. But I definitely fuck with it very heavy. I love the prospect of wave-based respawns and the risk reward that it provides. More impact and consequences. And from a watchability standpoint, just like, because I always try to consider that. It's hype as fuck being late in a war, knowing that those 1 minute respawns are happening, those long punishing respawns that you've worked all the way up to, and you have these huge collapses come out where it's like 2 minutes left. You know that you barely have enough time to capture the point, right? You hit a massive collapse and you're like, everybody all in on this point, everybody all in on the objective. I need everybody to fucking full send. And you have that like last minute kind of like push up. So it's less impact and consequences on an individual base and more so as a whole. Yeah, node sieges aren't about individual. They're a multi-100 person game mode. If you want individual impact, then play arenas like I'm going to as my primary. Node sieges and Zerg vs. Zerg is not the time for individual impact. It's the time for macro. It's primarily macro based, and that's why micro is simply a complement to the best macro players. In New World, like in wars like this and stuff like that, keep in mind ours were only 50 versus 50, so you had a lot more of a chance to show out as a mechanical player and carry. But like, even then, macro was the thing that people got slotted for over micro. You could have somebody that was a mechanical demon, but if they were clicking the wrong shit in the wrong place, then it didn't really matter. Because it's that mass scale. It's all of those gears making the total mechanism function, right? So, yeah, like individual impact, individual skill expression, that's simply not for large skill, like large Zerg versus Zerg modes. Those are always going to be your lowest skill expression. And that's where you just conform to the group, right? And honestly, initiate's really the only form of skill expression in those modes, which is why I like initiate. So I definitely think like arenas, shit like that, or even just like smaller scale stuff, right? Like, I don't know, fucking node wars. Those are going to be a staggered spawn. But just with the objective in play, I think it changes everything. I was watching from inside, and the amount of times the shot caller complained that people were too worried to die and thus trickled in and out was honestly getting annoying. Yeah. But have 250 versus 250 on a wave timer, and it's just going to be dumb. That's your personal opinion. Why do you think it's going to be dumb? You'll see 200 running to try and die 5 seconds before the timer. No, you'll see a lot of people going out and playing their lives. And you'll try to see people collapse. If it's down 50, you'll have people group up in a safe spot, play their lives. And then if you see an opportunity, you'll take a collapse on the respawn timer and try to spin those numbers. And if you can't spin those numbers, you'll regroup. And that adds more cohesion. Yeah. And it's more risk and reward. Yeah. Like, I think it's like your personal preference that it's like dumb. And obviously it is, and you're welcome to that. And we can agree to disagree on it, but this is how it's going to be. So I hate to break it to you, but this is what we're looking at. I personally hope the only thing that they do to the wave-based respawn is start it at a quicker respawn earlier in the mode and then end it at a longer respawn. Takes more macro to try and coordinate macro with individual timers than wave timers. It just makes it sloppy. It just makes it sloppy. You don't want 1,000 people trying to talk or 250 people trying to talk on individual respawn timers. Like, that just makes it incredibly sloppy. It makes everything a constant skirmish instead of like full regroups and shit. If you're bad, it makes it sloppy. I think you're getting offended over something. I don't know. I think, like, so are you saying people would just regroup with individual timers? Because if people would regroup with individual timers, why wouldn't you just have wave-based timers for more of a risk reward around those collapses and more of an opportunity around those respawns? You're just asking for a lower skill variant, and then you're saying if you're bad, it makes it sloppy. Like, you're personally asking for the lower skill option that's more skirmishy instead of organized and higher risk reward, and you're asking for lower risk reward and constant skirmishing. You're asking for the lower skill version. I'm just putting that out there. You're asking for the version with less on the line, less coordination, less risk, less reward. And you're like, if you're bad, it makes it slot. No, you're just offended because you don't like the mode, and this is how it's going to be. It puts less reward, less risk around dying. Like, it just, and honestly, even no matter how dumb you think it is, guess what? It's probably not going to change, brother. I'm super sorry to break that to you. But it's probably not. So you're going to have to learn to love it if you want to do sieges, or you probably just won't do sieges. I don't know. Those are your two choices. I don't know. Because I'm going to be here advocating for it like crazy, and I'm the loudest motherfucker in this room, so I got experience with fucking thousands of these hosts. So yeah, it's nice. And I'm going to be advocating for it as loud as I can. As loud as I can. If Attacker Raid 1 wipes 30 of 40 in Defender Raid 1, then you know what that 30-person timer is, but you still have to track Defender Raid 2's timer. Why having two individual timers? Why is that necessary? Because then that just allows you to perma stagger, and if you can completely individually respawn people, then you can just trickle stagger the entire war and people can never get momentum back. That's what you're missing. So then you would just kill Raid 2 slightly after you kill Raid 1, or it would cause Raid 2 to go all the way out and regroup anyways, which you would just have with a wave-based respawn. Everything just leads back to wave-based respawn being better. I know you're trying to justify it, but wave-based respawn is just better. This is just it. Which means you have to be coordinated enough to not get staggered, or you get punished. So you regroup a player life, and you regroup anyways. Correct. There's just more risk reward with longer respawn, like with the longer respawn timers. Like I don't understand what you're trying to justify here. Everything is better with a wave-based timer that puts risk reward and incentivization around a big wave-based respawn. That's part of the entire point of this mode. And again, try to justify it how you want, but like, we're gonna move on because no matter how much you yap about it, it's not gonna change. I know you're probably heated about like not liking the mode and me telling you that wave-based respawn's better, but you totally disagree? Well, it's okay to disagree. Like, that's what I've been saying. Like, I have done thousands of this exact mode over years and have an absurd amount, thousands of hours worth of credentials to talk about this exact style of mode. Word for word, bar for bar, same mode, just with a different end method of capturing one flag instead of an objective. I promise you, once you play 50 of these, it will feel so good with wave-based respawns. And you will have the most hype moments of your PvP existence with these wave-based respawns. As soon as people figure it out, I promise it will be extremely fun. You just got to give it a chance. If you go in hating the mode, you're always going to look for the negatives and you're always going to try to hate it. My ask is that you give it a shot, you embrace it for what it is, and you might like it even more than you think. You really might. Dusty's opinion is superior. Yes, Dusty is superior. Exactly. 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 Looks like I'm gonna have to add an Ashes section to the Respawn Caller Discord. You will. You will. Your cam's fuzzy? It's probably because I adjusted it. It's when I like sit back. Because it's like, it's a manual focus. And so sometimes when I slouch too much, it's my incentivization. Okay. Also, this is me solving mitigation problems. Especially considering easier to organize randoms until everyone. I think, I don't know. I think there'll be low key jazz. I think as soon as a node siege is popped, there'll be a No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I think as a node siege goes up, there will be a Discord that's spammed and it's like, get the fuck in here or get the fuck out. I definitely think that more people will be incentivized to be in the Discord than like probably thought. But I don't know, it'll be interesting. If they aren't in Discord, they shouldn't be defending, especially once rewards are implemented again. The interesting part about it, and one of the long-term questions that I have about it is, let me pull this up real quick. Okay. So one of the really interesting parts about it is, I was just about to address that, Leona. Funny enough. I just don't think we see lots of node sieges.
Oh, we won't see many at all. I'm not gonna lie. We're not gonna see a ton of node sieges. Like, they're gonna be a big spin up, and they're gonna be a big deal when it happens.
I wish there was like a practice node siege mode, like not a practice node siege, but like a queuable one that was like pickup teams personally. But that'll probably never happen. But yeah, sieges are gonna be really rare in the first place. They're gonna be like a huge deal. You want OPR?
Low key, kind of, except like a practice war mode. Not as much an OPR.
So like, you know how node sieges are like 5 million HP gates, hour long, blah, blah, blah. Basically condense it and allow it to be a more casual mode with smaller teams, but it's the same concept. Instead of Outpost Rush, where like it's a completely different functionality in gameplay than Wars, make it a viable thing. Steven said he wants Guild Wars to be more objective based versus just TDM. Yopping trees. Otherwise, entire towns are going to be degraded because they've never defended a siege before. Yeah, so I definitely think that there should be a practice siege mode that's a smaller scale, quicker, like nothing on the line practice siege mode. Like a queuable thing. Same way that arenas will be potentially instance content. I think that would be absolutely massive. And even if it were to like allow you to select who you want to practice the siege against, or you could just queue into it, I think it would be huge for the development of skill for a lot. So say you have an hour with 5 million HP gates, make it 20 minutes with like 1 million HP gates or something like that, and fewer people. It's a shorter game mode. It's less of the like full locked in commitment. It's like we go in, we ooga booga the gates, and we get the feel of like the actual mode, but we know that there's not that big buildup. And for casual players, they can also do that knowing, oh, look, I get to know what it's like to be in the mode. I can understand the mode. Therefore, I get it. But I'm not going to be in the big node sieges because I don't want to. You will also have way fewer of the people who sign up and they're like, oh, it's my first siege. I've never PvP'd before. Help me. Or like have me, right? And you'll have more people who sign up with the baseline of, I know what I'm getting into. I know what I'm doing. I know what I want to do. I know how this mode functions. And I think that will be very good if it were added. Okay, so node sieges enable players to destroy nodes at village, starting at village. Paves the way for new development and access to locked content in surrounding nodes. Low-level characters. Oh, let's see. We'll just start from the top. Sieging nodes will not be an easy task for the attackers. Cities and metropolises will have a considerable defensive advantage. PvE-oriented players will have alternative ways to participate in sieges, such as fulfilling buy orders and mayoral commissions to fund the siege or constructing siege weapons to support either the attackers or defenders. Lower-level characters will have usefulness in mass combat that does not depend on their level, such as manning siege weapons, helping repair fortifications, bringing proximity-based buffs to key positions using stealth or scaling walls. These types of things are relevant to the tide of battle, but do not require the player to be max level or have high combat stats. There will be some systems that mimic some of the mechanics of sieges, but there won't be practice sieges.
I think there should be.
Just on a smaller scale with slightly different systems. Perhaps a mimic of them. The majority... 80% of content in Ashes of Creation is open world, but there may be instance battles within castle and node sieges where specific groups can participate in small, short duration, objective-based battles for specific waypoints. Node sieges were released in Alpha 2 Phase 2. Node sieges are open world, but they include a temporary registration and approval process for both attackers and defenders to manage the numbers of participants during testing. The minimum viable product does not incorporate node destruction, but instead offers other rewards for successful node attacks and defenses.
It doesn't.
Participants on the winning team will receive rewards via mail. We don't. Siege defense. Mayors will be able to allocate resources to bolster node siege defenses. Blah, 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 blah. Siege balance. Declaring a node siege. Let's see. Where is it? Banners cost 1,000 gold and a significant amount of resources. Sieges may only be declared against a village or higher. Siege banner must be placed on the node siege platform to initiate the declaration. Once a siege is declared, it'll be queued up in at least 24 hours. Siege scrolls are specific to that node. Let's see. Cooldowns. Node citizens. Siege scrolls. Okay. I believe this is where it gets into some of it. During the declaration period, individuals or guilds can register to attack or defend providing they meet the criteria. Players who originally declared the siege cannot exclude anyone from joining the attack. Players who originally declared the siege cannot exclude anyone from joining the attack. So that's the interesting part. Citizens of the node or provincial nodes being attacked are automatically registered as defenders. Players do not need to be citizens of the node in order to register, but they cannot be citizens of a node that is at war with the node they wish to defend. Citizens of allied nodes cannot register to attack. Many node services are shut down and become locked. Player stalls may still operate. This is subject to testing. Let's see if it says anything more about it. Siege participation. Participation in castle and node sieges will require pre-registration for the siege event. This registration and approval process is said to be a temporary measure to manage the number of participants during Alpha 2 testing. Alpha 2 Phase 2 siege participation will be initially restricted to a minimum of 100 versus 100 until dynamic gridding is fully online. This will be enforced by a death volume. Mayors will administer the list of valid node siege defenders. The initiator of the node siege will administer the list of valid attackers. But it specifically says up here, the player who originally declared the siege cannot exclude anyone from joining. And citizens of the node or provincial nodes are automatically defenders. So, then we go. Alpha 1 sieges, blah, blah, blah. PvE-oriented players will have alternative ways to participate in sieges, such as fulfilling buy orders to fund the siege and constructed siege weapons to support either the attackers or defenders. Lower level characters will have usefulness in mass combat that does not depend on their level. We read that. Players may choose to respawn at their HQ as long as they're registered. Non-registered guilds are not granted the ability to take ownership of the castle if victorious. Players can potentially intercept stragglers in the guild war or flagging system en route to the siege field. Let's see here. Players in either the attacking or defending teams will be ejected. Mayors can swap defenders if participants are not online. Attackers and defenders will contest control points. Siege weapons, siege PvP, siege instances, completing a siege. Node destruction. Impact on player housing. Impact on apartments. Zergs. Zergs are empowered by fast travel. Zergs are empowered by these fucking nuts. So yeah. I don't really know, like, all of what's going on with the player who originally decked the siege cannot exclude anyone from joining the attack. That's my, like, Moby Dickamus at this point. You know what I mean, chat? You know what I mean? What up, Matt? Hammer Chief, how you doing, brother? Will any nodes sieges have water combat? Coastal nodes could. If it's like a harbor node or a coastal node or it's like right on the water. Yeah. So very possible. And then you'll also have guild castles. So I think that's when sieges are fully online. Yeah. This is a long-term thing. So right now you're able to like pick and choose and slot and shit like that. But what we were wondering is like, if dynamic gridding goes 1-to-1, is it truly going to be like mass, right? You know what I mean? Because once it's declared, participants can start joining the attacking or defending teams.
So, yeah, I don't know. That's going to be interesting as fuck, though. I'm not even going to lie. It's going to be very interesting. All of these systems, as they come fully online, if dynamic gridding is in any way, shape, or form successful, oh my god. It'll be like 400 v 400. So, I wonder if we'll also see scenarios where you have a metropolis that's a hated metropolis. Like, say I have a metropolis and everyone's like, DustyWhy's the bad guy of Ashes. He's always bullying people. He's always yelling at people. Fuck this guy. Could everybody just decide to, like, you know, my people show up to defend me, but everybody else on the server decides to just fucking just Riley Reid Mia Khalifa my shit? Like, I'm in like a 150 versus 700 gangbang of my life? Or will there be like parity numbers? That's what I'm wondering. Because if you can't turn anybody away and anybody can sign up during that period, would that be a way for the server to be like, yo, fuck you, we hate you? I want to see that. I want chaos. Me too. I think only attacking citizens can join attacks, but nobody can sign up. Anybody can sign up for defense. During the declaration period, individuals or guilds can register to attack or defend, providing they meet the criteria. So let's see what they say about this most recently. What is this? It's such an old source. Oh no. Oh no. Criteria was listed right below. Citizens of the node or provincial nodes being attacked are automatically registered as defenders. Players do not need to be citizens of the node in order to register as defenders, but they cannot be citizens of a node that is at war with the node they wish to defend. Citizens of allied nodes cannot register to attack. So that would be like your vassal nodes can't attack against you, but unallied nodes could register to attack or defend freely. Yo, what about Con? Can tell my message TLDR. Oh, was it the one you wrote about? Who was it? Not related. It's more ticket based, way based, but the reasonable points are taggable, and if you check it out, image dash coming from further away. There a macro, people would call respawns like you're talking, but it was player reinforced, not mechanically. There's a lot that game did right. So it seems like based on the ticket spawn system that you talked about with like contesting and stuff, you kind of have that too. Because with Ash's node sieges, there are the respawn points outside that the attackers can claim or the defenders can recapture. And if the defenders claim them and like control them, then the attackers can't spawn there and they're limited to where they can spawn and stuff like that. So I think it kind of takes a little bit of both of those. You know what I mean? So I do like it. So the rest of the server could fuck you or it could require payment to come defend or attack. No farming braid again. Don't want me to attack your node. Pay me 50 gold. So you want to know what's crazy? I have a funny ass story. So in New World, there was a very big problem with like murking, right? So people would use, and there were a limited number of like out of like guild slots because it was guild versus guild for the territory wars. So outside of your guild, if you were attacking, you could have 25 people. If you were defending, you could only have 10. So with mercs, they were typically very impactful. I was a merc in a lot of wars when I didn't have like wars on those characters or during that time. So we would bring either myself in or like a 5 stack that I played within, and it would be extremely impactful. So there was this one war where we were set to merc for like a lower guild, right? Like a lower tier guild. I had a 5 stack that was going in, and word got out that we were going to be merking. So the guild that heard that I was merking against them reached out to me and they were like, yo, Dusty, how much would we have to pay you guys to not fight against us tonight?
I'm not even kidding. So, the craziest thing about it is that the defenders paid my 5-stack an absurd amount of gold to not fight against them. We hadn't even assembled a full 5-stack because this was like 10 hours before the war, like when I first started stream. We hadn't even got the 5-stack. It was me, Munchie, and someone else. So 3 of us. We told them the number for a full 5-stack to not war against them. We split it 3 ways. And then, hear me out. You want to know the craziest part? After paying us to not merc against them, the defenders still lost. They paid us to not fight. We watched the war and they still lost. It was fucking awesome. Dude, it was so good. It was one of the best interactions that I've ever had in that game. They paid us to not fight against them. We didn't fight in the war and they lost. It was great. They didn't pay to win the fight. They just paid to not lose to you. I mean, honestly, that was a big part of it. That was a big part of it. Yup. So, yeah, I was everywhere, man. Like, I was legitimately on, before they did the Eternum relaunch where they had a ton of servers, I was on every NA server and the main EU server, warring a shitload. It was disgusting. I would be on a server, I would plug my Twitch in global for the war, and people would be like, why the fuck are you over here? And I'd be like, what do you mean? I have a character over here. I'm everywhere. I'm eternal. And they're like, yeah, but you're not in the companies. And I'm like, oh, I'm merking. I didn't have a war tonight, so they hit me up. Yeah, merking was a problem. And so that's almost kind of what I fear, though. So, hear me out. You have connections. I am a tier 3 node, and I have connections at a tier 6 node. I siege another tier 3 node because I've got beef with them, and I have all of my tier 6 friends come over and just absolutely rickroll the fuck out of that node. How do we prevent that? Do we? Do we not? Do the most competitive players on every single server just get asked to come to every single siege and it turn into that one mode that's just a few players? I don't know. I don't know. How would we prevent that, though? So on LD at New World launch, did nothing but PvP for like 8 months and got bored and quit. Reasonable. You don't prevent that with game mechanics, let the player base figure that out. Well, so not preventing it with game mechanics, like, sure, I get that. But that's also something that entirely killed, like, New World Wars. Because players just didn't get accessibility. Granted, that was a finite, like, rostering. But those slots were just spoken for. If you were a low-tier warring company, you had 25 people in your guild at most that you were slotting. And you were slotting 25 mercs if you could get them if you were on attack, and 10 if you could get them on defense, right? So it's like, if I don't know. Like, I get it, but I also feel like naturally that just goes towards the same people at every node siege, and then lower tier nodes just getting fucked because of it. I don't know. And like, player base figuring that out would just mean that like every single person is going, or like the same people will be in every single siege, right? Like, you'll have every competitive community show up to every siege, and then that's going to be the only impact. So I don't know. I almost wonder, like, if you're a citizen of X tier node, should it prevent you from signing up for sieges that are more than one tier under your node level? Nin, what up? Welcome back. I hope you've been well. Like, should there be some sort of, I don't know. Shouldn't be a problem with Ashes, though, because travel time is rough and because there's no limit to war numbers. Well, with travel time, you'll have plenty of time to get there. So once the siege scroll is brought to the node and activated, the deck period begins and a countdown is initiated for players in the region to see. Countdown runs for a number of days equal to the stage of the node being sieged. So 3, 4, 5, or 6 days. And then the cooldown is 10x that. So, I don't know. Because that's plenty of time for everybody on the server to get over to one. Like 3 days travel time is nothing. If the competitive people are at all the sieges, that means they have to run to all of them, leaving the home base vulnerable to other groups. Yeah, but it's not like someone's just gonna backdoor a node siege when it costs 1,000 gold, has a 6-door spin up time, and like a massive resource input, right? Then I have to run there, sign up, run all the way back, and then turn around and run back there if I want to participate. Yeah, that's true. I guess that's true in terms of like the level of input required, but if you have all your gear, why wouldn't you? Like if you're geared out, you're ahead of the curve. Why wouldn't you do that? I would. I'd go to every node siege, just myself. Personally, I would do that. Every single node siege, I'd be there. I love the prospect of node sieges. I'd do 3 a day if I could. So like just, you know, the devil's antagonist or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I absolutely would do a bunch of those. Be more inclined to defender every node siege I could. Until your guild leader gets hit up with a huge bribe. And then they're like, yo, we're attacking here. No, I feel that though. I personally, when I merked, I actually did like defending more than I liked attacking. But I usually, when I was merking, personally, just because of how I was, some people would merk and they would try to go into lower tier wars and like frag the fuck out as much as they could. I would try to go to the side that was almost guaranteed going to lose and see if I could change it. So it was almost funny because there was a 2-day span where I warred on both sides of the wars. So companies basically ran it back, right? So I warred for the attacker day 1. And the attacker got into the fort, like captured all 3 of the outside points, got into the fort, and almost won the war. Day 2, I played for the defender side, and they switched me out with somebody else on the attacker side, and they got held entirely outside of the fort. Yo, what up, Jay Strong? How you doing, brother? Hope you've been well, dude. So yeah, mercs are insanely impactful with this stuff, but node siege may not be decked for 21 days following a node advancing to any stage. Yeah, I don't know, man. Do you think it's possible for people to have tens of thousands of gold right now? Right now? Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you've been controlling like Lego Braidwood spawn static and also making the best gear and like controlling enchanting scrolls and stuff like that, oh yeah, you can print money. Because you have to realize, once you're a certain amount rich, you can buy up an entire quadrant or like an entire part of the market that like you don't control and then just mark it up, right? So if I have 1,000 gold, I can spend 500 to make back like 900 plus.
Apes together. Strong.
Yo, Jay Strong. Jay Strong. Much love, baby.
Prime on the OG New World chat.
Listen, man. Never going back to New World. We're in a much better place now. Much better place, dog. Thank you for the 4 months. Let me know if you want to come over here. People are probably RMT for gold. It's an alpha. If anybody RMTs for gold in an alpha, they're missing part of their frontal lobe. People will do it. Some people have more money than they know what to do with. But personally, I think if you have more money than you know what to do with, you should type /gift5 and help us try to get closer to 2,500 subs on Twitch. Because we did break 2,000 today with all of your guys' amazing help. And then we had a lot of gifties wear off. So we're climbing back up. But we broke 2,000 for a little bit. It was a big day. We timed it right. It was an amazing day, boys. It was an amazing day. We had a ton of gifties wear off. Holy shit. I just looked. That's crazy. We had a lot wear off. But it's okay. We ball. I can't believe we hit 2,000 today. That was so fucking nuts. Haven't touched New World in months. It'll kill it for real this time. Yeah, man. I've been over on Ashes. I came over to Ashes in December full time. Haven't looked back. I've been loving it. Community's grown larger than it's ever been. And Ashes is only in an alpha. It's moving along very quickly. We got fresh start servers coming on May 1st. We got the Wave 3 packs coming in on May 1st as well. Brother, I can't wait. I was at 3K for about 3 weeks. Yeah, so like, personally, RMT is always an ongoing thing, right? People RMT anything. But the big thing is that Intrepid has talked about like actively fighting RMT as much as they can. What up, Aegis? Do you think in the interest of growing nodes, people will be disincentivized to engage in sieges? Depends on the people. There are going to be 85 nodes. If somebody that's an absolute douche canoe has a node at tier 5, and somebody that's really cool has a node at tier 4, wanting to get to T5, and they're ready to push up, let's knock out the T5 and let the cool T4 push up. You know what I mean? It's all that server politics. Incentivization and disincentivization for everything is all relative. It's all relative. Like, DustyWhy just took control of Winstead. We need to do buy orders to get this really important crafting thing up in Winstead, but we don't like DustyWhy. So we're not going to do it out of hatred for him and his community. It's all social. It's all social. What May 1st packs? The May 1st access for Fresh Start is the Wave 3 pack. So it's the same thing that was originally going to be Phase 3 access. So if you have the Wave 3 pack, you're in for May 1st servers, and then you're also in for the August 4th, like, full wipe into Phase 3. So the true, like, Phase 3 start is kind of, like, pushed back a little bit. Like what happened to Halcyon? I don't even know the story of Halcyon. All I know is that's, like, a Nova place, right? Did it just get, like, segmented off once Nova had control of it? Or what happened there? Just turned out devs overall, they were always out of touch with the community. Jay Strong, you want to know something crazy about Ashes? Every major change that we've gotten in recent history has been because of community feedback. Now, the developers are on an amazing path and are giving so much good content and know exactly what they're doing and actively play this game, actively participate and listen to the community. But we've got a combat rework because of community feedback. Time to kill improvements based on community feedback and utilizing community feedback to help it get closer to their target. Gathering, refining, and crafting changes because of community feedback. We have, coming up very soon, an entire revamp of questing and first-time user experience systems based on community feedback. Economy and stat balancing efforts based on community feedback. Everything Ashes is the antithesis of New World. It's insane. Probably wait for full release, but enough feeding for a new MMO. Listen, I'm just saying. It already feels like an MMO, brother. I play this shit 10 hours a day. It's down Tuesday, Wednesday, right? But every single day that Ash is up, I play 10 plus hours. I'm 700 plus in since December, right? So, what Seat was just talking about. Ash's devs announced Fresh Start. So, there was an announcement that went out where there was a Phase 2 extension and a Phase 3 delay, where Phase 3 was beginning slightly later, right? Psycho Seti, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, a lot of people were freaking out, and they announced that basically they would be merging Vira and Lineth, the two NA servers, into one because it's testing. So, both on stream and in Discord, the community was like, yo, Fresh Start servers would be awesome. I pointed out here that Wave 3 players coming in on May 1st, even if it was on like a blank canvas of a server with existing players, would be at a significant disadvantage and would probably enjoy it way less. Right? So, because of the community feedback, Steven, our creative director at Intrepid, our sandaled god, put out a straw poll in the Discord and said, do you guys want Fresh Start servers? Hell yeah, brother, or no? And the overwhelming majority said, hell yeah, brother. And within 20 minutes of this initial article going out, keep in mind, it said wipe and merge notice originally. Within 20 minutes, wipe, Fresh Start, and merge notice was updated. Additionally, for those who prefer a clean slate, a Fresh Start realm will be available on May 1st, offering a completely untouched experience. Bam. The most responsive devs in fucking MMO history. It is insane how good Intrepid is to the community and how fun it is to be a part of this. Plus, keep in mind, Jay Strong, keep in mind, you or anybody else that you know that does exclamation ashes, makes your account using that link, and purchases the Wave 3 pack. Ready? He or Intrepid did not put up that poll. Oh, I was told that was a Steven poll. Well, I'm glad that wasn't a Steve, or I'm glad for the clarification anyways. I was told that was a Steven poll when we voted on it. I'm glad Steven listened to the poll. Okay, cool. Thank you, Fubo. Fubo knows all. They were watching and reacted to it. Huge. Yeah, I mean, I have to assume that they were watching everything happen live. I'm not gonna lie. They have a pretty readily available source to get large community feedback everywhere, both Discord and live. So, I would like to think that there were people everywhere. Like, Steven's so ungodly committed to this shit. But keep in mind, any purchase of the Wave 3 pack, the 100 USD pack, that gets you in starting on May 1st and all the way through the remainder of development until the game launches, comes with a 90-day refund period. 9-0. With no hours restriction, where if you don't like the playtest and you're not going to stay till launch, you get your money back. If you're fiending for an MMO, you can basically try it for 90 days, which, keep in mind, we get a fresh start server on May 1st. You could come in, learn the game during your 90 days. If you like it, there's a wipe on August 4th, where there will be another fresh start, where you can do what I've done this phase and come in from scratch, learn everything that you can, take all of that information and hit the ground running your next fresh start. That's what I and this entire community have done. And we're extremely excited for both of the fresh starts. So if you're like, I need an MMO, I need something, you can hop in. Starting on May 1st, you come in, you check it out, you join the community, you kick around. Cats is over here as well. Cats will always be over here. Cats already has more momentum here than it did in New World. It had a lot of momentum in New World. So if you don't like it, anytime within 90 days, you get your refund, you wait until the launch, and then you're back in. If you do like it, you get $30 worth of kickbacks with your $100 pack. So when the game launches, it's $15 a month for a sub. No box cost, no DLC cost, so you don't have to buy the game and you don't have to buy the expansions. It's just a monthly sub. First month of sub time included in your pack. Then there will be an in-game store. In-game store. Transmog only. Chris, thank you for the 2 months. Much love, much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, the store. Transmog only. Dies only. No pay to win. No pay for convenience. Nothing in between. It is only visual. You gain nothing from spending money in that. You get $15 in that as well. So, I think it's a pretty safe purchase if you're fiending for an MMO. It ends up being essentially $70 after the kickbacks, because you get 30 back in kickbacks for probably like 2+ years of content if you end up liking it. And if you end up hating it, you get 3 months of content for free because you just got a refund. Just looking for a good time, if you know what I mean. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Well, a few more months and we might have a good time. So yeah, I have been absurdly impressed since coming over here. And I remain absurdly impressed all the time with Ashes. It's redonkulous, man. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, I don't know. I literally can't speak enough positive. Because Ashes devs are making the game, not just making a cash cow. Yes. What month do I get shiny bananas? You have the 3-month banana now. What shiny banana are you looking for? Because realistically, multicolored bananas are going to start like a year plus, I believe, is the multicolored bananas. But like shiny bananas, sparkly bananas. Sparkly banana is for T2 and T3. So the higher the tier sub, the more sparkly the banana. So somebody gifted Fupo a T2, so Fupo has 1 sparkle on the banana. I think we have some T3s kicking around with the most sparkly bananas. But the colored bananas, like the color of the bananas is by length. The sparkle is by girth. Not to mention there's devs and moderators that are literally in Ashes. Hey, Psycho Seti. Thank you for the primer. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Host T3? Yeah, we got a few T3s. Shocks T3 as well. They're out there. They exist. They exist. Not to mention devs and moderators that are literally in Ashes streams, Discords, and Twitch channels talking, hanging out, and just engaging with their community. There are developers and project leads that work on Ashes for their full-time job and then come home and play Ashes and watch Ashes content. There are devs that are publicly out there that are like, hey, I work for Intrepid and don't mind like hanging out and answering what they can. There are devs that may be among us and we never know because they're more behind the scenes. They don't like being public facing. They don't want to be harassed by you fucking rapscallions. And that's okay. But it's important to remember there are so many people from the Intrepid team and from the Ashes team that not only enjoy creating this, but also being a part of this community. And that's fucking huge. That is a massive thing to remember from a development studio. They're not driven by outside investors. They're not driven by like, we've got to hit these profits. We've got to do 10K today. We've got to rub a banana peel on our face and then dip our heads in ice water. Like, it's all passion driven. Do I sacrifice movie privileges for the T3 sub? Jesus, just get Taco Bell twice, two fewer times a month. Yeah, easy. Keep the movie privileges. Yeah, I mean, movie privileges are nice because it's like you can watch my VODs on YouTube for free, but like you can't watch Netflix for free. You know what I mean? And whether it's a T1, a T2, or T3 sub, I love you all the same. You don't even have to be subbed. I'm just saying. It's not about the sparkliness of the banana. It's not about how much people spend out of their pocket to support the channel. Some people have more and are able to support more. Some people have less and support as much as they can. The support in general is the important part. Whether it's a prime, whether it's a lurk, whether it's anything. People give what they're able to give. And people's generosity, whether giving time to lurk, time to hang out, yapping in chat, or anything like that, is generosity. And it's not all about the money. There's so many ways that people contribute to a Twitch channel and keep someone here streaming full time. And I love y'all for that. I was mass unfollowing people I haven't watched in months and accidentally unfollowed Dusty this morning. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I went to get on stream and I had a follow from you. And I was like, oh, that's weird. The seat hasn't been following this entire time. It's like, damn, that's crazy. Tried to sneak it in. I was wondering what was up there. I'm glad we got it figured out. Oh, God. Guys, we haven't even fucking started a video yet. Not that we're starting a video, but like, we didn't even start a video today. It's just getting worse, man. We're going down the full rabbit hole, boys. So much yappage today. There's so much to talk about. What do you mean? It's a huge time. Gosh, thank you for the look, brother. I appreciate you. But like 20 streams to unfollow and was just mass unfollow and close tabs and accidentally hit yours. Did we get a raid planner setup going? I did not today because we were doing a lot of gear sourcing and checking a lot of variables. So I'm going to do that tomorrow now that I've got like a baseline gear route and like progression plan. I have a few things that I want to research next week too, so we'll continue to refine. But yeah, raid planner will be tomorrow. I've got to get that sign up going. So that'll be a big emphasis. I think I might just overwhelm Carla with all the info I just threw at her. Did you send her your animal husbandry stuff? Yeah, reach out to Carla and see if she needs any help with anything. Officers definitely needed. Class officers, crafting officers, like more admin officers and stuff like that. Carla loves doing the organizational stuff, and when we were in New World, took on a huge brunt of it, right? So hopefully we get her a very good, yo Rudge, thank you for the follow, much love. Hopefully we get her a very good base of like support, because it's very commonly known coming over from New World, if you were in Cats in New World, I'm like the front man for the band, and like Carla's like the manager. Like, I go out here for 10 hours and I put on a show and I'm singing and I'm like, yeah! And like, everybody's like, yeah, Dusty. And then Carla's just like sweating, running around, making sure everything can happen in the back end and like actually running the guilds and shit. And I'm just like out here fucking rocking out with my cock out on stage and shit. And everyone's like, Dusty runs Cats. And I'm like shredding a fucking electric guitar. And I'm just like, yeah, I do. So yeah, I'm just the face of the organization. I'm simply just a front man. Carla does the hard work. So reach out to her and see if she needs help. I try to organize things from like what I can, but I'll be like, oh, like we need this. We need this. We're looking to do this. And then our goal is for me to be able to like, okay, you know, community officer, we need to sign up for this. Thank you so much. And then like, oh, we need a class write-up for this, right? We're all here for Carla. Yeah, exactly, exactly. So for a while, Carla was streaming her New World Wars to get VODs for them. As soon as she went live, my viewership just dropped off. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I told her she's not allowed to stream anymore. Yeah, it was a very reasonable thing. It was her or me. And like, I'm more willing to show my titties. So things had to happen. So she's making like thumbnails and editing videos now. So pray for Carla. She's working hard. She can move again. So that's good. She was out of the hospital for over a week now. I think it's been long enough. But yeah, she's moving again. So she's editing again. Back on the grind. Do you see they increased character slots from 5 to 10? Yes, I did see that as well. The ballot box stuffing intensifies. Oh, God. I think it might only be for the merge server, like Self said, but holy shit, the elections. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, the carnage. Okay. Speaking of Carla, she has been very hard at work behind the scenes today. Very, very hard at work. So I feel like her and I should go catch up with a little bit of severance. So lads, I'm gonna take off 25 minutes before midnight tonight. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Boys, if it's your first day here, I appreciate y'all coming through. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. Today's like 663 in a row or something. I do stream right around 10 hours a day. Today was over 9, and Ashes doesn't even exist right now. Tuesdays and Wednesdays, the game's down, but that doesn't mean I am. So, we're always here. We're always yapping. We're always vibing. Your support means everything. Keeps me here streaming full time, and it truly does mean the world to me that you guys show up every single day to hang out. So, with that being said, if it's your first day here, I hope we're here for many more. I hope you bring many friends with you when you do come back. And always feel free to ask us anything related to Ashes that you guys are wondering. I will be back again tomorrow at 2 p.m. EST. We'll be doing more of our 0.9.0 prep. We'll be trying to stay tuned on what's going on with the JUNDARK loot table. We were able to source a few items from behind the scenes. And behind the scenes, I mean, I literally had PTR testers telling me exactly what items were dropping from pocket dungeons. I work hard for my leaks. You can visually NDA it, but I will reign supreme. I've been here for 4 months. I will be a thorn in your side forever. Intrepid Studios, I love you guys, and I hope you love me back. Chat. I also love you guys. Fupo, if you're lonely, all of my VODs are there for you. Over on YouTube, exclamation socials. And I'm always just one message away. Fupo, also, you'd like the Discord. The Cats Discord. It's pinned up at the top of chat. You can join that. And the community Discord, discord.gg/DustyWhy. We're always there yapping. We're always there yapping. Guess I'm off to YouTube. So, if you do like some Ashes Gathering stuff as well, I have my last recorded video over there that breaks down a lot of the changes that are coming in with the Gathering, Refining, and Crafting system over the next 3 patches. So that'll be a nice one to watch. It does say 0.8.0. Some stuff has changed. But yeah, my recently dropped recorded video will be huge. All of my live streams are also full VODs over there. So you can pop over there. You can check through as you want to. So, as always, boys, I will be live again, 2 p.m. EST tomorrow. Again, I go live at 2 p.m. EST every single day, 7 days a week. I've been live for over 660 days in a row, so I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. We've got tomorrow's downtime. We'll be doing more like infrastructure stuff. I've got to get setups or signups going for the guild. We've got to get some more gear sourcing going. We've just got to get ready for everything. Shock! Good evening. Hi. You came in right as I was saying good night. What's up, dude? Late night for you. Good evening. Yeah, we've done so much today, as you can tell by all the tabs. Oh, wait, you can't see my tabs. There are like 100 tabs. There are like 100 tabs. So, yeah, boys. Holy shit. Shock, I hope you had a good day today, dude. Yo, hit point game. I hope you're having a great day. Happy to catch the daily bonus? Yes, Sirski, I kept it up just long enough for you to get the streak. Absolutely. So, tomorrow, the agenda. We're going to see if they've sourced the JUNDARK loot table yet. We're going to see if I can get the signups going for the guild. For all of our leveling signups. Guild Discord if you guys haven't hopped in there already. Yeah, we're going to see what's going on. We'll have a lot. We'll have a lot. And maybe I'll even throw a video in if we have time for it. But it was over 9 hours today of just like chaos and yapping. So Holy fuck. It's kind of crazy that there's this much to talk about in a fucking alpha. 9 hours and 20 minutes, chat, of just yapping and theory crafting for like a patch. We're so fucked. We're so fucked. Boys. Not been able to play this game in a few months since IRL's thrown me for a loop. It's made me sad to see the streaming category so empty. Listen, the streaming category grows every day. First of all, I hope IRL sorts out for you and gets much, much better. Today, the streaming category is empty because it's Tuesday, Wednesday downtime. So we still have that. Thursday, there will be me and every streamer that streams Ashes back in the category. And it keeps growing. More and more content creators get into it. And I'm convinced May 1st is also going to be a big pop-off. So there are a lot of streamers and content creators that are still very committed to Ashes that haven't gone anywhere. I myself came over in December and I'm not leaving at any point. So I'm here for the long run. I came over from New World where it was 7,000 plus hours of trying to build hope for that game, and it just didn't end up working out. So I finally came over here, took a chance with Ashes after having access for 10, 11 months, and ended up here. So still partial week downtime. Yes. So there are typically a ton of streamers. I wouldn't say a ton, but there are a lot of streamers that are still making Ashes content. Absolutely. So servers go back up Thursday. We also have the 0.9.0 patch that's coming up on Thursday that's going to give us a new biome, the JUNDARK. So if you haven't been here in a few months, we've got the Riverlands, we've got the full desert, we've got the tropics with the introduction of naval combat, and Thursday we're getting the JUNDARK. So the map has gone crazy in terms of expansion, in terms of systems, in terms of everything. So if you're looking to watch, you know the place. If you're looking to hop back in, I know a community. Shit, I run one. So if you have any questions, dude, discord.gg/DustyWhy, exclamation socials for all of that. And you know where to go. 2 p.m. EST or later every single day. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be yapping about Ashes. I'm happy to answer literally any questions you may have. Hit point. Thank you for the follow, dude. Any questions that you might have about, like, how's this system changed since I've been gone? How's this different? What are they thinking about with this? There's no dumb question. I came in with zero knowledge in December. The community took me in with open arms and has absolutely blown my channel up. And it's now to the point where it's at the same point or larger than it was when I left New World. When I came over here, I dropped from like 150 average viewers to 30, 40 average. Took a chance on it, stuck it out, and as a result, I'm here to spread all of the knowledge that I can, man. My passion is getting more people all of the information, all the accessibility, everything. So, still can't play until I have actual time to play. Well, if you got time to watch, I got you. You can live vicariously through me. I play tank, but we got a lot of friends. We got a lot of everything. Go tell Carla to take a break. Go watch Severance. I will. Boys, I appreciate y'all coming through. I will catch you guys tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST. Thank you guys so much for hanging out every single day, supporting the stream, allowing me to be here full time for y'all, changing my life. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I will see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. You know where to be. Peace.